People don't want to see the truth, no matter what you say. You know, it's kind of I don't know. It's really a pain process to to tell them, well, this is fake, dude, or this is ain't real, or you know what I mean? Like it is crazy.
Yo, do you guys get paid to be here?
Uh, I'm sorry, I was listening to music and writing to my friend over here, PC Tech. I think I just don't want to misspell his name. How
Yeah,
are you, baby?
I was wondering if you get like if there's any job opportunities with this Discord group. You guys
I'm
get
sorry.
paid?
I, can you repeat that? Because I didn't understood it very well what you just said.
Yeah, I was wondering if you guys get paid to be here.
If I am paid to be here, no, I'm not.
Right. Oh, are you all volunteers?
What do you mean volunteers? I mean, we are here for
Like,
free. I mean, we are here by just talking with one each other. We don't get paid for it. Well, at least I'm not being paid to be here, anyways. But in general, I don't think nobody is here to to get
okay.
paid or something like it.
That's helpful. Thank you.
No problem. No problem. Anything else or
No, that was it.
okay? Did you find the curvature, by the way, or
Not. No,
uh,
I don't know how to
you
find
don't?
the curve of the Earth.
Oh, you don't know how to find it. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, that's cool. So I'm gonna keep listening to music, and if you say something, I'm gonna try to catch up. Okay, or you or somebody else. Who knows?
Yeah, I know. I'm probably gonna go to the Bible voice chat and maybe, hopefully, someone will join.
Oh, okay, yeah. I can join there if you want.
Right.
Right, right. Yeah, I get what he's saying. I'm not gonna type because what I was trying to say is like when you said that when you tell people that you see a pentagram on the White House and stuff like that, and I was like, you mean just that or something else more than there is over there? You know that it's kind of impressive because well, not just in U.S., even here in Portugal, there is a lot of Masonic places or streets with Masonic symbolisms and stuff like that. And so, yeah, it's kind of creepy and scary, like to see all this kind of stuff, all over the place. So, yeah, it's kind of, yeah, yeah, and I know what you mean. But anyway, I'm going to the Bible section where this dude is, baby, in this case. Uh, see you. Well, I'm gonna read what you just typing over.
myself. I don't mind being a broken record.
Okay, so you don't. So it's an assumption that you're moving.
Yes.
Affirming the consequence.
Yeah, that's a logical fallacy.
Can I just get in here as well? Just
Yeah,
quickly,
go for
do
it.
you have a demonstration of this?
Demonstration?
Yeah.
Let me get yourself off this fucking push to talk.
Language, bro. Chill.
No need to get angry.
Relax.
There. Now I'm off push to talk. I have to keep pressing keys.
Is that better?
But how do I measure it? I just use my gyroscopes. And you can actually measure their drift. You can
Wasn't what I
measure-
asked.
I don't know how to explain it to you. I'm not a scientist.
I'm not asking for an explanation.
Whatever.
I was asking for a demonstration. You either have one or you don't.
So if we, do you guys feel like you want to take a question from chat?
I was wondering if you could actually answer my question, because I don't feel like
Yeah,
we've finished that yet.
I'd like to finish this guy.
God 420, because you've made a claim there. I was wondering if you have a demonstration for that.
Well, I can set up and do some video streaming and show some gyroscopes in operation, but you're not going to see much, except for a change in angle over the course of an hour. You'll see a drift of 15 degrees.
But that is the claim that you've made that I'm asking for a demonstration of.
I am.
You understand?
I'll do that if I have to, but we'll be here 1 hour to watch it drift.
Sounds
look,
good.
If you don't have it, I'm not going to judge you. I'm not like saying if you don't have it, then you're wrong. I'm not
He
saying
doesn't
that.
have it. Listen, he doesn't have it.
I know he doesn't, but
Okay,
I'm
so
asking
let me,
for it
really
anyway.
let me tell you why he doesn't have it, and this is easy to demonstrate. Because you would only measure a 15-degree drift at one of the poles. Are you at the North or South Pole?
Wrong. You can make.
You're going to measure
You-
15 degrees, and you're going to measure a Okay, listen. You want me to tell you the formula? Because you're not going to measure a 15-degree per hour drift unless you're at one of the poles. You would need a
That is
3-axis
correct.
gyro, and you would measure a cumulative. If you summed all 3 axes, then you would measure a 15-degree per hour drift. But you said you had a regular gyro, regular mechanical
I've
gyro.
also have the aeronautic gyros that they use for aircraft.
Yeah, and those are single-axis gyros.
No.
Yeah.
It's for the ones on the main.
They use multiple
aircraft.
gyros. They use multiple gyros in the aircraft.
Yes.
And in fact, they're called an attitude indicator.
No, not the. I'm not talking about the indicator. I'm looking at the gyro. I'm
The
giving a shit
attitude
about the
indicator is the gyro, and the gyro
No.
isn't the purpose of it.
No.
Nuh-uh, it's not a reputation. Nuh-uh. Do you want me to
gyro is
just
down in
pull
the
up
belly
a?
of
Do
the
you want me to
plane.
pull up a PDF that has all this? That has the schematic for the attitude indicator for an aircraft? Do I really have to do this?
I don't care about the attitude indicator.
The attitude indicator is what has the gyro, dude.
Ignore me then. Talk over me.
The attitude
Fuck it.
indicator is your reputation is nuh-uh. Okay, that is what you're nuh-uh. That's listen. The fact is, the attitude indicator is the device in the airplane which has the gyro, and the purpose of the gyro is to damp the sway of the device.
Wrong.
Okay?
I know
Nuh-uh.
exactly where it is. It is down in the belly of the plane,
So who
in the
cares?
control
So
room.
may I
of
try
the
to move
plane.
this discussion into more
computers are.
productive direction?
Listen,
not the
I'd
attitude.
like a concession. Listen, I'd like a concession that he never actually did this test, because to measure 15 degrees per hour on a single axis, you would have to be at a pole. This is not
No.
debatable. This is objectively true.
Agreed.
It is
objectively true.
objectively true. You can.
So if you're
measure
at 40,
15
listen,
degree
if
power
you're at
inverse on the
45
surface.
latitude, you're going to measure
That's
a
a fact.
15 degree. Listen, so if you're at 45 latitude, you're going to measure a 15 degree per hour drift on a single axis.
Do you realize how equatorial telescope mounts work?
Yes.
Okay, you can measure that drift throughout the entire surface of this planet, including the equators and the poles.
Do you have to correct for latitude? Yes or no? You have to
You tilt
program
the
it for
machine-
latitude.
Oh my God! Talk over me. Fuck it. Talk to someone else.
Answer
You're not
the
even gonna
question.
listen.
Yes,
You're
it's a yes
refusing
or
to
no
answer me.
question.
Listen,
May I?
You guys are both trying to lie, and that's why I'm acting like this, because you're both trying to lie.
It is
like I've been doing this for
retarded
4
to call
years,
someone
dude.
a
I know
liar
how all
because
these
you don't
devices
like their
work.
argument. That is
No,
retarded.
because you're
Stop it.
lying.
Yeah, well, listen. I mean, God 420 can't get to the demonstration, which he would then have to beg the question of. So yeah, I think we can probably move on.
Okay, so I'm
We will see. I will get the display set up, and we're going to sit for 1 hour, and you can watch the machine physically fucking drift.
Yeah,
You
okay,
won't do
and then I'll
shit.
ask you-
You won't do shit.
So listen, don't move the goalpost. You said 15 degree per hour drift is what you've already measured.
Right. So we'll set for 1 hour, and you can watch it
Okay.
drift 15 dix in
Okay, let's do this.
camera if we have to.
Yeah, okay, go
Let's
for
do
it.
this.
Set it up,
with you.
God. Right, set it
Let's
up.
do this,
and then-
dude. Listen, I'm gonna
Let's
laugh,
do
dude.
this.
When you measure
Do we
7.3, when you measure 7.3 degree drift because you're at something like 43 latitude, I'm gonna laugh at you.
Wrong.
May I please interject for a
some
second?
more.
Corvo, guys, let's let Corvo get in here.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
I mean, we can at later time do a live stream with God 420 if we guys are interested.
How about I post citations? Will that suffice, and we can just end this? I'll just
So
post citations.
we can both post it. So I think I have a question by King of Kings, who have a question for the flat earthers. If the curvature of the globe is 8 inches per mile of distance, wouldn't the difference be?
Can I stop you right there? Per mile is a slope. No one is claiming to live on a slope, are they?
Well, hold on. Let me finish the question.
Yeah, but the question is already wrong, so it needs to be correct.
So let me finish it. I'm just reading it. Yeah, the guy isn't talking.
Okay, but the question is already wrong. That's the point.
Yeah, we'll correct him and say it's 8 inches per mile squared, not 8 inches per mile.
That's a parabola.
Okay, 8 inches per mile squared. Wouldn't the difference be difficult to detect with just your eyes? To me, it's like trying to spot a ruler a mile away and be able to see it move 8 inches to demonstrate the difference in position.
Yeah, but then over 10 miles, they tell us that would add up to around 67 feet of drop, which is measurable. So someone in human history would have measured this physical drop. We're not saying that you should just eyeball it and then make your decision. This is why people are doing point-to-point tests over a distance and comparing it to the rate that the globe model does predict. God, I know you're upset. I know you're upset. I know you're upset, but you're just going to have to chill. We gave you your chance. And you were going to go and set up your gyroscope that you were then going to say, I'm claiming that's Earth's rotation. And we were going to say, okay, how do you link that? And you'd say, well, just because we know. Right, so let's not do that, God. You can just chill.
Of course, they won't even accept the balloon photographs from Dr. Bob. Or not Dr. Bob, but Bob, what's his name?
So just to the new people as well, this is the type of person. Sensible. This is the type of person that you get. Program. Who's been arguing this for years but still hasn't found any measurements of curvature, so they just argue the same redundant points again and again. This isn't a new person to the topic, by the way. This is a diehard who's been emotionally wounded by the flat Earth. So just to point that out to the new people.
Fuck.
I would just like to kind of bring it back to.
Please don't laugh. It's actually
Can I just bring it back to something I said about 15 minutes ago? I asked for a demonstration. A demonstration was not provided. If God 420 goes back and provides a demonstration, then we can talk. I feel like there's no point talking about it because he made a claim, he hasn't demonstrated it. I feel like it's moot. So let's just move on.
I feel like speaking to him is moot.
But that's kind of what I'm saying is like, if anyone else wants to discuss this, all good. But he's made a claim that he hasn't demonstrated, and I personally think can't demonstrate. So I think everyone listening already knows what kind of person God 420 is.
10-4.
With regards to the, what was it, the question before about inches per mile, to do with eyeballing it. I mean, I know, Cyclone, you already kind of went ahead with an answer. I would say this is something, when I said squared, someone else said that's a parabola. All good, but he didn't seem to have a problem with the Earth being a slope 30 seconds before. This is the problem with a lot of these debates, is that when we try and get into the actual details, like the meat of the issue, people only oppose it when it's flat Earth. Yeah? If Earth's a slope, not a problem. If it's a parabola, then they're opposing it. So you start to realize that a lot of people are very emotional about this subject. They don't actually want to discuss it.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Yep, just to catch everybody that hasn't been here up to speed, we still need measurements of curvature, axial rotation, or any movement of the Earth. Gas pressure next to the near perfect vacuum. You guys know the story.
A quick word from our sponsor.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Good food in space. That sounds delicious.
Hello. Who's that?
Mr. Yam, that could be renamed to Mr. Falsetto. What kind of questions do you have, Mr. Yam?
That's supposed to be an insult?
No, it's just a descriptor of how you're talking in a falsetto.
Emphasis on false.
You're being kind of rude. Why is why is there longer days in some parts of the year in Alaska and shorter parts where there's like no night?
Because, as people have known for thousands of years, the sun transits between the tropics throughout the year.
Does that mean that the Earth is round?
No.
No.
Define round.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. It could be round like a table. Yeah, my bad.
What do you mean, bro? Round.
And for the record, to describe someone's voice as it is in a falsetto is by no means rude. So your claim of it being rude is
you're being rude.
Lacks any form of validity whatsoever. No, I'm being objective.
So are y'all like professional flat earthers or like amateurs?
Whoa.
Flat earthers.
You guys like study this?
I'm about to revoke the mod status of whoever VC verified. No, I guess anybody can VC verify it, like silver and up, right?
Yeah.
Nah, silvers can't.
Well, whatever the case.
So this one's not on me.
Well, you know what? For some, they feel the need to ridicule as part of their stages of grief.
I'm not.
No, you started with it.
I'm just curious.
You started with a question. It was answered. Do you have any form of a logical response to the answer you received?
I'm just taking in the information that you gave me.
Yeah. Transiting between the tropics. Do you understand what those words mean?
Yes.
It's okay if you don't. Like, people. Well, somebody might make fun of you, but I sincerely will not make fun of you. It's okay to not know things. It's helpful and beneficial to learn.
Is the sun flat?
Yeah, I believe you.
Okay, so I have a perfect question for you in response to that question. Is the Earth the sun?
That has nothing to do with it. I'm asking.
It does actually have everything to do with it, and I'll explain why if you allow me.
Go ahead.
Okay, so many people start with the argument of if all the other planets are flat, then why? Or if all the other planets are round, then why would the Earth be flat? Right? This question has a built-in assumption. You follow me so far? I just want to make sure I'm not going too quick for you.
Yes, sir.
All right. I appreciate the sarcasm. I'm hoping for
I'm not being
actual answers.
sarcastic.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely curious.
Anyway, people make the assumption that the Earth is a planet. That's the assumption that's built into that question. So it's a loaded question. It's kind of one of the fallacies, right? There's lots of different fallacious ways of engaging in a conversation or argument or debate. So the issue with you invoking "is the sun flat" is making some type of assumption about the things in the sky being the same in nature and origin as the thing that we live on. And my question for you is, what makes you believe that they are related?
I never once said that they were related. I'm just asking, is the sun flat?
So why would you ask that if they aren't related?
Right. There's a relation within your mind to those two things. Where'd you get that from?
Because the sun provides light to Earth.
Okay.
But looking up at the sun, how do you look up at that and see a similarity to the ground under your feet? How are the two the same?
Because it provides light.
This is why I asked you: is the Earth the sun? Okay, buddy.
It's like having a light bulb in your room.
This is called irrelevant. So, best case, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. Everything that I said was related to me giving you the benefit of the doubt. You literally took it in the worst possible way. It's a light. Do you think that you can discern? Okay, let me ask you this. Does light emanate from the sun? It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Okay, let me rephrase the question to be as fair and objective as possible. Does light appear to emanate from the sun?
Yes.
Okay, I personally would agree with you on that. Okay, how does one determine the shape of an object?
Mr. Yam, answer.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
How does one determine the shape of an object?
By looking at it?
Okay, those are good answers. I appreciate that. Does it require, what there's some other things it requires, right? Looking at it from one angle, from multiple angles, light reflecting off of it so as to determine texture and shape. When light is emanating from the object itself, is it logically deductible to determine its shape?
Well, you can't tell the shape in the dark.
I know you probably are thinking, but we have pictures of the sun like when it's darker. I know you probably have all sorts of buts, but I'm working with the question at hand and trying to get you to answer yes or no to these simple, not gotcha questions. They're questions meant to help you think through this slowly, methodically, logically, so that you can deprogram your mind from your assumptions.
Yes.
I'm trying to just get it. Yes.
No.
I don't have a lot of time.
I gave you some easy stuff to work through. Some like kindergarten level questions to think through. Is it logically deducible? Is it logically deducible to determine a shape of an object where that object is exclusively bringing forth light? Nothing is reflecting off of the sun, right? The light appears to come from the sun. Can you agree to this?
Right. Light reflects off the sun all the time.
What? What?
Light reflects off the sun all the time? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, just take a moment.
Are you trying to say that light is like one directional? It can only come from the sun?
No, I'd like you to demonstrate light reflecting off of the light source.
I think you mean the light from the sun is reflected on other surfaces. Is that what you mean?
No, I think he really meant light is bouncing off of the sun. Is that your assumption?
Yes.
From where?
From like lights on the Earth.
Bud. You need to reevaluate your understanding of the light source that we have in the sky, and to make things really simple, I'll just answer the question for you. Without any type of reflection of light off of an object, it isn't actually feasible to determine its shape. Does it appear to be circular? Yeah, sure.
Also,
does it appear to be a ball? How could we possibly know? we have but one vantage point, and that is the place where we're at on the ground.
So if you can make the same assumption that the sun is round by looking at it, can't you make the same assumption if you're like from a plane? You can see that the Earth is round. You can
Maybe you're not understanding the definition of words. Do you understand what the word round means?
Yes.
Okay. So, no, those two words are actually not the same. They're not synonyms.
No shit, Sherlock. But in this case, yes.
No, there's no in this case. Words mean what they mean, and they have specific application.
In India last night said that they did mean the same thing, so I don't know. He's like your Lord and Savior, so.
I have but one, and it's definitely not Indio. But that's not relevant. It's an ad hom. It's completely irrelevant to the discussion. You're invoking a conversation about a thing in the sky because why? Why aren't you more concerned about the nature of the surface of the Earth that we live on? Because that's the question at hand, the flatness of the Earth, not other objects in the sky.
What shape do you think the Earth is personally?
Do you think that if you own a dog, that therefore means that the pet in my household is also a dog just because you have a dog?
Also, I still have not gotten a straight answer about is the sun round. You're kind of avoiding my question.
Have you stopped?
You're not giving me.
I'm not avoiding anything, Yam.
You clearly are.
No, I actually already answered that it has a circular appearance.
If you expect me to understand this, I need like a clear yes or no answer.
Hey, Yam, have you
No, I'm going to say it has a circular appearance because that describes the answer. Again, do you assume that because you might have a dog in your household, that therefore means that the pet in my household is also a dog? It's an analogy. Just because things appear to be one thing elsewhere doesn't mean that all things everywhere are the thing that you're referring to. Just because there's dots in the sky doesn't mean the Earth is a dot. The Earth is the Earth. Your assumption that it's something else is based on programming the fairy tales inside of your head. Because of your assumption or presumption that the Earth is a speck floating in the endless vacuum of outer space, because of that assumption, your question makes sense to you. But in reality, if you start from square one, it's completely illogical. There's no connection whatsoever. You're just assuming there's a connection. It's okay. One day you might figure out what an axiom is, and you'll realize that you have some assumptive axioms without any evidence.
He's a young lad.
That's true.
You can't expect him to really understand anything more than what he's told.
Are you guys resulting to insults?
I'm not insulting you, brother. I have nothing against you. I got nothing wrong. I'm chilling. Are you chilling?
I'm chilling. You chilling, yeah?
I'm super.
Bro, what if that commercial was just more Globe Earth propaganda because they're like chilling like Magellan?
Oh gosh.
I know. I'm just goofing around now.
Are you guys like scientists, like Earth scientists or something like that?
Bro, does it take a scientist to grab a ruler and measure a sheet of paper? Yes or no?
Here, let me say, it's just a title, my friend. In fact, you'll probably find more wisdom in this chat than you will.
I don't need to go on a whole like trivia Easter egg hunt and try to find the answer for myself. I'm just asking for a question.
I know, right? You said it.
Yes or no?
Scientists. I don't know what qualifies a scientist. Like what, a PhD or something, or like a fancy like degree? Is that the only authority you're going to accept?
Are you employed as a scientist of some sort?
Scientism.
No, I'm a tradesman.
I'll tell you guys, the only thing you need to do to be a scientist is conduct a scientific experiment using the scientific method. That would make you a scientist.
Thank you.
There we go. And there are people here that have done that.
Yes. Most anybody that went through the public school system performed at least a rudimentary science experiment that followed all of the scientific method.
So yeah, in other words, we're comparable to scientists. We are. You can believe what we say.
No belief is necessary. Back to my question about
can a person
job. Take a ruler. Mr. Yam, don't talk over people.
Yeah.
Back to my question with a person taking a ruler and measuring a sheet of paper. You're still talking over people. It's not helpful.
Such a little twit. But you're cool, man. Love you, bro.
The issue is these are simple questions that if you cared about getting to an end, okay, what's your point? Okay, what's your point? Like, if you actually cared about the truth, you'd be like, okay, yes, obviously, but what's the point you're trying to make? Well, the point you're trying to make is that it doesn't even involve science. Oh, okay, well, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just a simple measurement question. Well, what do you mean by that? Oh, well, people claim that there's a radius and therefore there's geometry. Well, what do you mean by that? Well, they claim that ships go over the horizon. Oh, what do you mean by that? And you just work through to the end and you learn something. But no, you'd rather play little silly child games and not learn anything. At least that's what appears to be the case.
I just don't think he's in a learning state right now.
Yeah.
No, I am trying to learn. I'm just very curious. You never answered my question about, is it your actual profession?
It's irrelevant.
Me personally, no. And yeah, it is kind of irrelevant. Yeah, like
it's very relevant, actually.
How's it relevant?
Multiple scientists have indeed said that the Earth is round, and you don't need.
Yeah, but we can't just accept that because someone said it. We need to for it.
You can't appeal to the authority.
And go up in a plane and look at the curvature.
We've all been in a plane.
Hey, those scientists you were just talking about, they disagree with you on that.
And why don't you look out the window?
Yo, those scientists, Central just made a great point. The same scientists you're appealing to tell you can't see curvature from an airplane. So what did you say?
Specifically who, right? Wasn't that Neil deGrasse Tyson or something?
Yep, that stuff is flat.
Right. So your own scientists from the mouth of the man that you essentially worship said that you can't see curvature.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat.
What's wrong with your mic,
There you go.
That's Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's okay if you don't recognize his voice. It means you probably don't worship him, which is good. Good.
It also means that he doesn't even seem to know the scientist, so-called, that he's appealing to.
Correct.
Right? That's really awkward. Really awkward, man. It's okay if you say, I don't know. We're not going to ridicule you like we receive ridicule about flat earthers that we're stupid and we don't understand. That's all.
What are you on about?
You know what it is? Like you have a lot of trust in the system, right? And you're probably confused as to why we go against that system. You know, I'm trying to figure out your mind, like where you're at.
Where does
what
the
you're going to
sun
receive.
go when the sun sets?
Too far away. Realize that you just said you could see curvature from an airplane, and that's not true.
Or from your window. You said just look out your window.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
But mathematically,
you think that the government is paying me to tell you that the Earth is round?
No, you just believe in something that's not there.
Yeah, you're just having delusions.
Mathematically, that's impossible, and I just told you.
So you're saying that millions of billions of people are all delusional?
Being lied to simultaneously, yes, by a one-world military.
Did you not listen to
CGI? Is it do they have screens in airplane windows that are
Yeah,
dude. Did you listen to what your heliocentric priest just said? He said you don't see the curvature of the Earth, and he was talking about an altitude of 128,000 feet. A little bit more than the altitude a plane flies at. So what are you talking about?
Right. In other words, he's saying you have to go. Neil deGrasse Tyson said you have to go higher than that, basically. He was inferring that you'd have to go higher to see curvature.
That's like 3 times.
One of my relatives flew the U-2 spy plane and took photos of the curvature of the Earth. You can see it.
From what altitude?
From what
this is
they didn't take any photographs.
It was borderline space.
All right, hold the phone. Are you aware of the percentage of Earth that they claim that the people on the ISS are capable of seeing? Are you aware of the percentage?
Who's they?
Huh?
Who's they?
The ISS. I'm just asking you a simple question. It's a yes or no question. You can say no. Nobody's going to hurt you. It's okay. Are you aware of the percentage that the ISS people claim mathematically, and this is in the models, you can do the math yourself. Are you aware of the percentage at the height of the ISS? Yes or no?
Oh, why do you keep using that stupid soundboard? It's actually getting on my nerves.
All right, Yam.
I freaking love it. It's such a good meme.
Because you're taking so long to answer,
It's
like,
not even
the easy question. Yam. 3.
Hard to answer when you have to type the question.
Three.
That's funny.
3 is the answer.
Who's laughing like that?
I'm hysterically laughing. Thank you.
Mr. Yam. 3%.
Question.
I'm giving you the answer. The answer is 3%.
I don't even know what the question was.
The portion of
Maybe
the
if you
Earth.
want me to hear, then you should tell this dude to don't mute me.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to mute you. I was in the middle of speaking, answering a question you asked, and you're interrupting me, and then telling me that you can't hear my answer. That's because you're talking while I'm talking, answering the question that you asked me. That's illogical. Let's get with the program.
Yeah, focus, Yam.
All right. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Okay. First of all, maybe you should stop acting like Stalin.
Yes or no question.
You were talking over me, though.
Question. Just you like yes or no questions, right? You're flat, son. So answer the question,
bro.
Mr. Yam, your time here is very short. If this is how you're going to communicate.
You're talking over me, and then you don't mute him. It's just because you want to
try not to be offended, bro. Just like let it go, and like we'll be cool.
Yeah, a simple question. I know you're trying to do this weird thing of thinking that I'm acting like Stalin. That's a weird comparison, weird flex, but okay. All right.
Little Stalin-esque.
ISS. Are you familiar with this?
Yes.
This thing.
International Space Station.
All right. Is that higher in elevation or lower in elevation, according to the narrative, than an airplane? Higher. Absolutely. That's the story that we're told. Now, again, based on what they do with the mathematics, they claim, and you can do the math yourself, what is it, 50 miles, however high up they say the ISS is, okay, you can work it out in a program, you can work it out on a sheet of paper if you're really brave, all right? 3% of the Earth's surface is visible from that elevation, okay? Now, that might initially sound insane until you crack out the paper, pull out your 60-degree perspective, your field of view. I know, well, what about 90? Why not use other angles? Why 60? Whatever you want to use, do the math, okay? Why is it that they can, that's a good question that leads from that, right? Why is it that they can only see 3%? But even more importantly than that, thank you so much, CB. So even more importantly than that, why is it that all the images from the ISS demonstrate the Earth to be a semicircle? And what I mean by that, sorry, Jenny. What I mean by that is, why is it that all of their photography and videography from the ISS demonstrates what most people would conclude to be about half of the Earth? Why is that? You ever thought about that, Mr. Yam? Why is 3% made to look like 50%? And how is 3% looking like 50%?
It's actually 33%.
No, it can't be 33%.
I've actually done the math in physics class.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
No.
It's 33%.
No, it isn't.
At 408 kilometers, it is. That's how far up the ISS is.
Man, run me through that math problem right now. You did it in school. Do you got it right? Well, I mean, you said it was that was the way it is. I mean, but if you did it, you did it again. Just did it.
Yeah. Then why don't you show me how you did your math to get 3%?
All right, maybe he will.
50 miles. How did you get 50 miles? That doesn't even seem remotely close to 408 kilometers. If you're going against the narrative, then you should have to prove to me.
Okay, 250 miles. Okay. 250 miles. I remembered part of the number, and I was significantly incorrect. I apologize for my inaccuracy. I had part of the numbers correct, but as far as 250 in comparison mathematically to a radius of 3959, proportions. And anyways, the CB radio posted that's not 33% in the slightest.
Okay, Mr. Yam.
It's just it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense when you just make up stories. Oh, I did it in physics class and it was 33%. I just made this up though.
You can even look up the calculations.
Forget the calculations. What about water? Do you really think like the oceans like bend somewhere out there along the horizon? I mean, you've been to a beach, right? Like,
you really think that it falls off the edge of the earth?
No. I'm not worried about that. We can go back to that. I mean, that's a funny one, but like, do you actually see in your mind the flat oceans that you've seen in person? Do you see that wrapping around a ball?
You can physically see the curvature, and yes.
No, you can't. We just walked through mathematics.
From a beach?
Yeah, there's no curvature to be seen.
Yeah, water is flat, dude. Water always finds to seek and maintain its level, taking shape of its container. So where do you observe like oceans curving? Doesn't that kind of sound silly?
Horizon?
At the horizon? No, the horizon's always flat, right? That's why it's a horizon, because it's horizontal.
Yeah, he's walking right into a trap. If you can see the Earth's curvature from the horizon, then every horizon, based on your globe model math of a radius of 3959 miles, must be at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height. Guess where it isn't?
There. The answer is there. It's not there. That's your answer, buddy. But you don't appear to be very excited about answering some of these questions because...
No, because you guys, you just spit out what you have to say. I'm lecture me. I don't care.
Right. So yeah, for the globe that you believe in to exist, the horizon would have to be at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot observer height. Do you think that's where it is?
Sure.
Didn't catch that.
Sure. Maybe say that again. I don't think he understands.
Okay, so
what exactly that means.
Right. So if you're looking at the horizon at 1 foot off the ground, you're going to have the horizon at a maximum distance of 1.2 miles in front of you. That's just based on the globe Earth geometry that they've claimed. It's just the geometry of it. So, do you think that that's where the horizon is?
No.
Good answer. I just posted a pic where it's at 10 miles.
Number,
yeah, that's just derived straight from the 3959 mile radius, just using Pythagorean theorem.
Right. According to the numbers they give us about what this place is and what size it is.
So what I just posted in the voice text, live stream voice text channel is impossible on the globe that you believe in. And it proves that that curvature that you think you can see if you go really, really high doesn't actually exist.
And I have a question for Mr. Yam. Are you looking at the voice text? Because that illustration that CB Radio posted is pretty clear too.
Yeah, Mr. Yam, there's
not accurate. It's not even using the correct values.
What?
It literally is.
It really isn't.
What your discrepancy of the difference between 408 and 400 is there that or are you complaining about a discrepancy of less than 10,000th of a percent?
Yeah, it's not going to change 3% of the surface to 33%.
That's not how you do math, but okay.
Okay, well then tell us how you do it.
He doesn't think. But thank you, Reifraction, for posting that. I knew that this 3% thing existed somewhere, so thank you very much for posting my source material for what I was saying.
Yeah, no worries.
But also, if you don't see any curvature of the Earth, then why does the horizon appear different at different lengths?
Good question. Now you're getting somewhere. You're asking questions. That's a good question to ask. Why do things appear differently based on where you're at? Because you're at a different spot.
Okay.
You see what you see wherever you are. It's almost like I'm not saying anything, isn't it? But it's actually a statement of deprogramming to help you understand that, so I don't see something because of some magical numbers that don't correlate to reality, curvature, right? I see what I see because I see what I see from where I'm at.
Wait, ask your question again. Didn't you ask something about the sun specifically?
I thought he said horizon. I think he was talking about the horizon.
He said nothing about the sun.
Well, that's where it all began.
Never mind.
That is where it began. Y'all were talking about the sun's
Yeah,
reflection
but
and
we've
this and
moved
that.
on.
And yeah. That is where it began, though.
Yeah. New question? You got a new question for us?
Is there an edge of the Earth? And if so, how is what does it look like?
Why would you assume there's an edge? Just out of curiosity. Because you watched Pirates of the Caribbean #3? Is that why?
Isn't round, then it would have to be.
Why are you assuming edge?
He asked is, though. He didn't assume it, though. He asked is. Simple answer, no.
Well,
you can't have gas pressure without a container. So since the whole world's inside a container of some kind, it would be an end, not an edge. There is no vacuum of space for there to be an edge, too. There just be an end of the Earth. But we don't know where it is. We don't know what it looks like. The container, the dimensions of it, the size of it is unverified. But we do know for sure that we're inside a container of some kind, because you cannot have gas pressure or a vacuum without a container. And you certainly can't have one next to the other without a solid barrier. So there is no vacuum of space. We're not floating in space.
Unless, of course, you believe Pirates of the Caribbean #3. At World's End is the title of the movie. And they do an excellent job of pretending that that's what people think the flat Earth is. But
yes, they do. It was very entertaining.
It's pretty fun. They even go through the ice wall. It's a little interesting if you think about it, but that's a movie.
And we don't live in movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm also adding on top of this. Why do we have photos of airplanes and photos of the Earth and stuff like that being round, but we don't have any photos of the boundaries of Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Any photos that you've seen from airplane altitude that make the Earth look like it's round, that's just an effect of a curved lens or some other distortion that's been applied, usually a fisheye lens.
Because you can generally, if they dip down, if those planes dip down and up, you can see that the Earth actually will go from a bubble, like looking like a ball, to looking like concave and then flat and then concave, and it changes. If you watch those videos, it'll tell you right there that they're using a lens that is distorting the image.
Yeah, and you'll see that effect, 20 feet off the ground, right?
Exactly. You'll see a plane sitting on the runway when they're first starting out, and it's perfectly flat, and then they pick up, and it totally starts curving, like it's a super curve. And then when they plane out and they dip down, it's concave. So you cannot go by that kind of footage to think that you've seen a curve.
Globe proof in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, exactly.
What about footage that you've personally taken?
But that was the very thing that the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing that we showed you was talking about, right? He was talking about an altitude of 128,000 feet, and he was saying that the only curvature that you were seeing from that height is just that of the fisheye lens that was used. It was not Earth curvature. He was saying you're not high enough to see it. That's what he was saying.
And no commercial flights fly that high. So if you've ever flown in commercial flight and you think you've seen a curve, you haven't.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Sure, yeah. What brings you to the server?
Oh, I was just hanging out on another server where they talked about like being on here, and they said, that the URL invite, I guess, is just flat Earth without any spaces. So I just punched it in. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
No.
What do you understand about the topic?
I mean, I haven't really concerned myself with it. I'm if you want to say that, I'm not a flat earther, if that's the correct term. I don't know. But on the other hand, I find people who are like coming on here, like trying to debate you, whatever, calling you stupid and so on. I find them like to be extremely obnoxious themselves. very, I don't know, like ignorant.
Yeah, that's fair. Sounds very fair. Well, welcome. I went ahead and gave you the VC verified tag. Be aware that there are a handful of rules and expectations, mostly correlating to Discord terms of service. And I'll let you know that this is live streamed. This specific voice chat is live streamed on a handful of platforms, but primarily YouTube. Just be aware of those things and use standard internet discretion.
Right. Yeah. The obvious stuff, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, if you have any questions, curiosities on the subject, there's a handful of us that are quite familiar with the topic. And
right. I mean, one interesting thing, or like one thing I'd just like to know from you is, I've heard of this concept, what's it called, relative buoyancy or something like that, and I'd just like to, yeah.
It's referred to as relative density, but yeah, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I'd just like to know, like, how that, how that would work. Like, does that work for you with or without gravitational pull or something?
Yeah. So when people use the word gravity, they oftentimes have an idea in mind, and interestingly enough, that idea usually correlates to a very archaic interpretation of up and down and why things go up and down, referred to as the Newtonian gravity model. Are you familiar?
Yeah.
So, like, the concept of mass attracting mass, are you aware that was superseded and actually abandoned a little over 100 years ago?
Is that so?
It was abandoned for a newer system that you've also more than likely heard of, known as the warping and bending of space-time, the theory of relativity from Einstein.
Right.
And did you know that is currently being reformulated and, for all intents and purposes, will ultimately also be abandoned in the current understanding? And by understanding, I'm using that word very loosely. I could call it a narrative. I could call it a story. Right. But they're abandoning that for a medium or an element or a component that exists between matter, such as there's different theoretical elements that they're inventing, like the graviton, or the Higgs boson, or antimatter, or black matter, to explain in a more consistent way what we see in reality. Now, right. I'm gonna give you a little bit of an analogy. You may have been in a conversation before where somebody just says God for all the answers.
Okay. I mean, not really, no.
Okay, or basically what I'm saying is, if you just say magic is the answer, magic could answer everything, right? So, and I don't mean that literally. I mean that logically.
Yeah.
So if magic can do anything, then magic can fill the whole of explanation for anything, because you could just say, magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. Yeah. And I'm using that as an analogy for what's currently happening as they continue to obscure into deeper forms of sophistry, I would call it.
Right.
They say things that sound really smart, but they're really just using a synonym for the word magic when they invent ideas like particles or forces. They just make a new name, oftentimes after somebody's last name or something, who talked about the subject, and they name it this new thing after that, and then they're like, this explains it. This answers all the questions. So I know that's kind of a convoluted way, a roundabout way to get to the point. Things go up or down. The question of what causes things to go up or down is only answered in part by relative density.
Yeah.
I had a really good analogy for this the other day. Oh yes, here was my analogy. Are you familiar with when somebody slams their hand on a piano and or doesn't know how to play the piano and it sounds really bad. They call this dissonance.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question for somebody else the other day was, why is dissonance, why does it sound bad?
Right.
Why does harmony sound good and dissonance sounds not good?
Yeah. I mean, like if I'm allowed to answer with
of course.
at least what I know, it has to do with more or less the frequency being, let's say, in a let's just call it pleasant ratio, like to each other, right? I mean, that's more or less how I understand it. Like, yeah.
I would just reduce it down and say, why are those ratios inherently good as opposed to bad ratios being inherently bad and or unpleasant, right? So I'm asking a question that might not necessarily have an answer, but you do understand the effect, and you don't have to understand the cause to fully understand the effect.
Yeah.
That it's just another roundabout way of saying we can fully understand the effects of things going up and down and all of that. The cause may not be an answerable question.
Yeah.
But here's what.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know I'm talking a whole lot. I don't mean to cut you off. I will just add to this whole thing. The fact of the matter is, mass attracting mass was never demonstrated. It was an idea, somewhat of a post hoc, drawing the target around the object. You know, you shoot an arrow and then you paint a target wherever the arrow landed.
Right.
Kind of an after the fact. Well, this is the explanation, but we can't demonstrate it.
Right. I mean, I'm not. I think it possibly could be demonstrated, but I don't think that it up until now it has been demonstrated in a way that's like super impressive. Like we haven't really attracted like a meteoroid or something just with, I don't know, like a gravity beam or something.
The gravity beam sounds like a really fun device, like in Half-Life 2 and stuff like that, but I'm not aware of that existing in our reality.
I'm pretty sure that there's some that particles, not even like on a molecular or atomic level, but just like basically dust has been recorded, basically just attracting itself, more or less.
Yeah, you have to. I would say this: ask the question: are there other possible explanations for for the effect that you're witnessing? So, for instance, let's say you see a particle of dust, and you're like, "Whoa! I just witnessed other dust particles going to that dust particle." For instance, right? Or is there more than one possible explanation for the cause?
I mean, if you just said
it's just a yes or no question,
right? I mean, if you don't account for other variables, right? Surely there could be.
So, in regards to, is there more than one way to explain something you're witnessing? And that I would say yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, determining which one it is would require experimentation. The issue is, are you able to account for all of the variables?
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say, but I mean there is stuff like the Cavendish experiment and so on that have been performed in basically in surroundings where there's basically zero. There are zero other factors affecting it other than gravity. Air's been sucked out. It's been done pitch black and so on. Right? No nothing, no sound, no vibration. Just what we would assume is the gravitational pull.
I appreciate you using the word assume. There are very many issues for the Cavendish experiment.
Yo, that was a fucking major red herring, bro. Like, and this is why it's like.
Are you so hold on, Elijah? Are you addressing our conversation or the live stream debate?
Okay.
I can't hear you, Elijah.
Neither can I.
Elijah. There's an active flat Earth. I'm not going to call it a debate. It really doesn't deserve to be called a debate. Argument taking place. I believe that's what he was referring to when he was popping in here, because he was probably replying to the text chat.
Right.
Yeah, there are all these sorts of things that can be pointed to. The most important is there's a claim that there's curvature.
Right.
That curvature would obstruct your ability to see beyond a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
And if you see beyond that point, there needs to be a sufficient explanation for why that is.
Yeah.
And if there's blockage, or if there's an alleged blockage, but then it's not actually blockage, then the blockage is invalidated.
Right. I get what you're trying to say. Yeah.
And that's really the primary. Another aspect of the conversation would be it's impossible to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Pressure implies pressing. Gas goes in all directions and must be pressing off of a container in order for there to be pressure.
Yeah.
So we have gas pressure, therefore there must be a container for the gas pressure to exist in the first place.
Okay, but don't you think that the container could be more abstract than something that's as solid as glass or metal?
If that could be demonstrated, yes.
I mean, just to humor it, I would think under the presumption, that gravity functions as, let's just say, is consensus. I will just call it that. I would think that would suffice as a what you call it?
As a container.
Yeah, exactly. As a container.
Sure, I've heard the argument that gravity is the container many times. The issue with that is that demonstratable? Can you demonstrate that in an experiment?
Right. I mean, it's kind of like when you it's how do I say this? It's kind of like when like a water droplet surrounds an object or forms at all. I'd assume that it's like more or less something similar.
Adhesion?
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have to call it adhesion, right? It's more like surface tension.
Yeah, and you think gravity is the answer for why surface tension exists?
No, I think that surface tension exists. I think that, like I said, I'm a complete layman when it comes to physics and so on. I'm not pretending. I'm just thinking that this might apply to gases as well, as they, at least I'd imagine, also have like a surface.
I can imagine amazing things myself, and I'm not trying to be rude when I say that.
Yeah,
I can relate to how powerful our imagination is. The issue is that has not been demonstrated. I am not aware of any demonstration ever where that's the case.
Probably Google that. Let's see. Surface tension gas. It says. I mean, there seems to be some stuff about like the surface tension of gas and so on, but we don't have to like geek out or something like that. Like the complete opposite of what I want to do. I don't want to like make you read some stupid paper.
So you said you found a paper referencing surface tension of gases?
Yeah.
Yeah, post it.
I mean, like I said, I haven't read it.
That's okay.
Right. It's just something that I found just now. So that's the thing.
That is fine. It does say liquid, though.
It says gas liquid surface tension. So, I don't know what it will say in like specifically. And I mean, like having, that's the types, like the people who will just search something without having a clue of what it actually means that they're like referencing, then taking that as like evidence.
Yeah, and I would just say it says liquid too. So if you're going to,
I know. I'm just there's many like results for what I just posted. It's just something that was like the first result. Again, like I'm not here to be a missionary or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because to be quite honest, for the most part, the whole question on whether on like what the actual shape of a planet is has little to no effect on my life at all. Because I mean, if it's
Let me ask you this question: have you ever? It's kind of a vague question. Just think about it for a moment. Have you ever made a decision based on trust of the individual, based on trust in an individual?
I know exactly what you're going down on, like which road you're going down, and I support it 100%, because the main problem I have with the people that, the types that would go here and say something like, I'm going to debate these stupid flat earthers, or something. I'm going to destroy them with, science and logic and stuff like that, is that basically, just without judging any group here, at least for the few first sentences, I think it's much more rational to believe your perception more than, just somebody that you're told to believe, right? Mm-hmm. I think it's much more suitable for most circumstances, right? I mean, in many cases, we would call a person that just believes something which they perceive to be false, but are told to be true, delusional. Yeah.
So there are very many people that place a large amount of trust in certain people and or organizations, and inform their decisions based on that degree of trust. If they were to be made fully aware of the lack of honor is not the right word. The lack of justification for that trust. Right. If the untrustworthiness were to be exposed, it may help people make more, apply more critical thinking, and be a little bit more scrutinizing before making certain decisions. I understand there's the phenomenon of cognitive ease, where we tend to make there's certain behaviors that we find ourselves doing quite regularly, and we do them the same way, so we don't really think about them very much. That can be expanded out in a lot of different ways, and I think that there are people, you take a foot forward, a step forward, and you expect the ground to support you. That's a reasonable thing. But if you're, let's say you cross bridges on a regular basis, right? Like wooden bridges that are being made by different people. If you found out that there was this one company that, skips steps, doesn't manufacture bridges properly, and basically is just pretending, it would be important to know that. It's just a loose metaphor.
Mm-hmm.
But
I get what you're trying to say. Yeah, it's many a times, people keep believing what they're believing, even if they're presented with authentic information that they, that what they believed in previously is false, right? Like they will discard that authentic information in favor of, what they have been believing for quite some time. And that's mostly, that's almost like part of the whole gambler's fallacy thing, simply because they invested so much of their time, effort, and just basically life into believing a certain thing, even if it's not like actively believing it, as in like that they don't think to themselves, oh, I believe in this and that. They just do passively, right? They will obviously put up at least a bit of resistance when being convinced of something that's contrary to that.
So how many long distance observations are you aware of that point to falsifying a radius claim for Earth?
Oh, I don't know. I don't really, like I said, I don't. I mean,
no, it's okay. You could just say I'm not aware of any. I've heard of one or two. Like that's all the answer I was looking for.
Like I said, I saw some videos, right? But I'm not tracking that. That's kind of like looking out for looking at those things, like waiting for them to happen and then looking at the results. I don't know, that kind of seems like, I mean, it's obviously it doesn't track at all, but it's kind of like if you allow that comparison, like baseball for flat earthers. Like it's like you just wait for it to happen, and then like hopefully like your team wins, more or less, right? But I seriously don't have any recollection of like any serious trials or experiments like that, except for, you know, my own, which aren't really planned or scientific in any way.
Yeah. So this specifically would not be referred to as an experiment. I'm referring to just what's known as long distance observations.
Right.
So if you're not really particularly aware of any, it sounds like you're kind of just, as far as this topic goes, you're hanging out for a verdict at some point. You know, is that fair? Kind of
sure.
Your position on it? Like, oh, it looks like they're arguing about something, and one day maybe we'll finally know the actual answer. Something along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if we were to like seriously debate, you know, but like if I was some like staunch globehead, if you want to call it that, and you were to completely like disprove me in every single way, I would probably not change my opinion, simply because I have been more or less, and to be frank, kind of programmed to instinctively like reject flat Earth as like a serious belief. And not only that, but how do I say this? Basically, just see those that do believe in it as ridiculous. That's like something that I don't know, can't really do anything against. But the thing is, I want stuff like, for example, Hollow Earth to be real so bad.
Yeah, because of Godzilla, of course, man. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for as well. Damn, Godzilla brought Hollow Earth. Damn, I was all in for it. Yeah, a huge monster like that in the middle of the earth. Damn, it went crazy. One thing I was just curious about your age, though, if you don't mind. I'm 34 right now. What's your age?
Oh, I'm 21.
21. Okay, so I was in globe religion for like about 25 years. So my case is worse than yours. There you go. I win. I'll stop it there.
Boom. Yeah, no, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not trying to judge.
We're all programmed to think exactly what you just said. All of us. And I think one day, if you can realize that there's nothing to debate, then things would change. Because it's not like anything can be debated about. You know what I mean? Nobody's going to be able to debate how tall you are unless neither person or one of the people don't know how tall you are. So out of ignorance, they might say, well, I've stood next to him and it seems like he's shorter or it seems like he's taller. In that sense, the only way you can debate it is if you're actually debating ignorantly against something that already is. Then there are things to debate, like things about opinions, like your favorite color, your favorite restaurant. But when it comes to measurement, or when it comes to persons, places, and things, well, that we can go to, those things just can't.
Yeah.
A thing is a thing. There's nothing to debate about a thing being a thing. In this case, the Earth is supposedly a globe thing. Well, we test that. We can test whether or not the dimensions are accurate in the way the math describes them. And we have an argument called the Black Swan, where we focus on the distance to the horizon, which is supposed to be geometrically blocking the rest of the Earth, because the rest of the Earth is hidden by the curve, right? That's why we can't see everything. That's what Professor Dave just said in his debate. And the bottom line is that horizon is never geometrically where it's calculated to be. As a matter of fact, it's further. as many times as I've actually seen it, and there's been the times that I've seen it on video now. Well, video came first, but then I went out to actually view it myself. But at that point, you don't debate whether or not the horizon is geometric. We just know that it's not. There's nothing to debate unless you're a person who doesn't understand what an obstruction is.
Right.
Obstruction being the geometric horizon. Metric because it's supposed to be measured to be 1 mile away if you're 1 foot off the ground, or a 6 foot person, it'd be somewhere around 3 miles away. That's its measure, the measure of your physical blockage from the rest of the earth. So the moment that you realize that that's actually not true, there's nothing to debate about it. It's just something to realize.
Right. I mean, like the obvious follow-up question is, I mean, it is said that supposedly the Earth is not spherical, but more like basically like a discarded apple, almost like an apple you've thrown against a moving vehicle or something.
Yeah, I think Gospel Bearer has one of the best answers for this.
Yeah.
If Gospel Bearer is still there.
He's on a call.
Oh, give him a second.
Right.
But I would just say overall that's not the case. Overall, they would say that it's a minuscule amount, and for all intents and purposes, it is curving at a specific rate. That's like when they say Kansas is flatter than a pancake, but then you're like, well, on a planetary scale, not really. On a planetary scale, yeah, but when you're standing there, not really, right?
Yeah, but I read about that. Didn't they actually if you scale Kansas down to like a pancake, isn't it even flatter than a pancake?
Yeah, flatter than a pancake. But the thing about that is you can't have two different kinds of elevation, right? Because when we talk about 8 inches per mile squared, then it's the elevation drop between you, the point that you're standing on, and the earth that's curving away from you. And consequently, that would be what the horizon is. the cutoff at which you can see the land, because it's curving away from you. But you can't have that kind of elevation drop and have an elevation profile of flat when determining the flatness of Kansas, because that's exactly what you would have to use. Like the profile on Google, the elevation would have to be flat for you to know, based on that zero baseline, how high and how low things are on an average.
Right. I have a completely off-topic question. What do you what, in your opinion, is the more or less like optimal flat Earth fast food item? Because I'm ordering food right now.
Fast food item? I try not to eat fast food.
Yeah, but my refrigerator broke, so I don't know. I don't really have an option right now.
I would say, what would I say? I would say, dang.
How about a nice flatbread sandwich?
Thomas is Italian.
I mean, I'm thinking about like a real like trifecta here. So basically, on one hand, like you'd have the like the donut Earth, like the torus, right, where it's like double hollow, represented by onion rings. Then pizza balls for the globe, and then
what's a pizza ball?
Yeah,
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's basically just like a made from like pizza dough with a bit of like mozzarella and sauce in it. Yeah.
Oh, Gospel, I think you were on a call. Oh, go ahead. Your third item.
Yeah, and the third one is like it could either be a pizza or like a chicken burger.
This is what, if you can go somewhere and get an omelet, that's a good quality. There's not a lot of garbage in omelets. I mean, some people, you could have the argument about if ham is in it or whatever, but omelets oftentimes have, pretty legit things depending on the quality of the cheese, like bell peppers, tomato, onion. Those are all good things. That omelet is raw. I don't know. Maybe it's just melted cheese.
I mean, many people often overcook their omelet.
Yes.
But on another note, like, what do you think is more flat Earth like? A burger or pizza?
I don't know. I have different ideas about how things might be.
The bun, because at the on the underside of the bun, you have a plane, and then under,
You're just
who knows?
thinking about a burrito, bro. and I find it hypocritical that you didn't say burrito the whole time, because I know you were thinking about it.
Burritos don't have a flat level surface.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, not level. I mean, you got to hold it level for it to be level, but they don't have a flat surface.
Get iron it. I mean,
So you tried it. You were reaching. You were reaching. Just as a matter of fact, that's exactly what I had only 30 minutes ago. A steak and chicken burrito. So I'm very upset that MJ called it out, because he could not have known that unless I really eat them as much as I do.
yes,
So
exactly. Yeah.
Oh man.
But on another note, back to the gospel. I was telling him you would be the best person to talk about, because when we were talking about the curvature, he's like, yeah, but don't they say it's not perfectly spherical? It's more like an apple. So
Yeah.
it wouldn't.
So check this out real quick, Spongle. They say oblate spheroid. They'll even invoke the word pear.
I said, an apple thrown against a moving vehicle. That's my what I said.
Okay, but just in case that idea ever creeps into your imagination, let me help you with it. Based on the globe model, based on the equatorial radius versus the polar radius, you understand the two reference points?
Yeah.
Okay. There is a 0.3% difference between those numbers. So again, 0.3% difference between those two numbers. So it is my claim, which I think is a very fair claim, to say that it's extremely disingenuous, and there's probably other words that I could use, like subversive or distracting or red herring, but it's very disingenuous to say oblate spheroid or paroid or any other thing besides an almost perfect ball is what they claim this Earth to be. So to distract by that and say that it's lumpy this or it's this or that is so inaccurate according to the numbers that they provide. It's absurd that they even go there, but they do. And I find that quite suspicious that they go there.
Don't you think that might be due to like 2-3 factors? The first one being that you can kind of like spin the polar radius like around if you just discard like the Greenwich line, and the next one being that supposedly water kind of like covers it, kind of just flattening out the dents, if you want to call it that.
You know what? I think I'm glad that you went there, because I just went through a video the other day. I kind of cut you off. Keep going, and then I'll post this really helpful video.
Right. I mean, the next funniest thing is that there actually is an ice wall, and they were like, just like, shit, let's just like make this up.
All right. So on the concept of, take into consideration all the claims of the globe, okay? Take into consideration the pathway of the moon. Take all these things into consideration, and then I want you to look at the map in this video. It's also in the thumbnail of the Earth the tides of the water, okay, and the different, quite apparently spontaneous or incoherent locations where these tides differ. This, to me, is a very helpful visual to dispel the illusion of a globe, to dispel the illusion of the moon causing the tides. There are places in this world, and you can watch that whole video, it's nicely done, but there are places in this world that have 4 tides a day. There are places in this world that have 2 tides a day, and there are places in this world that have a mixture of both of those, as in not always the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get what yeah.
So when people are like, the water, the earth is spinning and the water bulges a little bit, or any of those sorts of things, that's not what these tidal maps demonstrate in the slightest. But anyway, again, 0.3%. I give an analogy for that. After you shave your face, you have removed. I mean, if you do a really great job, you've removed maybe up to, possibly even more, but probably only up to 99.7% of the hair. Every time I shave, I can shave against the grain. I can use a 1 blade. I can use a 5 blade. I can use an electric. I can use whatever. No matter what I do, if I'm trying to not actually shave my skin off too and just destroy my face with, by scraping the skin, in addition to the hair, right? I'm not trying to hurt myself. I can still feel the hair, I rub my hand against the grain. I'm like, yeah, even after a fresh shave. Now with the grain, it's pretty smooth. It's pretty legit, but against the grain, I can still feel a little bit of hair. My point is to say that 0.3% of the hair is present means that you're unshaven. Oh, look at this unshaven man, which in reality, he's a freshly shaved man. He just dried his face off, and look at that unshaven man, is the equivalent to calling the earth some type of oblate anything or paroid anything. But even worse. It's even worse.
I still have only one question.
Yeah.
Should I order a burger or pizza?
Yeah, they're both relatively unhealthy foods. You're probably going to have a better physical response to a burger in general, as opposed. Pizza tastes fantastic. I mean, unless it's just crappy pizza. But burgers, I think, have a more dynamic nutrition set.
Yeah, I mean that's why the Italians didn't really achieve anything militarily after they became Italy, because how are you supposed to build any muscle with the protein from pizza toppings? How's that supposed to work?
That's a funny theory.
Yeah. I mean, look, people always rave about the great Italian cuisine, and yet it only consists of dough, tomatoes, and cheese.
It can be argued that nearly every continent and almost every culture in the world has a variation of the meat, cheese, bread combination. You can make an extremely long list of foods across the world that have that combination, whether it's lasagna or a burger or pizza or a burrito. The meat, cheese, bread combo is all but universal.
I mean,
in different proportions.
I don't even know about that. The only thing that comes to mind when I think about the rest of Europe is cordon bleu, and that's a weird specialty.
Yeah, I like chicken cordon bleu.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Yeah, but I mean, this kind of gets me thinking about the French cuisine and how people always say that it's great, but can't even name 3 actual dishes.
Croque monsieur.
Cuisines of the East aren't at all based on cheese and bread.
Huh?
Just
I know there's a lot of Asian cultures that avoid cheese, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a carb, meat, and other component trifecta.
Yeah. I mean, I have the feeling that you kind of generalized it just maybe a small bit there.
Yeah. But there is a long list, right? Pizza, bread, cheese, meat. burger, bread, cheese, meat. Burrito, bread, cheese, meat. Lasagna, bread, cheese, meat. Spaghetti, bread, cheese, meat. Like yes, it's a Europe.
Yeah, that's all. Like most of it is like a just a remix of Italian cuisine, or is just Italian cuisine.
Is a burrito?
I mean, kind of. It's just like Spanish. I mean, like isn't the Mexican cuisine just you take whatever's left over and then wrap it up and put some cheese on it? Like you refry it and put some cheese on it.
Thank you, Napalm. It's so accurate, though.
Wow.
I love Bubba. My favorite. He really was, honestly, an extremely endearing character. Like, whoever wrote that character, and of course the actor just did a fantastic job, but that's one of the most endearing characters that I can remember in film.
Yeah.
I love Bubba.
Yeah. God. Would you believe me that I only ever saw like Forrest Gump in German?
Sure. Is that your native tongue?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, well, yeah, sure. Why not? It's fine.
I find that I found out that it sometimes freaks people out that like we watch almost all movies like dubbed exclusively.
Ja, und auf und fliegen out meine Marsch.
Okay, that's like like a very broken sentence with some vague like offensive words.
Yeah, because it's a reference to Wayne. It's a reference to Wayne's World. So if you've seen Wayne's World, I don't know how it was dubbed
in German.
Yeah, ja, und auf und fliegen out meine Marsch. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the non German speakers, that's and monkeys might fly out of my butt. Pretty much.
I mean,
I see.
Kinda. Like, with not enough imagination.
And back to the imagination thing. It comes full round circle.
Yeah, everybody reminds Wayne from Wayne's World's classic catch wave when he sees a woman. Boing. Okay, now I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
Swing.
Yeah, obviously that's what they say in German, the German dub as well.
Mm.
Yeah, won't you believe it? They also dubbed the second movie. Okay, but still, be like on the food delivery question:
burger,
chicken burger or normal burger?
Ooh, it all depends on the quality of that chicken. Because if it's well done, not well done as in fully well done cooked, but like if it's the right level of juiciness, a chicken burger could be pretty good. But yeah, I think you have a higher likelihood of success with the standard burger, but depends. I don't know.
There are a few like variations on the burger. The Big Burger Basic. I mean, they're all just called big, but they're just like regular. That's a quarter pounder, basically, without cheese. Then the same thing with cheese. Then the Big Burger Western, which is the same thing, but with what I believe is barbecue sauce and bacon and cheese. The Big Burger Tijuana, same thing, but with guacamole, red onions, and Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, do that. Sounds good.
Yeah, but to be honest,
I'm a sucker for some guacamole, though.
Yeah, but I don't know like how well it will go with like Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is. I'm probably just gonna stick to that thing then. I mean, in all likelihood, like the place is run by some people who have to eat halal, so they will most probably like make a decent like chicken sandwich.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, some of the best chicken I've ever had was at a Turkish restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically stripped of all like pork privileges for the most part, right? So that's basically what they had all of their like guild points into, right? Let's see. I have to log into my bank account just to verify this payment. I don't know why it does this to me.
Yeah, always be careful when something redirects you to your bank.
Yeah, no, I have to like log in on my phone.
Oh, okay.
To like put a TAN into the thing or whatever. Okay, there we are. God. Yeah, but I mean, this might be like my hubris or whatever. But I have the feeling that like here where I live, we use significantly like less seed oil when we like make food, even if it's like junk food.
Wo in Deutschland kommst du? Nordrhein-Westfalia?
Yeah, I'm just gonna answer that in English. Currently, I live in Berlin.
Berlin. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Are you from NRW?
No, I'm not from that place. That's all I'm gonna call it. In many places, I guess it's tolerable, but other times, it's kind of a hellscape, right?
NRW or where you're from?
No, like NRW as you call it, right? North Rhine-Westphalia.
Yeah. You say it's a hellscape. Are you from somewhere else originally?
Yeah, I mean that whole place, right? It's basically chock full of like cities, right? That basically just rose to their position during the Industrial Revolution, right?
Yeah, a lot of foundries and stuff like that in the area. Yeah.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be a problem by themselves, right? But then they were, they were basically bombed to hell, and they didn't really like rebuild them right, so they still look kind of like temporary in some ways. Like in Cologne, for example, they've got a lot of heritage, with the cathedral, or I guess like church, or whatever. And I mean, they have Roman ruins, blah blah, all of this, right? But their inner city really isn't pretty, and that rhymed, so it's true.
You're a poet, and you didn't even know it.
Yeah, God. Now it's time to freestyle. The curse of a person tongues with puns.
We knew it. He's been sitting on that bar for a while.
Yeah, God. Yeah, that sometimes happens, doesn't it? You're trying to say something, but it's not like there's not like you have to wait for the opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels a bit forced then. Yeah.
Lord knows. I've had that situation before. Yeah. And have it. I mean, this is like a weird question because I probably already know the answer. But have any of you ever been to Cologne?
Yeah. So I was there for a very short period of time, just like an afternoon. Yeah. I've spent quite a bit of time around like Duisburg, Dusseldorf, Dortmund area. I have a friend who's originally from Oberhausen.
Right. Yeah. So, and you only spent your time in that whole area?
Yeah. Well, I was there for his wedding and spent a lot of time. I actually, if anybody has the opportunity or the ability to experience another country by staying with a family, it's a much more enjoyable experience to spend time with families and kind of learn more of the culture than to just kind of see the touristy aspects of areas. Mm-hmm. And that's what I was able to do with my friend's family, which was really cool. Yeah, I spent 2 weeks in the area. Didn't do a whole lot of tourist stuff. Went to like Kolkum to see the castle and get some wine. And yeah, everything else was just kind of hanging out with family, learning cultures, just the little differences between, American and German culture. So it was really cool.
Hey, you went to Kolkum. I mean, you at least went to a place, yeah, kind of worth seeing, right?
Yeah. That's a beautiful little town on the river.
Mm. Yeah, got a lot like those, in that whole area. But
yeah, I don't know. I left my Kolkum sticker out of the picture that I posted.
Why? You feared that you'd be doxxed? Nah. But a friend and I met this friend like when I did my semester abroad in Manchester. We actually drove around basically the whole middle and south of Germany for like 2 weeks in my car, and also slept in it. It was loads of fun. I also got to see a lot of areas that I haven't seen before myself. Yeah, really is something.
Germany's beautiful. And speaking of like the industrial aspect to that area, in I think it's in Duisburg. There's a old abandoned steel factory or foundry where they've converted it into a park, and you can really just kind of go all over this whole entire factory. It's lit up at night with a bunch of lights. There's rock climbing within some of the containment outside for the coke that was used for the processing of steel. It's really cool, and it's just completely open to the public to climb all over this whole entire old structure that used to be a steel mill. And one of the funny things is when we were there, you're kind of climbing and going through all these areas of this old shut down factory, and there's just sharp metal edges everywhere and stairs that are really slippery. And I was like, there's no way that you could ever have something like this open to the public that's run by the public government. There's just no way, because somebody would fall and sue and whatever. And my friend was like, yeah, well, if you fall and hurt yourself, that's your fault. Why should anybody else have to pay for that? And I'm like, I like that attitude. Why is it somebody else's liability because you're being an idiot?
Mm. Yeah, that's kind of like the attitude. Yeah.
Yeah, we have such a so many lawyers here in the States, and this culture of suing people for money and all that kind of crap, that something like that would just never fly.
That's true. I mean, that kind of sucks, though, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, near Berlin, there's this place called Ferropolis, right? City of Iron. That's what it's called. And basically, it's like a place where they used to dig coal out of the ground, and this big, I guess, crater is now filled up with water, and in a little peninsula that is smack dab in the middle of said now I guess lake, but ex crater, right? They still have all the machinery that used to work there. So basically, you have these ginormous machines that are just standing about, right? These old coal diggers and whatever, and they actually do festivals and concerts there. So that's a bomb location for a festival, right? In this peninsula, the middle of this lake, with all these big coal, I don't know, tools there, right? Really is something.
Yeah, it's probably very similar to the one that I went to in Duisburg. I think they call it Duisburg Landscape Park or something like that. I'll see if I can link it. Really cool, beautiful. The way they have it all lit up with different color lights and stuff at night. It's really awesome.
Right. Yeah. No, I have it. I have it on Google Maps. Found it right away. Yeah, I mean, it is cool, isn't it? You can bet that or you already know that so many banned pictures, photos, have been taken there.
Oh yeah, when we were there in the evening, my buddy was like, by the way, you might come around the corner and see a naked girl getting her picture taken. It happens here a lot.
Kind of weird. Yeah. But like I said, I'm not from North Rhine-Westphalia, and I'm also not from Berlin. From the general Wiesbaden, Taunus area, near west of Frankfurt.
Cool. So are you new to the server?
Yeah. It's brand new.
Yeah. What originally brought you here, if somebody hasn't already asked that?
Yeah. I was just preparing for some exams, and because I wanted to ask a question, I joined a mathematics Discord server. That's, I don't know, kind of dorky if I think about it. But then I joined the voice channel, and they talked about this place, how they debated, I guess, you, right? And they said that the code to get to the server is just flat Earth without any spaces.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I typed in.
Cool. So when they were talking about it, and they said they debated, what was their kind of overall general attitude about that, or their opinion about that?
Well, I guess you can basically sum it up in a single word. That word being smug.
That's a good word.
As in, they were being smug, or the server was being smug to them? They were being smug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it somebody from this server that was saying to come here and debate that was being smug, or was it somebody that came here to debate that was being smug?
The latter.
Gotcha. So just kind of like a general attitude of condescension.
Yeah.
They were probably just butthurt because they were provided evidences that they refused to accept, and it probably got them hurt their feelings.
Yeah.
It's typically what happens.
Spongle, are you willing to snitch this person for entertainment purposes for later on?
Can't even remember the name.
Ah, all right.
Like they were just in and out, more or less, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah. God.
Well, we have a mathematics professor that comes here often. He's not a flat earther, but he does regularly visit the server.
That's perfect. I need him because I need to cheat on a maths exam.
What category of math?
Okay. Basically, I've actually successfully done this exam before, but at a different uni. And I switched unis, right? Because I didn't really like my old one anymore. And I wanted to move. And for some reason, they didn't recognize that mathematics course, right? So now they are more or less forcing me to retake Mathematics 1, which is like, I guess,
algebra.
Mostly, yeah, linear algebra and differential equations and stuff.
Why would you need to cheat with that?
Because they basically told me, I mean, I don't know what it's like in the US, but they make it like extremely pleasurable to like do and also learn mathematics here. Next thing is I've only been told like a week ago that I have to take it because that's how long it took for them to decide on whether or not to accredit it, right? And me thinking that I not only have Mathematics 1 but Mathematics 2 as well completed, right? Or having had completed that in the past, right? Thought that, I won't have to do Mathematics 1.
So this may be helpful information to you. I just double checked. The CLEP exam exists in Germany as well. CLEP, College Level Equivalency Program. Hold on. Never mind.
Yeah. Also, Whammer, I saw what you wrote into the chat. Yeah, I don't like colleges. I don't know. They don't really exist here.
Yeah.
I'm
curious if there's a CLEP in Germany. So in America, you can be in college and you can take a test for like $85, and if you pass it, you don't have to take that class. Are you familiar with anything like that in Germany?
No.
Okay.
Like it's mandatory.
It's called testing out. Yeah. You can test out of mandatory class. It shows that you have the competence, so you don't need to be educated on what you're already competent of.
Yeah, I know.
Double check.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting in touch with my uni again, but seriously, I just want to pass this so I can like carry on and I don't have to like add a semester to my studies.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's money too. It's not just time.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, it's like just a smaller aspect of it, right? Doesn't really destroy you with debt here.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, but I mean, oh god, I just remembered. Yeah, I can't post any pictures. Otherwise, I would have posted the very first like page of the script. Ridiculous.
For a course to test.
Yeah.
Yeah, just ask. Is there an exam I can take to test out of a class?
The point, the point is, I don't want to take any exam at all because I've already done it. That's the and I've got like the module handbook. I've got like my what you call it, like.
Well, maybe you can. Why can't you transfer the credits then?
I mean, for most of my courses, I could and I did, but but in this case, I don't know if they didn't allow it, and I'm now getting in touch with like my uni again. To like
you got to appeal
to do it. Yeah.
All right.
Because it's
algebra's not a big headache, bro.
Yeah, it's just like it's how do I mean, look, it's not like you don't need to tell me that it's like not that big of a of a deal because I've already done it. It's just that the material that they give you is so it's just so like I would
tedious.
describe, like just kind of chewy to go through, right? It's just very tedious.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like they the first like three pages are all about sequences and series with overly educated definitions and laws and so on, right? Right. And it's like if I didn't know what all these signs meant, right, I would be lost. But all of this just builds up to them saying, oh yeah, by the way, you can calculate interest with this. It's so ridiculous. Like, I don't need the first three pages to get how to calculate like interest and like compounded interest. Completely insane, right? Just, I don't know, feels like a lot of chicanery.
Nice vocabulary.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's I mean, the worst thing is I always enjoyed mathematics, whether it was in school or like the last time I like took it in uni and so on. But this time it's just it really is just I don't know. It just feels mean-spirited. Like this is a first semester course, like a first semester class, and I have the feeling that they make me go through this just to like kind of test me, because everybody who's new to the uni has to do it to like prove their worth, even though I've already done it and I'm like a few semesters deep. Sucks. God, like
they don't trust you because you're from Frankfurt.
I mean, then they should trust me because I'm like from the actual Frankfurt and not from the second Frankfurt that's actually closer to Berlin. Yeah.
Can I ask you one quick question, Spongle?
Sure, go ahead.
If in reality the Earth is not a globe, would you want to know that?
I mean, the obvious answer is of course, right?
Well, not everybody. That's why he asked, because we actually find a lot of people. No, I wouldn't care. You alluded to that earlier.
No, it's not that. What I meant to say, it's just that it's not that I wouldn't want to know. It's just that there are a lot of things that are more like pressing right now for me. That are more like immediately important for me. And that's
I can understand that.
More about them and like solving all of these tasks before I would get to this.
Sure. If you're starving to death, for instance, you got to have a full belly first. If you're gasping for air because you're underwater, you got to come up for air before you address any other, topics or ideas. So, loose connection to Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs and all that conceptualization. So you gotta cover the base needs in your life before you start addressing some of these topics, maybe. But I think it's a relevant question. He was just making sure that that you were at least interested in the topic.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if I'm like starving in the desert and also like thirsty as all hell, right? Maybe if somebody told me and showed me that the Earth is flat, I would gain like a bit of energy just out of spite, just to like get through this and spread that information. Yeah. Oh God, the funny Maslow pyramid, right? I mean, that's kind of a funny marketing concept that I was also taught, but I mean, it's obviously like overtly bullshit, right? I mean, there are enough people who produced artistic things while they're in prison or somehow in danger or not well.
Yes,
right? I mean,
there's level skips.
Yeah, you don't need to be fat and like safe and well fed just to like paint or like to write something, right?
You could refer to it as a state of mind as well, though. You need to be in the right state of mind in order to access those higher levels, so to speak, I think is the premise. Not necessarily, and everybody's level is subjective as well as far as that thing goes. But anyway, I think Dave was also kind of hinting at trying to bring the conversation back to the topic of the server and the topic of this live stream. where we do try to work through the conversation with folks that either are not aware or are being contentious against the topic, one or the other, where we work on letting people know why the Earth is not a ball. And I had asked you earlier, were you aware of any long distance observations? And the general answer was no, because you hadn't been looking for them, basically, something along those lines, right?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So, does anybody have any geographically relevant long distance observations for that part of the country? Napalm or
For
anybody?
Germany?
Sure.
Not that I can think of. But I had a question for Spongle. Do you think it's a good foundation for you as a person to understand where you are and possibly who you are? Do you think that's a good foundational knowledge to have?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more or less like certain that I know these two things.
Can I ask another question that's kind of related?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because it is important when we ask, do you think it's important to know where you are? But because people assume that they do know where they are, it doesn't really engage the thinker juice the way, you know what I mean? They're just gonna go, yeah, of course it is, and I know where I am, right? So, do you think it would be, if you were actually being deceived and nefarious dealings were going on,
yeah,
do you think it would be important for you to know if it impacted you personally?
Yes.
Because you don't know how it impacts you because you don't know what's going on. But if it in fact was true, would you want to know?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah. Another aspect of the question would be those that are under the impression that the universe exploded and order came from chaos, and that they are complicated rocks, and all these sorts of beliefs that go along with that presupposition, they have a limited capacity for their perspective, and they also have a constraint for how they determine how to make decisions in life with those presuppositions in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I mean, it's just there's a big difference between that as your presupposition and the concept of creation, intention, design, which implies purpose.
Yeah.
Big difference between those two. So that in my opinion is the relevance of the question.
Okay. And now?
You said, and now?
Yeah.
What we observe, you've got, for instance, you've got the law of causality. You have philosophical ways of addressing this question. But then, in addition to just logic, you have our reality, where you can look at the fact that things are level. On average, across the land, it's level. The sea, under the sea floor, it's level. The sea itself is level. The sea level. And you've got all this straight flatness that is in opposition to the narrative that everything exploded and there's just a bunch of Dippin' Dots floating through. I know I'm being facetious, but just a bunch of balls, exploded particles that coalesced, and some didn't. Some did, and some didn't. And I mean, it's just a big chasm between those two different ideologies. But they're not just ideologies; it's what we can demonstrate and measure and see in our reality. That the surface of Earth, where we live and where we can see and where we can touch and look and measure, it's flat and level, and that implies something very contradictory to the story we've been told, basically.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, so coming to an understanding that you are at the center of the universe, right? That everything kind of revolves around us, and it might not be as far away from us as we've been told, can have some pretty major subconscious or psychological I don't want to say ramifications, because ramifications would be the current model. But there's certainly a lot of aspects within your life that do change with this understanding, and I say understanding because it's not a belief, it is an understanding of the nature of the world around us. And if you've been told a lie or incorrect information about the very fundamental nature of where you are and who you are, that has some pretty large ramifications to how you act and operate in the world and society as a whole. Do you feel you're of any importance or significance in this universe?
I hope I do.
You hope you feel? It was kind of a question. Do you feel that you?
I mean, from my own perspective, obviously, I think I do.
Do you think that this belief would maybe change or would increase a little bit if you understood that what we call the world is everything, that this realm that we live on is everything, that there's no billions and trillions of light years away, there's no possibility of us just being a nowhere planet in the middle of an ever expanding universe, and we're just some speck just like all the other billions and trillions of specks? Were you taught that in school?
No, not really, no.
So in Germany, do they teach the Big Bang and the evolutionary theories?
I mean, they kind of allude to it, but they also teach creation.
So your school curriculum does involve at least the other side of that equation, and they do teach a.
Well, actually, when you say creation, can you elaborate?
The Christian creation.
Neat. Was it a religious school or a normal school?
Normal school, like
fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, basically.
Well, they taught creation. How so? Explain.
Well, basically, it's just like normal class. Like basically, you begin having that class. So basically, starting in, I think maybe even first class, right? You're separated into Catholic and Protestant. I guess.
I'm sorry. I don't care about that stuff. No disrespect. I'm talking about.
We were just one sentence away.
Cosmetically, because we're talking about We're talking about the Big Bang and evolution and things coming together by way of gravitational accretion. That's that creation story. So, in terms of the actual creation, right? Like, what did they talk about in regards to cosmology?
Okay. Like I said, in religious class, we talked about creation as it is in the Bible. Right?
And that was very vague and obvious, but that's why I'm asking you to elaborate, because you're the only person that can say that. Like, make it interesting, please.
Well,
I'm just asking.
Do you remember the details, Spangle?
I mean, you all know the story, right? Like with the 7 days.
Some better than others. Did they say, God made everything in 6 days?
Yes.
Okay. So they taught you that, but then they also taught you that did they say believe? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion? What?
Oh, my mic is hot. Sorry, guys.
Oh, okay. What was your conclusion, Spangle? Like, when you were all done with that portion of school, were you like, okay, some people believe God made everything, some people believe that nothing exploded and made everything, and these are both beliefs? Or were you like, people used to believe this story about God, and now they know that nothing exploded and created everything? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion of school?
No, we were taught creation as fact.
Oh, okay. But what about evolution and Big Bang stuff? Are you saying they didn't go over that?
I mean, not at that time. I mean, we're talking about elementary, right, onwards. We talked about selective breeding and adaptation, right?
Okay.
And I guess evolution can be put into that, but it was far removed from, like a lizard turning into an ape or something.
Sure. So basically what you're conveying is that indoctrination doesn't start, or did not, at least as far as your experience go, went, it didn't start at a young age. That aspect of indoctrination.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not.
That's an atypical experience for Americans.
I'm not. Okay, right. I'm not an atheist. If you think that.
Okay, no, I didn't really make any assumptions. I'm just asking questions for clarification.
Right.
It's peculiar. Like that's not the normal experience. It wasn't my experience going to school in the 90s, the early 90s, and
I mean, I'm still not convinced that all of the details are clear. Because, in all honesty, before Flat Earth, we all knew that most people regarded themselves as Christian, even if they didn't go to church, even if they, for whatever reason, didn't really espouse the faith. But they're like, of course, Jesus died and whatever. They used to go to church and yada yada. That's most people's feeling towards it. At the same time, they'll have a conversation with you about exploding stars and black holes and whatnot, as if that's real. So that means that the indoctrination did happen in a way that was far more subtle than we really think.
Yes, I mean that's obviously true. I guess it happens mostly through media and the internet. That's my best guess.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
He's Elijah. I don't know if you heard the part that he's from Germany, and then he's also young 20s. So, so these are all different contexts for differentness. That's fascinating. Seems to me. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was interrupting you.
It just seems to me that you're suggesting that an 8-year-old in Germany, at least that has or had a similar experience to you, wouldn't be under the impression that of any Big Bang narrative, apart from what they might be getting in cartoons and all the other areas. But as far as from school, you're suggesting that that's actually not part of that early stages of development context.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, in this day and age, you'll get it from Cat in the Hat. You'll get it from the Octonauts. You'll get it. You'll get all of those narratives from.
Oh, wait a minute.
Everywhere else.
That's hard to believe. Because again,
I'm taking his word for it.
My media tells me, and there's also Europe, and it seems to be the consensus right now. Of course, when I speak to other people, I have more of a mixed reaction. It's anecdotal, but generally speaking, from the powers that be, the YouTube channels that I watch, and any other sources of media, people think that the Earth being a globe is universal knowledge, and it can't be universal if there are some countries that are like, nah. You know what I mean? But there are many countries that supposedly have a hand in the space station, and then there are other countries that just have things orbiting, satellites orbiting and whatever, doing various different tasks. So everyone's on board, and they can't be on board if some people are like, yeah, I know some people are taught that it's a globe, but not me. I just don't believe. I don't know. It's odd.
Culture has a big way of, reinforcing the whole heliocentrism, globe model, all of that fun stuff, and it's not too surprising to me that in Germany you were taught the biblical aspect of it. Many Americans probably don't know the closer connection that the church and the state tend to have in Germany than they do, say, in like the United States. There's a very large presence of Christianity within Germany, and it's a very common thread within that country. And like I said, the separation between church and state isn't quite what it is here in the United States. So it's not too surprising that you were taught that in school. And you could possibly correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that even being a part of a church or a congregation, your tithe is basically extracted directly from your pay. it's that closely related to the state.
But it's not about being taught both things. I'm more considering the takeaway. And he's saying his takeaway wasn't that he was indoctrinated with understanding that this is how things came about. Yeah, there's that thing over there, but this is, he's saying, I think, that didn't particularly happen. And that his takeaway was at least open enough for him to think for himself. And I'm saying, okay, well, is that everyone's takeaway? Because on one hand, I have a mass media and nobody from Germany stepping up, most certainly, saying, hey, that's actually not true. They're saying globally everyone thinks this. Where's this coming from? Like, I don't see the people out there in droves coming out to say, don't put my name in your mouth.
Well, let me just say, what I meant mainly was we were taught creation. I don't know like which like Earth model they used in like first grade. It's just that I just know, like, because I know that we had religion in school, and I distinctly remember being taught like Christian creation, the whole story behind that, right? But I don't know specifically like which Earth model they used. Like, that's, at least in my mind, that's such a minute detail that I don't even remember it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting. Fine.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, like the average, like I guess like life of somebody from like my area was like, you go to school, I mean, as an infant, you were baptized. You are taught basically more or less everything about the Bible in the in elementary school, carrying on. Right?
Yeah, you're interrupting a sentence. Don't do that.
In I mean, like the basics, obviously, and in middle school and so on, you go deeper into the material, right? Talking about the individual prophets, right? What it means and so on. And then when you're around like 13, 14, 15, you get your confirmation, right? Where you become a full-fledged member of the church.
Good old Sky Gazer in on the conversation. I was hoping he was still alive.
No, I'm alive, bro. I was like just saying, yeah. I was like cheering on. So what was the comment? Like, what were you gonna say, bro? I think GP. I think you interrupted the whole thing. It was gonna say something epic.
No, I didn't interrupt.
Yeah, no, it's just you could go to your confirmation. I guess like classes or whatever, like in order to prepare you to become like a member of the church, like a true member. And yeah, I mean, you go there like for like half a year or like a year on every Saturday or something. And at the end, right, like more or less part of the tradition is that all your relatives give you a lump sum of money, and many buy themselves like a motorcycle or something.
Hey, Spongle, was I incorrect in my statement that typically the church will take a tithe directly from your paycheck as being a member?
Yeah, but you can kind of like block them from doing it.
Imagine like living in a world where it's like some kind of hot take. Imagine being like the kind of red pill Neo situation where it's like, yo, like Morpheus takes you to the red pill level. And it's like the red pill is just about like, well, yeah, the church, like what, when you're like giving money, it's like going to the church, like 5% is like going to administrative fees.
I mean, you can also just like,
no, but also like that's not that impressive and interesting.
Sky Gazer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're being a little disruptive. Slow the roll.
Also,
that is nothing new, unfortunately, man. It's unfortunate that the last time I heard you was months ago, and someone was telling you to stop being disruptive. So that's just unfortunate.
They have really strong beer in Norway. This is what I understand to be true.
Know about that.
So GP, I'm from Norway in Finland. I'm taking your vibes, when You know, I'm the knight. I'm the knight on the kind of like semi-dirty, not shining armor, just kind of like a muddy, like a semi-muddy armor, where it's like, man, this guy needs some shit done. You know, it's kind of like, oh, it's just for fun, bro. It's not a big deal, but it's funny. But I love this channel. I love you guys. So let's not make a big deal out of it.
You want to be a better man.
All right. Just don't interrupt people in the middle of their sentences. That's all.
Do you think the Vikings were the first flat earthers?
No, I think the first people were the first flat earthers.
All right.
Yeah, the question would probably better be phrased in like who are the first globe earthers, right? Because pretty much since time immemorial, the baseline standard of what we observe and what we experience in reality is a flat and stationary Earth. So somebody would have to come in with some compelling, not necessarily evidence, but a very compelling deception that what we see, feel, and experience on a day-to-day basis is actually 180 degrees from what the alleged reality is.
Right. I mean, they're all the...
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
Go.
So, Spongle, on a daily basis, do you would you say it's a true statement that you experience the Earth on a daily basis as flat and stationary, meaning you don't experience a spin and you don't experience any type of curvature? Just on a daily basis. Like if you got knocked in the head and you were in a coma and you woke up tomorrow and you didn't remember anything and there was nobody there.
If I got knocked in a coma,
bro.
No. If I get knocked in a coma,
homie. Yeah. Slow your roll, homie. So if you woke up from that coma and nobody had told you anything, you have zero backstory as to the nature of the reality or the shape of the realm in which you're living, how long do you think it would take without any outside influence to come to some sort of idea that you're living on a spinning ball?
I don't know. I wouldn't know what the fuck I'm even living on to begin with. Like, I don't think that I would like really think about it. Like, I'm thinking to myself in the Bronze Age, for example, right? What was the predominant perspective then?
Sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but there's a lot of.
You don't mean to, but you are.
I'm very sorry. I'm sorry, but can you explain? Like, it's kind of hard to listen to, but can you explain who is talking when he's talking? I'm sorry.
Who is talking is not you. That's pretty much what's taken place, and we're having a conversation here with Spongle. We have been for quite a while. And if you feel that you have anything of value to contribute based upon the current questions that are being asked, I would say find an opportune time to maybe interject that value. But if you don't experience that, maybe just go ahead and sit on mute. Sorry. But anyways, Spongle, go back to what you're saying regarding the Bronze Age.
It would interest me what they would believe the shape of the Earth is, because that could probably be my perspective then as well. If like I had to come up with something by myself.
Right, because just on a daily basis, what do you experience the Earth as?
That's like, I know what you want me to say, but the thing is, I'm not even sure what I'm even experiencing.
I think that as a I'm a side I'm a side viewer, and I think that you should just explain because you're criticizing the level of subjectivity that's happening in the current kind of thing. So I would like you to just please, because I think you're failing to realize how many viewers that are viewing you for you, and you need to present the pure you to the audience. So please disregard the authorities and become the pure you just for once in our lifetime, and let's see what that happens.
Okay, like, I'm sorry, I really have no idea, first of all, what he meant, and second of all, I don't know what I would think the Earth's shape is like if I didn't.
If you're responding to Skygazer, I'm sorry, I was on the phone. If you're responding to anything Skygazer said, he gets intoxicated. I wasn't I was being lighthearted about the Norway having strong beer as kind of a hit kind of thing.
Yeah, I know, I got that.
But he's a friend of mine. When he's sober, he's actually a really great guy. It's just drinks a little too much.
When he drinks, he's even a better guy. Like he's even out of a higher caliber or whatever.
Yeah, he gets really esoteric and cheeky and rude, disruptive, and a little incoherent. That is what alcohol does. But we can move on.
Right.
So basically, I guess you're saying you wouldn't begin to know unless you could see it or measure it.
No, it's just
which is pretty much what we're saying.
I wouldn't know because I'm so far removed from that situation where, you know, I haven't been told what to believe or what not to believe and so on and so forth, right?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is measurement about belief?
No, but it's like listening to somebody who tells you what they measured believe.
Exactly. You would have to believe someone who told you they measured something to be something, right? Like they claim that there's this measurement for this ball, but when we go, where is it? They take us to calculations based on it already being a sphere, or presuppositions that would take a circle and then assume it's a sphere, like with Eratosthenes, when you can do the same thing for your kitchen floor if you made the same assumptions. So there's actually no measurement. As a matter of fact, there's supposed to be a measurement, and I spoke about it earlier. The measurement is supposed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height of the feet. That will give you the distance to the horizon based on the measurement that the Earth is a sphere with a circumference of 24,000 and change miles and radius of 3,959 miles. So that calculation or formula is a direct result of the supposed measurement. So the problem is, when we use that calculation, we don't see where the horizon is measurably where the math dictates it should be. So it can't be derived from the measure of the surface of that size. The only way you can determine the shape of something is to count its size or measure it. Only people who have a belief in this situation say unless, because no, that's actually the only way you would do it. In fact, you already know this, as you said, without any other outside inputs or whatever. How would I know what shape it was? Exactly. But the thing is, the way you would determine it is the way they've claimed they've determined it. And when we ask for where that is, it's non-existent. So
okay,
calculations out the wazoo all day long, but the actual measurement, nope.
Sorry, I'm just finishing eating here.
Schnitzel, currywurst.
No, I actually ordered the 3 different Earth model meal, right? Like pizza balls representing the globe, onion rings representing like hollow Earth / donut, and the burger representing flat Earth. Yeah, but again, I think like
you know, it's funny. Yeah, the burger can't really represent it, right? Remember what I said earlier about the bun, and what I said about the portion of it that's flat, is because that's an aspect of the thing in question, right? It's not actually the shape itself. So it's like, again, like none of us are even claiming to know anything other than topographically what it appears to be. As far as the whole thing, how could anyone know? That's all we want to know. How could you know? How do you know?
I guess like a good way is but just think about like my vacation experiences is being at some place like the shadows setting in a completely different manner, as well as like the Earth, the sun doing so, right? like obviously, and basically the times of when the sun sets and rises being different. And if I were immortal and nobody else were around, I could probably figure out like the difference in if there is a difference, right? Difference in degrees between the shadows of the sun to a certain inanimate, immovable object. Like two of those at different positions.
You know what's funny about the difference in degrees? The difference in degrees is going to be measured off of the fact that you're using a flat baseline. Like a protractor. Isn't that interesting?
Okay, but the basically the effect it has is so negligible. It's kind of like you kind of have to use the Taylor approximation for that, as in you can at a certain level you can ignore certain factors and just approximate the the result, right? I mean it like if you
can you give me an example?
Okay, if you try to calculate the area of something, right? Like the area of your garden, right? You for the most part you ignore the and it doesn't matter if this has to do with the globe or whatever, but for the most part you ignore curvature. You just do square foot by square foot, right? Or like foot times square foot, right? And that's what you do. And the Taylor approximation, like I said, could also apply to like a round Earth, where at a certain scale you could ignore the curvature of the Earth. For example, when you're measuring the degrees of a shadow.
Not when it's 500 stadia apart. That's insane to say.
What? No, you measure.
I'm sorry. I was thinking in terms of Eratosthenes, because that's what people usually go to when they talk about measuring the Earth. But yeah, it's funny because listen to what you said about ignoring the fact that there's curvature, except for the fact that that's just begging the question. That's just saying, well, we're going to ignore the fact that there is and act like we're not. Well, how about you're just doing the latter thing and there is no curvature to take into account?
Yeah, the Taylor. Oops.
Because when I say give an example, you're saying, well, that you're not giving me an example. You're supposing we would be measuring the square, the area, right? And you're supposing if it's curved, we ignore that. I'm asking you to give me that's not
okay.
That's not an
another example. Okay, imagine, right? You let's see, you have like a mound of trash or whatever, like a trash dump, whatever, like a dump that you've basically kind of recycled into it becoming like a large basically steppe like patch of grass, right? And even though there is like a slight increase and decrease, like basically you go up a tad bit when you walk in one direction, down if you walk past a certain how would you call it, point, right? If you were to calculate an area on it, you could just, without any real harm to the calculation, ignore the curvature or like the steepness,
the slope,
whatever. Yeah, the slope of this, right? I mean, also,
yeah, I get that. Yeah, but that's also supposing that you're on a hill. Like, I get that. Like, if I'm on a hill and I want to know the length of it, yeah, I get that. What's your point?
Yeah, the point is that, like, just because some factors at a certain scope aren't as relevant, and ignoring them because of that doesn't prove that they don't exist. like all I'm trying to say.
And that response is in relation to what was said. Like what specifically?
Well, I started talking about like the Taylor approximation, how it's like basically you said, well, if you measure like the degrees of a shadow, whatever, blah blah, like they basically use a flat tool against a supposedly round object, this case like Earth, and I said that basically on a certain scale, right, you can ignore certain factors and still achieve a like a more or less.
Well, when you were talking about the hill, you weren't talking about it really didn't have anything to do with scale. It had to do with, well, you're measuring from point A to point B on a hill. Well, when it comes to measuring an angle, you can't do that off a curved surface. Can't do that. Well, you can, but how would that be related? But you can, but it wouldn't be related to the curved surface because the plane would just be extended out in a linear fashion, right? From whatever point that you're measuring. And the problem with that is we're measuring the difference between 2 points. So the baseline must be in the same horizontal frame of reference, which means it's flat.
Bruh. I mean, look, how can the Taylor approximation be valid for one thing and then not valid for the same thing?
I didn't say what was and what wasn't valid. I was only talking about angles, and in order to apply that to the ground, then the relation would have to be that we're talking about a horizontal plane. That's all I said.
If we have like an obelisk that's like what, 7 feet tall or something, I don't think that the curvature, like if you were to assume that the Earth is a globe, right? I don't think that the curvature would have an impact on your measurement of the degree of the shadow and so on. It's just so minuscule that you can just factor it out.
Yeah, but that's why I said the distance that Eratosthenes is supposed to be working with, that's not minuscule.
Okay, I mean, I was just talking about how I would do it. I don't know about Aristotle.
I feel you. I just thought you were. I mean, because when I brought it up, I was specifically thinking about that distance, not like the distance between me and the end of my garage.
Okay, I mean, what?
Like, because locally, everyone assumes it's flat. It's so big that basically, as far as we can experience, it's flat. So that's already flat as a given. Like, so people are already going to say, well, the curvature in that sense is irrelevant. Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about 500 Stadia.
What? In which case?
Between Alexander and Syene, man.
Okay. I mean, I haven't referenced that at all.
I did, and you began to answer to it. And I'm like, I don't know why you're saying what you're saying. It's not like I'm opposing what you're saying about, how minuscule something is and blah blah. I didn't contend with any of that. You brought that up in response to me bringing up the angle and how it wouldn't work.
I mean, I talked about how you could measure the angles of shadows and so on. And I guess you alluded to that, but I didn't really react to that, other with a bit of confusion, I guess.
Okay.
I really like that GIF, by the way. I saved it.
The kicking the ball out one.
Yeah. Yeah. Also the last.
So what about trying to validate that there is curvature, right? Because in that sense, in that sense, the conversation is a little different, right? Because we're actually supposed to be getting a value of something rather than saying, well, we don't have a value because it would be too minuscule. We're actually supposed to be finding something. So in the sense of curvature, we're supposed to be able to somehow figure out that there's convexity over certain distances based on how high above the surface of the Earth you are. And whenever we do that, and there's no curvature, to be detected anywhere. We don't really get any responses other than, well, that's because the measurement you're taking, the straight standard that would normally be a laser, happens to be bending with the rate of curvature that is also presupposed, i.e., begging the question. There's this obstruction that's supposed to be at 1 mile, but it's at 10 miles instead, which doesn't make sense because they're not talking about the geometric horizon. They're talking about light arriving to your eye from that blockage, from another location. So it's actually non sequitur. When we say where is the obstruction, it's not there, but they tell us the reason that what they think is obstruction is somewhere else is because, well, light bends around the ball at a certain rate. I don't get that.
Okay, I mean, sorry.
Like, everybody knows that light travels in straight lines for the most part. When they're detailing seeing something, I've seen them specifically say the reason that you can't see my face behind this piece of paper is because light travels in straight lines. If not, you would expect to see my face from around this obstruction. So it's fairly simple, fairly straightforward. We understand that there's Snell's law and refraction and how the angle of incidence can change when it goes when light travels from one boundary through a boundary from one media to another. But bending along the surface of a like light rays bending along a curved surface to give you a picture perfect image of what you normally would not be able to see, you can't even practically demonstrate that can happen in any other circumstance other than you trying to ad hoc explain why the numbers don't match. Not you specifically, but typically the people that we talk to that try to argue after we've laid out the fact that the horizon is not geometric.
Okay.
So it's just odd that people either don't want to talk about like actual direct measurement, because they pretty much say, well, you can't really do that. That's not really possible. But prior to 2 years ago, that's exactly what they did to try to disprove flat earthers. CFI investigators were powered by National Geographic, and they went out to the beach with some flat earthers. They put the camera as close to the water level as possible at 1 foot. The guy says that means that the horizon, the visible horizon, would be about 1.2 miles away, which means he's going off of the same formula we're going off of. And the boat goes out into the distance, and he's in the video, he's detailing how the stripes of the boat are disappearing because of the horizon. But in the video, and during the entire time he's talking, you can see that the horizon is behind the boat. So I don't understand what's hard for people to just accept what is. Clearly that was a huge faux pas on their part, and they didn't even realize it. And then when we pointed out to people, they just go, what about other pictures from NASA?
Okay.
Did you get the part where he was saying the horizon they claim to block something is actually behind the thing that they're claiming to be doing the blocking?
Not really, no.
Okay. So let's pretend that I hold a sheet of paper behind my head, right? And you can't see all of my face for whatever reason, and you can clearly see the sheet of paper behind my head. And I say, the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. But you're like, the sheet of paper's behind your head. And you're like, yeah, but technically the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. You would look at that person like a crazy person in that example, right?
Okay. So what's the connection here?
The connection is that's what they're doing with the horizon. The thing in the middle, the object to be analyzed, a boat, an oil rig, whatever, can be seen, but also maybe there's like something going on with it, but the horizon is behind it, but the horizon is the object or the thing being claimed to be doing the obstruction, but it's behind it. So the claim that the horizon is doing the blocking or the obscuring or occulting or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I got a Discord phone call, so.
I mean,
if it sounds confusing, it's because that's exactly. See, there's globe Earth rhetoric, and then there's anti-flat earthers that try to come out and rework and rejigger what has actually been claimed simply because we're pointing out contradictions and fallacies. Oh, there's a fallacy here. Oh, the reason for that is this. But no accredited university is on record for saying the things that some of these anti-flat earthers would say, just to challenge the fact that we're questioning something that we've come across that's supposed to be a fact but just isn't.
Okay, again, like I wasn't really confused by it. I'm just trying to look at a few pictures to confirm what I think it means.
What do you mean?
Like, I know what it means more or less, right? Like your piece of paper behind my head, it's obstruct my face or something. But
so that's an idea that was proposed, right? It's like, imagine this, right? So you get that. Now, instead of saying, well, this is true, let me say, imagine that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, due to the fact that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Therefore, when I'm looking out into the distance, and I'm looking at something that I know is marked to be, say, for instance, 6 miles or 9 miles, and then I see the horizon that's supposed to be at 1.2 miles away based on the formula, but that horizon is actually beyond 10 miles, that is how this imagining is analogous to Gospel Bearers imagining. It's the exact same scenario.
Here, I put a GIF in the chat. So just the first oil rig, okay? They're going to tell you that there's a portion of that oil rig that you can't see the bottom of. And the claim is that the reason you can't see the bottom of it is because the horizon or the geometric, the curve, right, is blocking even the first oil rig. Okay? You follow so far?
Yeah.
But the horizon, the thing that's in question here, is behind the first oil rig. It's behind the second oil rig. And to claim that that horizon is the thing that's doing the blocking is downright silly.
I don't see a problem with any of this, though. Like, I'm a sailor. I sail on the down low, right? And this all seems completely normal.
How many horizons are there?
No, you have to you have to decouple what you actually, because that's what they try to do, is hijack our experience and tailor the globe to it when actually there's no connection. So your experience and what a geometric horizon is has no correlation whatsoever. So whatever you've seen, just know that you've never broken out an Earth curve calculator and said, yup, that checks out. That's the point. That's what we're trying to point out. You may have seen something and said, well, that's being blocked. Cool.
Okay.
That's the Earth curve.
I'm going to ask it a different way. Smoggle. If there's a horizon at 1.22 miles in this GIF, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I don't know what, 1 point whatever miles, I don't get what
Okay, from 12 inches off of water, from 12 inches off of the sea level here, you would expect, based on the math, the geometry of the 3959 mile radius, you would expect a 1.2 mile horizon. That's where that number is coming from. It's from geometry of a 3,959 mile radius. So again, based on the claim that the Earth is a ball, based on the claim that that ball has a 3,959 mile radius, the horizon is supposed to be at 1.2 miles, 1.22 miles. If there is a horizon at 1.22 miles, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I mean, the man is not flush to the ground.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Again, the math of where that 1.22 miles is coming from is based on an elevation of 12 inches.
Don't know what that means. 12 inches?
1 foot, 12 inches, a third of a meter or whatever.
Right, but I assume this person is standing at, taller than a foot.
No, the camera is physically 12 inches higher than the water level.
Okay, so what? I mean, I've seen this so many times when I was sailing. And I don't see like two horizons here at all.
That's correct. You don't see two horizons. To claim that there are two horizons would be silly. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So what?
There's only one horizon. The horizon that you see.
If you live on a globe, you have to go on this imagination ride, right? And imagine that the obstruction of the rest of that land that you actually do see is at 1.2 miles. That would be factually correct in this imagining, based on the rhetoric from the globe, based on geometry. Except what we see is not that. So a Glober's attempt to explain that is why we drew the parallel to the piece of paper. Because in essence, they're just basically saying that and going, yeah, it checks out. What's the problem? Like, you're kind of going, I've seen a horizon. What's the problem? But I don't think you get what we're saying about it being geometric. Like, the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In the examples we're talking about, both National Geographic and the Black Swan that we have with the oil rigs, the observation was taken at 1 foot. You plug that into the calculator, it's going to give you a distance of 1.2. So, distance of what? Distance to your horizon. Except the distance to the horizon is not 1.2 miles. So it can't be blocking anything. You see the horizon beyond where it's mathematically described to be. If you lived on a ball with a sphere at the radius of 3,959 miles, there's really no way around that. The only thing we can say is, well, no, the horizon is beyond 10 miles. Yeah.
I mean, I'm still kind of looking at it.
What part of what I'm saying aren't you getting?
No, it's just, let me just look at it for a few minutes.
Yeah. That's fine.
Oh, okay. My bad. I thought, is it posted in the chat? Does anybody have that video? Because if not, we can just watch it now. It's like from the 3-minute mark to like the 4 minute. It's like a minute long. It's not that long, if you like.
I just.
Right, because you can either go to a beach yourself, or you can use some of the materials that we have. Hey, that's the beauty about it, is you can actually figure this out on your own. You don't need some higher source to validate whether the math is wrong or right. I mean, they've already proposed that this is what's going on, so all we're trying to do is find the evidence that it's either true or not true. That's all.
I mean, the only unusual thing is that it appears as if the it simply appears as if the platforms were like deeper into the water than they are. But I guess like all of this is more or less perspective. But I mean,
hold on.
Which I'm not going to go that far.
Can you see what you're not supposed to be able to see?
What do you mean?
If you're not supposed to be able to see it, right? Okay, I'm sitting in my room. I have an open door. There's a stairway to the right of my door. From where I'm at, I can't see the staircase, right? But if I could all of a sudden see it, that would mean something.
Well, I've just been coming here for about a year, so I don't know. This is different.
Are you hot, Mike and Elijah?
Sorry.
So no, it's okay. Again, there's an allegation, right? There's an allegation based on the proposition that Earth is a ball. The allegation based on the math is that there's going to be a hump between you and another object at a great distance. That hump should stop you from seeing things. That's the point. The good old-fashioned ships going over the horizon claim.
But you did mention perspective. I think he's aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, if I just remember like back to sailing school, right? It's like 2-3 things. I distinctly remember one thing where like we, because obviously we had to always consider perspective, right, distance, and so on and so forth when we were sailing more or less towards the horizon and so on. And basically, like if you're like we did this, we put like basically just a jar or something similar with like writing on it on one end of the table, like looked at it from like the other side of the table, but basically just from like flush table.
This is non sequitur.
And it looked very weird. Like it looked like the basically the bottom was kind of just disappearing almost, right? As opposed to when you're at a normal
that's
height.
a perspective issue. That's non sequitur to the point we're trying to make.
And also the next thing is that, for example,
oh my god, if I say something is non sequitur, he continues.
Let me carry on.
With a fallacy.
Do I have to
on the back of a point we're trying to detail to you so that you get it? You're trying to make a point on top of that is no relation to the point we're trying to get you to understand.
You haven't even heard what I'm about to say. How can you conclude this?
Okay, well, you got Cash App?
Okay. The next thing.
Because I'll bet you $5 if you're willing. Let's make it fun. I hate to waste my time.
Okay. The next thing is that we were also taught that, for example, when it came to light, we were easily deceived by something like the sun setting, as the refraction of the air and water makes it seem as if the sun was actually higher than it was, and being in reality being below the horizon more or less, even though it's
that's begging the question.
Above it. Right.
That's begging the question and non sequitur to the point.
Kind of making it hovering.
Okay, I can't. This is rude as hell. When someone even wants to stop you to ask a clarifying question or stop you to point out that you're off track, like it shouldn't be something that's rude, because now I can see how people can consider me being rude at this point. But in all honesty, we're having a conversation about something specific. Now you're talking about perspective on top of a begging the question fallacy. When you have something that's obstructing your view from something else, you have no perspective of the thing that is beyond the obstruction. That's the point. There is no obstruction here where there should be, is the only point.
Okay. Either way, perspective is something that's more complex than, you just look at it and it's there.
Yeah, but it doesn't apply to the globe model perspective. That's the problem.
There's it's like the bridge is out or something, right? So he's trying to make the point that you should not be able to see what you shouldn't be able to see. But we see, therefore, the claim that you shouldn't be able to see it is invalid.
Well, we don't see the base of the oil rig, and we shouldn't see it, and we don't. The position is
the
horizon is wow.
Yeah, the horizon's behind the rig. So if you're going to say that
the horizon is completely irrelevant if you factor in refraction.
The horizon is relevant unless what you're saying is a non sequitur. Then I could see why you're saying it has nothing to do with anything, because now you're making a point that's not relevant or related to the point that we're making, which is what I tried to tell you in the beginning. Now, when you're talking about geometry and when you're talking about something being physically somewhere, to obstruct you. In this instance, at 1 mile, there's nothing that's going to change that. For instance, if I come into town every day and I know that my house is a mile away and I can see my house a mile away when I come into town, that means there's going to be no instance in which I come into town and it's like, oh, wow, I see the hospital that I know is behind my house, and oh, gee, look at my house. It appears to be behind the hospital that it's normally in front of. That will never happen. Perspective doesn't do that. Geometry doesn't do that. Nothing in this existence does that other than ad hoc thought projects.
What?
I.e., being able to, exactly what I said, being a hypothetical situation, like, well, we have a horizon that's 1.2 miles, but it's actually beyond 10 miles, but it's actually 1.2 miles. It's the same thing. Exactly parallel.
And while we see it at 10 miles, he's also trying to say that it's obstructing 30 feet of a rig that's in front of it. And then he says that it appearing at 10 miles is irrelevant, while at the same time he says it's obstructing a rig that's in front of it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons you believed in.
Okay.
Spongle.
So?
How many horizons are there?
How many? What kind of question is that?
There's only one answer.
How am I supposed to answer this?
With the correct answer. It's a number.
Okay. I don't know, 3? Doesn't even matter what I say?
Yes, that would be an incorrect answer.
Okay.
I'll ask again. How many horizons are there?
You probably want me to say 1.
Can you show me a way that there could be more than 1?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, let's slow down because we're not talking about there are
Elijah, there's an issue here. He just said you probably want me to say 1, which implies that he thinks there might be more than 1, and I cannot wrap my mind around any possibility of there being more than 1.
It might get pedantic because then he'll be like, well, look, here's this source that says there's a geometric horizon, a local horizon, a celestial. What is it? What is the other horizon? All these other horizons, but refracted. When it comes to no, not refracted. That's nothing. That's not real.
There's only one.
We're talking about the horizon that is the visible boundary appears to be a boundary between the sky and the ground. That's the horizon we're talking about, the one that's visible, the one that we see when we look out into the distance. How many of those are there?
Okay. Come again. This is the response. This is the image he posted.
What about it?
Yeah.
What do you guys talk?
What was that, Fred?
So what are you guys talking about today? What's the subject?
We're just trying to I don't know what we're trying to do. What are we trying to do, Elijah?
How is an inferior mirage related to the geometric horizon?
I mean, it's just, the oil rigs appear higher.
Are you gonna do it again? Answer the question.
I'm saying what is truthful. Just because you don't have the nerve to listen to me.
So an inferior mirage is happening. An inferior mirage, because that's what this picture is showing. An inferior mirage is happening in the photo with the oil rigs. How is that related to where the horizon is? Because you know what inferior mirages are, right? They're what things appear to look like in respect or relation to the horizon. We're talking about why the horizon itself appears to be displaced. So what you're saying in this picture right here is non sequitur to the point that we're really trying to relate to you. Now, if you don't want to understand, then I'll just stop right now because you're a cool guy and it doesn't have to get into this, and it doesn't have to get to the point where I feel like now you're just playing a game.
I seriously see nothing wrong with it. Is this?
Well, you're not addressing it. That's the problem. You're not addressing the issue. When you say you see nothing wrong with it, you don't understand the argument to address it in the first place. In fact, every time you brought up an example, it was do you know what non sequitur means?
Of course I do.
Okay, so then what's the problem?
Can I maybe walk him through the modus tollens argument that may clear some of this up? Maybe, maybe not.
I did it in a metaphorical way. Yeah, go ahead and do it in the more pure way. That may be helpful. But then, yeah, go ahead.
So, Spongle, if I can direct you to the live stream voice text at 50 minutes after the hour, you'll see that I memed a picture there from the oil rigs, the Black Swan, and there's some text on top of it. Do you see that?
See.
50 minutes after the hour, 50.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, cool. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to walk you through this modus tollens argument, which modus tollens would state that if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. You with me on that?
Okay.
So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q.
How do you come to that conclusion?
So that's just based on simple math.
Geometry.
Correct.
Here.
So not Q. So in this picture here, where do you see the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rig, in between the oil rigs, or behind the second oil rig? Where does the sky appear to meet?
Right. I mean,
the sea?
It like behind and between.
There's only one place where the horizon would be, right? The horizon is defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground, or in this case, the sea. So if you're on a boat, you're a sailor, and you're looking at the horizon, and this is what's in front of you, this exact image, where would you say the horizon is? In front of, in middle, in between, or behind the oil rig?
I mean, I would say behind them.
Okay, cool. So this picture was taken, right? The video is just above this, from a 1-foot observer height. Meaning that if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then we should be seeing in this image a horizon no more than 1.225 miles. Now we have these oil rigs in this picture because they're known distances. So that last oil rig is 9.41 miles from where this video was taken.
Okay.
Do you understand the ramifications of a horizon that is not only further than 1.225 miles at a 1-foot observer height, but much further? Meaning that based on this observation, right, the radius and circumference of the Earth would have to be orders of magnitude larger than what it's claimed to be.
Don't you think that it has more to do with the basically, what you call it? Basically, that the bottom where the oil rigs would meet the water is obscured.
Where the oil rigs meet the water is not obscured. We see that in the image.
No,
the only thing that would obscure that would be the horizon.
No, what we see there is far above the water.
What do you mean? What we see is far above the water?
Can somebody post the image that's closer to dawn or dusk, where you can see the lights at the bottom of the platforms reflecting off of the surface of the water? As a matter of fact, in the image that you're looking at right now, you see the buoy that is in between those two oil rigs. I'm assuming that the buoy is a little further than the first oil rig, but regardless, it's in between, and you can see that buoy there sitting on the water. There's nothing obstructing it.
I mean, you call it buoy. I can't really tell what that is. Just seems like.
Look, I mean, you're just being skeptical for no. You're being skeptical for no reason. That is a buoy, and if you wanted to actually investigate me saying that it's a buoy, you actually can, because this is a location that you can look up on Google Maps, and you can figure out all of these things in that area are there. So why don't you just do that and listen to the words that are coming out of our mouths instead of saying, well, it's not. What is it if it's not a buoy? The fact is, you can see it.
Yeah, but I don't know what it is.
So,
like, you only said it. Like, isn't it your stance that you shouldn't just believe what you are told?
So the point being,
because I've already looked on Google Maps, bro. Some of us have actually called and actually pinpointed all of these locations.
It's irrelevant what it is.
It is. It is.
Right, because the horizon is behind the second oil rig. If the Earth was a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, the leading edge of the globe, right, the geometric horizon, should be obscuring things starting at 1.225 miles. Do we see any indication of that in this photograph where the horizon is more than 10 miles away at 1 foot observer height?
Yeah.
So you see in this image 2 oil rigs, one at 6 something miles, the other at 9, almost 9.5 miles. And you're saying that the horizon in this image is at 1.225 miles away?
Yeah. I mean, possibly. I don't know. I haven't done the maths, but the thing is, I see that a significant portion of these oil rigs is obscured.
It's not.
Why would you say that? We've been talking on and on about how the horizon is appearing way further than it should be. It's behind the oil rigs, and now it seems like you're trying to suggest that that very thing is obscuring them. Why would you do that?
I'm not
you're being disingenuous.
I mean, basically, you're assuming that. How do I say this? Well, I mean, Photoshop them into where they are, and
It's from a video.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, just put them where they're supposed to be, and you will see that they just don't.
What do you mean where they're supposed to be? They are where they're supposed to be. They are where they are.
They are where they are.
They are where they are from a perspective, but they aren't where they are truly. Like, if you were to, like, without any air and the water being, I don't know, steel or solid, right? Right?
Okay, they're at 6.3 miles and 9.6 miles, respectively, if my memory is right.
And
that's where they are. That's how we know that your horizon is not where it has to be in order for the Earth to be the globe that you seem to think it is.
What do you mean? I see I see that it's obscured. Like, you see clearly
obscured by what?
Ocean. But water.
Okay, water. Okay, yeah, they're submerged. That's fine. Okay.
No. It's, you can't, like, look right through it. Like, the more or less the horizon is in the way.
The horizon is behind it. Okay,
do me a favor. Take a screenshot of that image and draw a line on it where you think the horizon is within that image.
The only thing that's blocking off the bottoms of those rigs is the water level, not the horizon, which is behind them.
Okay, let me walk you through what I'm trying to say. The horizon, which you mean, is basically where you cease to see or think to see.
Yeah, exactly. We're walking you through the fact that has to be at 1.2 miles on your globe.
What I'm talking about is basically where the horizon starts and things become obscured because of the curvature, right? That's the horizon that I'm talking about.
That's the story.
That's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. That's the whole problem here. It's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. We've measured it to beyond 9.6. So
but you see that the bottoms, like the legs, are obscured and they're clearly not, like, hitting the water. What you
they go into the water. They go all the way down to under the water. So yes, the water is obscuring them because they're oil rigs that are on bedrock, which is below the water.
Come on, man, don't do this to me.
No, you don't do this. You're trying to say that something that is behind something is obscuring it. That is just, it's fucking stupid.
Have you ever looked at a sunrise or sunset at the beach?
Yeah, you told the story about the sun not being where it looks like it is. You told that story. Again, that's besides the point. It's a red herring. It's a non sequitur. It's not related, okay?
It's completely related.
Okay, listen. If I told you, listen, you have 2 eyeballs, right? I'm not going to assume anything. Do you have 2 eyeballs?
Yes.
And you can see out of both of them?
Uh-huh.
Okay. What if I made the claim that if you put your hand in front of your face and you closed your left eye, you could no longer see your hand? And then you closed your left eye and you could still see your hand. Would you believe my claim, or would you dismiss the claim as invalid?
What are you talking about?
Okay, I'll say it again. You have two eyes. If I made the claim that by closing your left eye, like your eyelid closing over your eye, winking your left eye, all of a sudden you won't be able to see your hand. This is the claim. But then you try that out.
Okay.
And you still see your hand.
Yeah, with my right eye.
With your right eye. Wouldn't you dismiss my claim that you would no longer see your hand?
So how does this connect in any way to this?
It's another example of a modus tollens. It connects in that they say that the radius of the Earth is 3959, okay, in miles.
Okay.
That demands a horizon. That demands a horizon of 1.2 miles. It demands it.
Right.
Geometrically.
Okay.
That claim is invalid. It's not demonstrable in reality. It has been disproven. It's fake. It's as fake as me saying by closing your left eye, you will no longer, your hand will disappear out of existence. It's an equally invalid claim, and it can be demonstrated over and over and over and over and over. There's probably 100 examples. There's probably more than 100 examples. There's as many examples as you can make up or discover, find, demonstrate, whatever. This can be demonstrated anywhere and everywhere is the point. And it has been demonstrated over and over again. There's no curve, bud. There's no curvature. It's an invalid claim, and it's been falsified.
I just don't see it.
Yeah, exactly. You can't see the curve. It's invalid.
I can see. What I can't see is the non-existence of said curve.
The non-existence of said curve, precisely.
No, that's what I can't see. What I can see is the curve.
Say that sentence again.
I can't.
Are you telling me you? Are you telling me you can see the non-existence?
No, that's what I. What I can see is the curve. What I can't see is the non-existence of it.
Okay, point to the curve. Where do you see it?
Where do I see it? I see it in the fact that like the oil rigs themselves are obscured.
No, that's just you seeing things. What you are saying is obscuring them is behind them. That is impossible. So
what's obscuring the oil rigs? What's obscuring the oil rig? The first one. What's obscuring the bottom of it if you think it's being obscured?
The water.
Right, because it goes down into the water, right? So you're saying the portion that's above the water on any typical day is being obscured by the water in this picture?
Oh, if you were to go closer, you would see more of the base of it, but there's more or less water in front of it, blocking your view of it.
Right. So that's on the first oil rig.
Seems as if it's like slightly on a slope.
So that's on the first oil rig. You're claiming that in front of the base of that oil rig, there is water obscuring it based on a horizon, right? Based on a geometrical curve. So then what is obscuring the front of the second one, and why do we appear to see water over a curvature? How is that taking place?
Refraction.
Okay, you're trying to have it both ways. You're using refraction to displace your geometric horizon to 10 times the distance that it can possibly be at, and then simultaneously you're claiming that that thing that's been displaced to beyond the oil rigs is also obstructing them. So you're saying, we don't see the curvature we're supposed to see, but we also do see it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons there were, and you acted confused by that question.
Yes.
Yeah, there's one horizon, the one that we see.
Okay.
You're adding in an imaginary horizon and pretending you see it.
No.
Or believing you see it.
Yeah, I grew up sailing. I kind of know what I'm looking at.
Right. So when we say that the horizon, the definition of a horizon is where the surface appears to meet the sky, right? So you're saying that at the base of that first oil rig, anything horizontally from the base of that first oil rig that we see above that level in the picture is actually sky, but then you're saying it's water. Do you understand why we're having a very hard time with your statements? because the horizon, if it's blocking where the sky appears to meet the water, is blocking that first oil rig. But then we see water again, and we see another oil rig, and you say at the base of that oil rig, there's another line where the water appears to meet the sky. But then past that, we see more water, and then we actually see where all across the image, we see water meeting sky. Do you understand how illogical that statement is? And how it in no way reflects the actual image. You're just creating this statement because the modus tollens argument completely destroys the
land
play
rat logic.
of the radius
Clearly, none of you have ever gone to sea.
Okay, look, here's what you don't understand. For the horizon, for the curvature of the Earth to be obstructing things from the bottom up, it has to be at that specific, necessary, geometric 1.2 mile distance, and it has to be also in front of the things that you think it's obstructing. This is really basic.
Okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know what the word. What's the word geometric mean? Can you define geometric? Is that something you can define?
What?
Do you understand what geometric means?
Like yelling at me from a car or something?
Oh, so now you're concerned trolling yourself? Oh my gosh, here we go.
Yeah, he's not yelling at you. Just because his mic sounds that way doesn't mean anything in regards to the question he asked you.
Okay. I mean, in general, as far as I recollect, it's concerned with like objects and space.
Here, I'm posting definitions because that's what I do.
Yeah, because I think that's where his mind is not understanding the word geometric. Because people throw this word around and they don't understand what it means. You know, we as human beings throw words around without understanding the definition nowadays, and that's a problem. I do it myself, so I've had to go back and learn things that I thought I knew, and so I guarantee he has no idea what that word means.
Well, I posted the definition. This is akin to saying that the wall behind you is blocking you, and then saying that you see that it's blocking you. Like you're looking in the mirror, right? You're looking in the mirror at your face, and you're saying that the wall behind you is blocking your face.
I absolutely have no idea what you're talking about.
Spongle, are you having a mental breakdown or what's going on?
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Nice. Maybe we could unmute some people. Mac. Hi, Mac. You can say hello. Oh, I'm offended. How lame. All right, Techie, how about you? We'll give you a try. Techie, say hello.
Come on, Techie. Give some of that globe love of yours.
Wow. Yeah, I'm glad somebody there said Spongle at the end. Was that you?
Yeah, that was me. That was his name.
I couldn't remember. Yeah, I couldn't remember his screen name from that conversation. But yeah, man, Helio does a great outro. I tell you what.
Oh yeah, definitely. What a shame he never came back.
Spongle, yeah, that guy had some difficulties with logic, just plain simple logic.
So saying imaginary horizons, that's not rational, you're saying, guys?
Yeah, I think that my analogy was quite accurate. It's like saying that the wall behind you is blocking your face as you stare into the mirror. It's like saying that the wall that is behind you is blocking your face in the mirror. I mean, that analogy I think was spot on. I get it, PC Tech, but that is no excuse. He was more than proficient enough in his English knowledge. Hi, Froze.
Hey guys.
Hello.
So, guys, how are we today? I actually just want to learn about the flat Earth. So.
Yeah, me too, bro.
That's why you're team tagging the troll activity?
I don't know what that means.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, you're a troll, are you? We don't like trolls here.
What the fuck?
Oh my god, look at his profile picture, guys. He's definitely a troll.
All right, Frozix, Assault is new here. Oh, well, he's a returning customer, so he won't have some questions and inquiries to make. So can you just hold it for a second?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine, bro.
Thank you.
What the fuck?
No, it's just somebody being really overly obnoxious.
Yeah, are you allowed to swear in this VC? Because I know you're not supposed to do it in lobby, but I don't know if you're allowed to do it here.
How about you just ask a simple question with words?
Okay, yeah, that's fair. So, what's like the main reason why you think the Earth is flat? Because like, there's always like one that you must believe in over the other theories, right? So, like, what's that one thing that makes you believe that the Earth is flat? Yeah. That's my question.
The curvature claim was falsified.
So, what do you mean by that? So, when you see like a ship go out to sea,
well, which word do you not understand? Falsified or curve?
The curve. What do you mean by the curve?
Oh yeah. Do you think you live on a ball?
I personally do. Yeah.
Okay. Does a ball have a continuous curve over its surface?
I mean, I guess.
You guess?
Yeah.
So
sure.
you're not really sure what a ball is then?
Yeah, ball's just round in a circular shape. It's just a sphere. I think.
So you don't know what the word curve means?
Yeah, curve just like goes around the ball. It's curved.
So you do know what curve means?
I guess I do. I do.
Impressive.
Yeah, so you know the image with the two boats, and it's just something like Blackbird or something like that on it. Can someone send that real quick?
Yeah, Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Yeah.
I think it was that one.
Yeah. Okay.
It's got two boats, and it shows that like there's no horizon or something.
Two boats, no horizon.
I think it's that. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, you're a little off on your details there.
Yeah.
But the main thing is that the reason that people know that Earth is not a ball is because the curvature was falsified. So maybe you need to learn what the word falsified means, or do you know?
Okay. I'm trying to find that image real quick. I just can't find it.
Yeah, maybe you should view live stream voice text.
Yeah, I'm in it. They always send it. It's been going around for years, but I can't remember what it's called.
2 years and 5 months.
Yeah, so I joined this server like early 2020, I think.
That would be the initiation of the Black Swan image.
Oh yeah. It might be Black Swan.
Yeah, it is referred to as that.
Yeah. I don't have pick perms anyway, so I can't send it. Oh yeah. Old dude sent it. Yeah, it was that one.
Well, they're not boats. They're oil
rigs. Oh shit, I'm retarded. Yeah, my bad.
Well, I'll try not to treat you like you're calling yourself.
Yeah, but I'm willing to learn, and that's the biggest thing here.
Okay, yeah, the claim of curvature has been falsified. It's as simple as that.
Have you got any proof to back that? Because I actually just want to see. I'm not like trying to joke around or anything. I just want to see the.
Here's another good one for you.
Alright.
It'll be in the chat in just a second.
Yeah, that's fine.
So
how long have you been a flat earther for?
That's not what I refer to myself as. I refer to myself as a human.
Okay. How long have you been a human for?
More than 3.5 decades.
Holy. Quite a bit.
So you're looking in the chat?
Yeah, the mountain one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what I don't understand is if the Earth is flat, shouldn't you be able to see like New York from the UK if you're really high up with like a really high powered telescope?
If my eyes were 5 times larger, shouldn't I be able to see like a mosquito from 1,000 miles away?
No.
Why?
It's too small.
What? Okay, so you are mentally capable of following logical statements, even though you're making a lot of illogical statements.
Yeah, but that's a fair point, though. If you had a really good,
it's not fair at all. It's actually incredibly illogical. And I just gave you an analogy that you were able to logically deduce was illogical, though maintaining your illogical statement. So I can explain. The answer is no, you shouldn't, and for very many different reasons.
Fair enough.
Are you aware of all of the different reasons, or at least 1 or 2 or 3 of them?
Would it be all right if you named one?
Yeah, angular resolution would be one of them. Perspective would be another.
Perspective. Okay.
Vanishing point would be another.
Have you got another?
Particulate matter would be another. Humidity and temperature gradients would be another. Yeah. The way that light travels through all of those things.
You know the flat Earth Buddha bot that you did. Can you is there like one to show that with perspective, like you did with the Lookout Mountain? Okay, no, he sent it over.
Yeah. Go do your homework on that Lookout Mountain thing that I posted. Spend your time on it and recognize the fact that seeing Kentucky and Virginia from Georgia at this Lookout Mountain overlook spot is a geometric impossibility on the globe, but a physical part of our reality. It's actual.
Yeah.
So it invalidates the claim that Earth is a globe. This is one of very many examples.
Okay.
There are conditions. Hold on. There are conditions that come about where the horizon is much closer than it should be too, which also invalidates the claim that Earth is a ball of a specific geometric size, namely the 3,959 mile radius claim.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, how did you like when was like the first bit of realization that you thought that the Earth was flat?
When I looked into the details that I just shared with you.
Fair enough. Can't go wrong with that. Okay, I'm gonna watch this video later. Old dude. Thanks for sending that. Appreciate that. Bit blurry. Let me just change the resolution. Like, do you have a flat Earth model that you can send, or?
Oh no, I live on Earth actually. The real world. I don't live in Meta or any other fake pretend thing of imagination.
Yeah, I said model, like what it's supposed to look
like. I live in the real world, not a world of imagination, Willy Wonka land. Yeah, not.
Okay, that's kind of evading the question, but I'll move on. How about the
it's not actually. It's actually directly addressing your question with the absurdity of such a request. There you go.
Okay. How does the sun orbit the Earth? Oh, dude sent a friend request. Let me accept this bad boy. Where's he gone? There he is. Yeah, how does the
orbiting requires an orbit?
Okay. And are you saying
we're not talking the very listen? The very thing that we're discussing is if the Earth is either geocentric or heliocentric, but it's definitely geocentric, which means that it is not a disk flying in outer space where the sun is orbiting it. Okay, so it's already the wrong word to use. And we do not observe a sun orbiting the Earth. It is within the realm we live in. That's what we observe. We observe a light which flies over you every day. Look at time lapses, you will see it. It's coming, it's going away, it's coming further. You can literally see it flying over you. It's not like rising and then going and then setting. It is just going towards you, over your head, going away, depending on the position of where you are on the plane.
Okay, so
it's literally what we observe. That you can observe with your own eyes every day.
So the sun, does it come through straight through the middle of the Earth, or the sides, or how does the sun go over the Earth? Because that's what you just said. You said it goes over, and then it like goes round.
You mean like what the mechanics behind the sun is going over the plane? Or what?
How does it go over the Earth? Because then wouldn't that mean the whole Earth would get illuminated, meaning there would be no such things as time zone?
No, when you use a flashlight and you shine it into a forest, can you illuminate the whole forest?
No, but we're not talking about a flashlight here. We're talking about the biggest star in the world.
Yeah, it's
in
not
the whole
a star.
universe.
Okay,
No,
see,
the
you
sun's a
think
dead star.
again. You're thinking again in terms of a heliocentric model. You're putting the heliocentric model, which we do not observe in reality, inside of reality. So I'm just telling you what we observe in reality, and it's a local sun that is flying, or however you want to call it, circling above you every day.
And that should be orbiting above you.
No, orbiting would be something else that would require a model like the heliocentric model, where you have stars, planets, and whatnot orbiting around your planet that you're supposedly on. But since we already established the point that there is no curvature, everything else is just obsolete to talk about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that, bro.
So the most important thing is what we need to talk about is the things we observe in reality, and we observe a local sun, which is not showing parallel sun rays. It creates a hotspot. We can see a straight line of reflection on flat water, which is only possible on a flat, level plane and not a curved on curved water. You can do experiments with that.
If I can butt in, the person in the live stream voice text called cut the not gonna say it last word because it's kind of offensive, you know what I'm saying? Said the sun doesn't go down, so how does the sun not go down?
It's going away from you, out of your perspective. So you need to understand you have a limited perspective, right? If you look down a big corridor in a hotel, you won't see the ends of it, right? They will just melt together because there's a limitation to your perspective.
Okay.
Going back to your flashlight analogy, but isn't the sun bigger than the Earth? A flashlight isn't bigger than a forest. So how does that work?
That's a good point.
How does
What
that work?
evidence do you have that the sun is larger than the Earth?
Pardon?
What evidence do you have that the sun is larger than the Earth?
Well, it is.
No. You're not answering the question.
I don't know. You could use light speed to measure the distance, and then from
What evidence do you have that supports that the sun is larger than the Earth?
I said so. That's why.
Surely, I'll let the one that was making the absurd claim defend his claim. Defend your claim.
Surely, if the Earth is flat, but then surely, if the entire part of that Earth is like light and it's not dark, then surely that the sun must be bigger to make sure the Earth is light when it is.
Surely you have presuppositions that you're trying to make assertions about. Do you know what a presupposition is?
No.
Okay, you have things in your imagination. You're talking about the things in your imagination rather than asking questions to seek clarification.
Okay.
Keep the imagination out and stick to what you can observe, what you can measure, and what you can...
I'll learn about it.
Listen. And what you can do, maybe in a small scale, as an experiment regarding how, for example, light rays work and so forth. Okay? So if we observe non-parallel light rays hitting the ground that you're standing on, you can then use a smaller scale of light to, for example, observe how light behaves when you go further away. It tends to go parallel, which means that the light equalizes in a way that you have that you can't have a hotspot first of all on the ground that you're shining the light on, and the light will get parallel light rays. The closer you get with the light source, you will ultimately see that the light rays are what is the English term? Sorry, I'm not natively English, so I forgot.
Divergent rays?
Yeah, right. They divert. So that's, for example, a thing you can do for yourself in a small experiment to verify what you're seeing in reality and not what you imagine in your brain to be something that might be reality. With a little experiment you can do yourself without being forced to just believe what some people say about the CGI suns that you're presented with through NASA and other institutions. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes, this does. I'm going to go do my homework now. And just
All right,
try and know about it. Thank you for your time.
No problem. Have fun.
Take care, mate. Take care.
Alrighty then.
So unfortunate. They always need to do homework as soon as you get to something interesting. Every time.
Yeah, damn right, bro. It actually annoys me so much. But anyway, Sleepy Joe, he said ASL because I think as F is actually very offensive to the people here, and I don't want to be put in detention. So that's why I kind of like censored myself. You know what I'm saying?
I don't understand what
I don't think that will get you sent to detention.
Oh, okay.
You know, today I did a physics exam and I put flat Earth in it.
Congrats.
You're really unhinged, aren't you, Bros? The implications of the fact that the Earth is not the ball you thought it was disturbs you? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, it's very scary.
Don't be afraid of reality.
Yeah, I also had my physics GCSE, and I'm pretty sure I failed it. So
Can I ask a question?
yeah.
So, everyone here has been talking about stuff in live stream voice text, and I don't seem to have access to that channel.
You're in the live stream voice text though.
Yeah, no, he doesn't have the role. He does now, though. Go ahead.
Oh, it doesn't have VC pass or it's called. Oh, it does now.
Don't.
Where's Wayne gone, guys?
Who? What did you say, Frozex?
No worries, bro.
Alright.
So, any other questions about the reality that you observe, me and you, every day? It's very simple most of the time, actually.
But why isn't there a flat Earth model? Why isn't there?
Why do
you I have?
Why do you guys always need a model? I don't get it. Isn't it?
Like, how do you know it exists if you haven't seen a model of it?
Because I'm seeing reality. I can look out of this window right now next to me and I see reality that I can observe, that I can measure, that I can do tests upon.
You say this perspective.
Repeatable tests.
Hey, Bros, have you ever ridden a bicycle?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
Did you have to have a miniature scale model of it before you understood how to ride a bicycle?
Yes, I did.
You did?
I have one in my bedroom right now, actually.
You're one in a million, aren't you?
Yeah, I know, bro.
Ha 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 ha.
It was quite funny because you called me like 1 in a million, and like I'm not 1 in a million. You know what I mean?
Oh, you're not? You're 1 in 8 billion?
1 in a million and 1, actually.
Oh. Well, I'm 1 in 11,000.
Why 1 in 11,000?
It's really nice to know, bro.
That's a very specific number.
Huh?
If a ship was on an ocean, if the Earth is flat and then there's is the Earth what if is the world or like all the countries on one like surface, or is it on the, or is it like on one side there's this place, and then on the other side is another place?
Yeah. One second. One second before I answer your question, because I think we tend to forget this. I just want to remind everyone who has a lot of questions about the Earth or reality. If you go down in the Discord, you see hashtags for almost probably every topic you can imagine regarding the reality that you live in, and it goes very deep into detail, deeper than we can probably sometimes explain things. Just saying, as a favor, if you're very interested, check out those hashtags. They will certainly give you a lot of information. Anyways, so can you repeat the question real quick again? I'm sorry.
Oh, well, is the as like we have all these different countries, are the countries on one surface, and as it's like if it's flat, oh.
What,
You're not
you need to
lagging
repeat
anymore.
everything you just said.
No, he doesn't.
I didn't hear anything.
Well,
I think that might be
that's your
me.
problem.
Well, I mean, like if one side, as it's flat, there's obviously going to be two sides. So is all the countries on one side, or is it on the other side? Or is it like split? I don't know how to explain it.
Your side.
He's basically asking what's on the other side, what's on the bottom, right? We don't know.
Who says there is another side? So go ahead, Dave.
Allegedly deepest hole is 7.5 miles back in the 70s by some Russians. They hit some kind of substance they could not get their drill to go through anymore. It's the story. Go ahead, Gospel.
Yeah, why are you assuming there's another side?
Because it's let's say for example, if it's flat, it's gonna be like a disc almost.
Nope.
But there's
Nope.
always one
How dare
side,
you
another
say-
one.
Nope.
No.
It isn't a disc. No one here has ever said it's a disc.
Oh, no, not a disc. But I mean, like it's a
topographical.
I don't know how to explain it.
So it has, it has hills, valleys, mountains, and so forth. It's not a flat disc.
But that's not the definition of being flat, then. That's,
I said it's a it's a flat topographical plane.
No, that's
for
what I'm
example,
saying.
listen. So, for example, if you look at a pancake from a far distance, it might look flat, right? But if you would be a very tiny guy on that pancake, you would have hills, mountains, and valleys, right? Does that make sense? I mean, I don't know how much easier I need to clarify that.
The pancake is still flat.
Yes, that's why we say in general it's flat. But it's a topographical flat plane, which means it has mountains, valleys, rivers, and so forth.
Yeah, but that's not my question. I'm saying what's on the other side. There must be another side.
What other side? What other side?
Well,
you already got the answer from Dave, who told you that the deepest hole is that
But what is wrong with these pictures from space then? That clearly
you have
show
a circle.
a sphere.
If there's a circle
one
and
at a time.
if there's one side, there must be another side.
Mate, can you not hear?
No, because if there's one side, if you had a just say you had a piece of paper and it was cut into a circle, there's always going to be two sides of that paper. So what's on the other side? Because if we're all on one side,
categorical
what's the other
error.
side?
Again, you got the answer.
He's actually saying
Again,
the interesting part.
Again, we can do assumptions, but that's not what we do here. We can only quote the things which have already been done in reality, which, for example, is the deepest hole that was ever dug in Russia, okay, or the deepest part of the ocean that was ever discovered or dived into, and everything upon everything apart that is assumption. So it's assuming what is beneath the plane. I can assume it is what for me personally, I can't assume it because I believe it, I trust in it, and I know it is, that there are foundations, as it is written in scripture. But that would be my belief, the thing that, has, in this case, I can't 100%, give facts to it or give any repeatable experiment or proof or anything up to this, because I have not dig deeper than that hole that we have digged, right? So we cannot just assume that there needs to be other side or what this other side is. We can only say what we have, experienced so far, which is what the Russians have digged as this hole, how deep it was going and what they found and whatnot. And the same is with how deep we dived in the ocean so far. So everything apart from that is just assuming. As same as in the heliocentric model, assuming that there is a molten core that is somehow magnetic magically. Even though magnets lose their magnetic force once they're heated up, but it's a whole other story. Anyways, so do you get the point? It is nonsensical to actually talk about what is the other side.
Yes, I get it.
All right.
I don't.
Earth is the universe.
No.
Yeah. You're important. The thing that you're living on is the center of everything.
If the Earth is flat, then how comes no one's ever fallen off it? What about that?
Because you didn't listen. You asked that question because you didn't listen to what was just told to you.
Yeah, but to be fair, if it's flat, there must be an edge.
Have you ever fallen off?
Oh, that is true.
Have you ever fallen off a lake?
No, because I can't fall off a lake because it's just water. But there's no water outside the Earth.
Have you ever fallen off a lake?
What are you on about?
Think of an infinity
lake.
pool.
We're not on it.
Think of an infinity pool. You go to the edge, you can fall off it.
Eon. Do you guys know that you can just check the surface of it to see whether it's curving or not, and that's literally the end of the question?
Go from these pictures from space from people that have actually been there, unlike you people, and are just making.
Yeah, those are photoshops, buddy. Have you never seen cartoons? Have you never seen CGI images before?
Well, how come no one can say either you can't say it's either flat
listen
or
to
round.
How come they're showing the Earth as a curved spherical object when it's
you go to space, and then if you go to space, you can argue the point, but you haven't.
All right.
Yeah, you can't. You can't cut them out.
No one can say anything until you go to space.
Because you people don't know how to speak in turn. We'll just do one at a time because you're acting like little children.
Right.
Go ahead, Central.
Right. So, sorry, I got some background noise.
Little child.
Yeah. Okay. So you can check the surface of the Earth to see whether it's curving or not. All of these questions about whether there's an edge, about going to space. Space is a part of your globe story. So to look into that, the first thing that we would do is figure out whether or not it's a globe, and to do that, we'd see whether the surface is curving. It's not. That's literally the end of it. So stop telling us to go to places you haven't gone and that you can't go either, to know what you yourself can't know.
And for the guy that was so hooked onto space and CGI images, maybe you can tell me if you live on the Russian Roscosmos Earth picture, or you live on the NASA Earth picture, or you live on the Japan Earth picture, or the Europe Earth picture. They look so different, but they need to be real, right? Because they look so different. Because everyone else has other artists somehow doing the job, right? Maybe we have multiple Earths, that multiple agencies captured, and they're just not telling us, right? No, I'm just joking. I don't want to further entertain this logical fallacy. We measure the Earth flat. It is flat. End of story.
Yeah,
everything apart from that is just,
Exactly. Like, I just wonder if they understand that that's like where the question ends. Is it a ball or not? Check the surface to see if it curves. If it doesn't, what is it? That's it.
Oh man, look at the answer that he gave me. That's just literally, what can you do with these people?
Well, they're just little children. They're bored.
Was it just me, or did the whole Discord go down for like 5 minutes?
No, it was just you.
Oh, goddamn. All right.
Yeah, I don't know why. It does it sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, cut this shit. I'm a changed man now. I strongly believe that the Earth cannot be round, or sphere, or however you want to categorize
Well, you
it
don't.
as.
You don't need to believe it.
Anything.
But why can't it be like any other shapes? Like, I'm not trolling here, but like, why does it have to be? How do you not say it's a disc when that's like the first thing that always comes to my mind when you think?
What's the opposite of curved?
Straight.
There you go. That's why.
Okay. But like, well, why is it not a disc? What's it supposed to look like if we don't know what it looks
We
like?
don't know what the entirety of the thing is. We just know that its surface is flat.
Fair enough.
So we would have to know what the whole Earth is in order to make a claim like it's a disc.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that does make sense. Right, cheers.
And we know that if its surface is flat, that it's definitely not a ball, right? Because a ball has to curve, right?
Or if it was like, you know, when you push down.
Deflated ball.
No.
It's a deflated.
Yeah, maybe it's a deflated ball, right?
No, you know when you push a metal ball against like a hard surface and the top bit goes like flat.
Yeah.
What if it was like that?
Yeah. What if it was? Would that validate or invalidate the claim of heliocentric ball Earth theory?
Don't know. Cut the shit. I said no. I don't like your name. I'm gonna say cut the shiz because that's like not offensive.
I'll remember that. Call you Cuddy.
It's a good one.
I like Cuddy. That's good.
Cuddy. Oh, Cuddy. Yeah, that's a good name. It's a good name.
Seems like we made progress here. You guys actually seem to now understand the difference between flat and curve. That's further than we usually get.
True. That's true.
Do any of you play any games or not?
Used to.
No.
What
I
do
wish.
you play?
Sometimes, but only simulators.
Sims 4. Oh.
Yeah.
No, that's not what he said.
Oh.
Has anyone seen the new Modern Warfare 2 trailer? Shit looks cold.
No.
No, watch it. It's good. Any of you play F1 or watch F1? No.
No.
Please unmute. I'd like to appreciation that I can understand the Earth's real shape.
Very boring
We
stuff.
are really old fashioned.
Yeah.
Do you watch football then? Any sports? Hockey?
No, I hate any sports. It's just boring. It's just melting my brain when I watch it. Can't understand people watching sports.
I mean, I quite like to watch F1.
Oh, that's okay. It's okay. You know, maybe that's just my autistic side there. I just never understood it. I understood what is happening, but I can't understand how it's entertaining for people to watch football or any other sports. It's just, for me, it's just boring.
Yeah,
but that's just me.
I only watch football when it's the World Cup of the Euros.
I rather watch like.
Oh, you're American, aren't you?
No, German. I rather watch 8-hour video of something that other people would disregard as being a conspiracy theory, right? To gain more dots, than wasting my time with watching sports.
Have you ever tried to watch sports?
Yes, yeah, I did. It's
you
just
tried
not
watching
my
F1?
thing. Yeah. I mean, sometimes I was forced to it because of friends, but
forced.
Yeah, no, I can't enjoy it. It's just boring. It's just boring for me. I don't know. I mean, people get all hyped up, right? Like, oh, look at this team, look at that, blah blah, and they talk about it like if it's their religion or something. But I just don't. I don't care really. It's just boring.
Fair enough. I'm quite into
it reminds me. It reminds me a bit of the Roman days where they gave them bread and games. You know,
right?
Like to somehow make their minds be focused on things that keeps them in a circular thinking pattern. because they're so so captured by the things that they need to watch and keep up with, that they will never have any time for topics like this, for example, and so forth.
Anybody likes skateboarding?
Skateboarding.
Oh yeah, man. Skateboarding I did, and longboarding. That's also what I did a long time. I should do it again, actually. That stuff I like. That's cool.
That's what I like. That's what I like. Does anyone play Battlefront 2?
No.
Did anyone used to play? Anyone play CSGO?
No, I used to play
Battlefield 1942.
Battlefield?
Battlefield 1942. Is that what you're talking about?
No, Battlefront.
Nice one, man. Nice one.
I figured I'd bring up a game that I played almost 20
boys,
years ago.
I'm gonna have to go. So it was lovely talking to all of you.
All right, man.
Yeah, nice to meet you, man.
Stay nice.
Yeah.
God bless you.
Battlefield 1942 Game of the Year 2002.
Wow.
That's been a while.
Yeah. I still play that game every now and then, actually.
Still better than a used Battlefield?
I wouldn't know. I don't play any of those.
No, I neither. I just sometimes, see a video pop out on YouTube, and sometimes I just watch something about it. I just seen all the hate towards this new stuff.
I actually didn't realize that it was 20 years old. It's really funny.
Well, it was a short global discussion.
Yeah, it'd be like that. I think they came together. They left together. Yeah. Techie is still here though. You can.
Oh, who's still here?
Techie.
All right.
Techie, you survived. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Techie was part of that little clique.
I don't even watch Netflix, to be honest.
I do, but rarely anything on there, because it's all very sensitive. Like, weird content most of the time. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, you're fine. That was a good euphemism for debased content.
Yeah. Sometimes I just watch certain things, mainstream stuff, to just keep up with understanding what their progress in programming the people is, because, I watch these things to read between the lines. It's just funny for me because I see the agenda and stuff, of things what the actors are saying or doing and so forth. That's why I do it, because you need to know your enemy, right? You need to know what the programming state of the mainstream consciousness of people is. And it's really, Netflix is a really good spot for that, because they put out a lot of agendas and stuff. I mean, I can't certainly watch everything, especially sexualized content and stuff, because it's just too disgusting most of the time. Regardless, I don't know. I'm pretty sure some people in here do the same thing, right? Watch certain movies or series to maybe spot
but
something.
even old stuff. Like we did a watch party down in the cinema room for GOG. It's like from the 1950s, and yeah, man, they've been working on the programming game for a long time.
That is true. That is true. I mean, just look at the programming they did before the moon landing. With all this space. I mean, literally the first ever cinema movie was about space, right?
What, the moon?
Like
You're talking about the rocket that shot into the moon's eyeball?
Yeah. Or I think it was the first movie with special cinematronics, or however they call it, special effects.
Yeah. It wasn't the last.
Right. That's just funny, right? How that theme was already about going out of this realm. Or just, this programming goes so far back. It's unbelievable, actually. For some reason, I really can't get my parents being interested into, like, they don't ridicule me or don't find it funny. Like, they take it serious, but they can't, like, they have no interest in researching flat Earth or anything like that. I don't know why. Same with my sister and brother.
It's not a necessity.
Right. I mean, my brother is like, I gave him so many things, but he always, I don't know, comes back with some weird answers.
But you have a lot of knowledge, huh? About the flat Earth.
Me?
Yeah.
Or I don't know. I think there are people in here and out there on YouTube that have far more capabilities of maybe explaining things regarding the flat Earth. I just would say I pretty much are aware of the basics. But like, there are other guys who can have a little bit more insight into maybe difficult things. But I mean, at the end, we don't need to go into a difficult topic when it's about proving the Earth to be stationary, right? It's actually very simple. But yeah, I will never say like that I gain enough knowledge or that I'm now that I have a lot of knowledge, because I'm always, keep on going, so to say. Like if someone would come up with something that would change a perspective of something, I'm gladly to hear it, or change my opinion. I mean, I'm still waiting for the Glober to show Earth curvature, right? But I mean, that's just, we know that will never happen. Because it can't exist. What I recently, apart from Flat Earth, I recently found out many books. Like, it's crazy. Many books that we in the past did in our German class in school. Many things like Faust or Goethe or whatever, all these very big, famous writers and stuff from the past, they all had, at the end, something about them was always linked to alchemical stuff, magic, witchcraft, and sorcery, and the devil, like many things. That they were like highly depressed people contacting demons and so forth. It's crazy. Like if you read Faust, for example, a very famous German writer, a famous story from a famous writer from what is his name? Yeah, from Goethe. So Johann Wolfgang Goethe, he wrote the book called Faust, and it's about a guy who's an alchemist, and this guy actually, there's a story that he actually existed, and he died in an alchemical experiment where he blew himself up trying to create some poisonous stuff, whatever, and he poisoned a lot of people. But just think about it. Most of these famous people that are being taught in school, they're all sorcerers. They're all, like the things that we are warned about in scriptures. So that, like, I don't know how many satanic texts in a certain way satanic I have read in school. It's crazy. And they're glorified, you know, these people like Goethe and so forth, they're glorified in Germany. Even though they had a very weird mindset. Like in the book that Goethe read, I just read it today, he talks about Faust being lustful towards a 14-year-old and wanting to intercourse with her and so forth. Just think about this. Like, isn't that crazy? And he was 30 years old. Like the character Faust that Goethe is writing a story about. There's so many things that are just disgusting. Calling upon the names of demons and so forth also. And then whole conversations with what is he called in the book? Mephisto. And that's the thing, and that's the stuff that you learn in school, you know. The stories you learn in school. And people like, I know why we learn it, because for someone who has no knowledge about this stuff, you think it's just fairy tales, right? It's just, you know, Goethe made something up. But if you then go back into research in the background of Goethe and you find out that these people were highly into witchcraft and so forth, you understand why these people had so much knowledge about this stuff and could have gone so much into detail. Because probably they themselves contacted, you know, demons and so forth. Otherwise, how would you know at that time, without internet and so forth, to have such detailed description of these things? Yeah, anyways, seems like I'm going away from the topic.
School, yeah, that's a topic.
Yeah, I think school is very much an establishment created by the adversary.
By the enemy.
Yeah. It actually destroys very important God-given capabilities of making sense of your own reality that you're living in. And it destroys characters.
I had such a hard time at school. It's crazy. I don't have very good memories.
Yeah. Can imagine.
Except high school. High school was fun. High school, but I did not take it serious at all. I didn't take serious at all high school. But it was I used to love going to school. But I didn't take it serious. And I still don't feel bad. I don't feel bad about it. You know, I could feel terrible. Like, why didn't I take high school serious? I'm so stupid. I was so irresponsible.
I mean, we know why.
I mean, I used to go to Barnes and Nobles, you know, in America, and that was heaven for me. I used to find everything there.
Mm-hmm.
Anything I wanted.
Yep.
Is Barnes and Noble still available in America? Yes, right?
What?
Barnes and Nobles?
I don't know what that is, unfortunately.
Anybody in America?
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, it's a bookstore. They're all over the place in America.
Really? Okay.
So, Gospel Bearer, what is the worst thing about the US right now? What would you say?
About the Earth?
No, the US, United States.
Who knows?
People watching mainstream news.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, is that the worst? That's the worst. How are the news like?
Well, the thing is, anybody that doesn't realize what's that both. Sorry, anybody that doesn't have knowledge of a Hegelian dialectic and false dichotomies is plagued by the back and forth narrative of left versus right, up versus down, light versus dark, whatever. The donkey elephant, whatever. And they're confused and they're frustrated. And they don't know who to trust. And they want to pick sides because they've been programmed to. But if they're looking honestly at both sides, they're just like, when is everybody going to come together and get this right? So they're being groomed for, in a completely underhanded, backwards way. They are getting. There's a whole group of people that are getting groomed for the one world system that will be put into place, and they'll be begging for it, because what people are begging for is this sense of unity and cohesiveness, where everybody can just get along, where everybody can agree on the same alleged basic truths. Long story short, they'll be agreeing on a system that might not be the best thing for all people, or any people for that matter.
I think the news nowadays are like, I don't know, maybe that's just my assumption, but like they're more they're like news. I think for people that watch news regularly, it's like news are more addictive than in. I mean, it must be really addictive to watch news because there are a lot of things going on.
So what you could look into is neurochemical responses to stimuli and how addicted people. You'd be interested to find out that the substance itself is only a vehicle. So, for instance, I'll give this analogy. You can go to the store in a Ford Taurus or a Honda Civic or a Maserati or a Ferrari. You're still going to the store. It'll get you there one way or another at maybe different rates of speed, different experiences along the way, but ultimately it's accomplishing the same thing. The neurochemicals are the neurochemicals, and people basically become addicts with, or not all people, but some people become addicts with or without substance use. So you can technically, one of the ways that this has been researched is regarding people that are referred to as workaholics, and they become addicted to adrenaline.
Right.
And then, of course, there are long-term effects in regards to that. But there's other examples, trichotillomania, or hair pulling. There's different.
What is that theory called?
Theory?
Is that's a theory? I assume.
The theory of neurochemicals?
Okay.
No, not really. Neurochemicals, do they exist? Is dopamine a thing? Is norepinephrine a thing? Is adrenaline a thing?
Inevitable, right?
I don't know. I guess I'd have to see some. I don't know. If they're not things,
we have to.
I don't know.
We have to be addicted to something all the time.
No, some people are. Some people are addicts. That's all I'm saying. And you don't have to be a consumer of substances in order to be an addict. You can actually accomplish the triggering of the release of different neurochemicals based on different behaviors. So watching the news, let's take cortisol, for instance, which is a stress response hormone or neurochemical. Sometimes they get called neurochemicals, sometimes it depends on what category you're talking about. But whatever the case, cortisol has its pros and cons. Everything has its purpose, but when it gets abused, so to speak, it has a negative long-term effect. At least this is what's been demonstrated in long-term clinical studies. So cortisol being a stress response, also associated with fear. There's a release of cortisol. Like our body produces these things. We don't have to consume anything for dopamine to be released. Like, a lot of people don't realize that like certain substances are like the analogy I was giving about the Ford Taurus, or I might even say a bicycle or a tricycle even. Some things will take you that are slower than others. Some will be like a rocket. Whatever the case, they're only doing the same thing all the other things are doing. They're opening up a release of neurochemicals that are already inside of you. And this is why people pursue different type of hedonistic opportunity behaviors so that they can accomplish the same end. And it's all different levels based on the activity and behavior or substance, but it's all the exact same thing.
When I got sober, my number one favorite thing to become addicted to that releases serotonin, endorphins, dopamine, even melatonin. Smiling.
Yep.
Smiling doesn't get you high, folks. It's not like what he said, like a rocket, but it does that
agreed.
Regardless. Yeah,
Agreed.
and so the dopamine can, and then depending on what you're doing, dopamine can start to help release oxytocin, which I guess is the love drug, and is only released when you like doing something over a period of time to the point where you start to physically fall in love with it, and that's oxytocin. Am I right?
I mean, you could take it that way.
Okay.
Oxytocin gets released when we're making physical contact with other people.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting one. But yeah,
laughing does it too. Smiling and laughing, they're my favorite now. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's a fact. You can take a hike and put your hands behind your head, like you're getting like somebody's got a gun behind you. You got to put your hands behind your head, but obviously there's no gun behind you. Anyway, take a hike, put your hands behind your head, pull your elbows back slightly. And what this does is it loosens up or stretches your chest cavity, allowing for your diaphragm to allow more oxygen into your lungs, so on and so on. There's different techniques that people have used for a long time to accomplish these different things, and it's about that level of abuse. When somebody's watching 12 hours of CNN, Fox News, Right Side Broadcast, Newsmax, it doesn't matter which one they're watching. They're watching all the same things, taking their mind on a journey of, well, mostly cortisol, but there's probably other chemicals being
I lost
released.
what you said at the end. My connection went bad.
The cortisol part?
You said hands behind your head, take a hike, and hands behind your head, and then my thing crashed.
Oh yeah, it's a thing that people do when, if you're wanting to increase your oxygen intake, you can put your hands behind your head, pull your elbows back slightly. It stretches your chest cavity. It allows your lungs to get more oxygen, basically, because you're.
Okay. I'm gonna do that because I already stretch like that to try to pop my sternum every once in a while.
Yeah. It's a technique for deeper breathing, and if you do it too much, breathe too deeply, you'll get lightheaded. That releases extra dopamine. You could technically almost pass out or lose your balance or whatever by doing so, and obviously you gotta be careful. But it's about moderation and stuff.
Isn't it funny how the more oxygen you get, the more of those other chemicals almost want to be released?
There's that. This is the topic and area that I would take people when I used to work with people in addiction programs. I would help them understand that the substance actually wasn't in itself chemically altering anything. It was only a means to an end that is already within you. And when I explained that, there was an element of curiosity that most of the people I communicated with would have. They'd be like, the drugs are in me already.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
are.
yeah, they are. So
and
when
that's actually the best part.
Yeah, it is, because when you use a fast pass, you're breaking. Like a lot of people like sugar. A lot of people like sugar. I don't think that there's anybody that likes sugar so much that they would pour a 5-pound bag of sugar into their mouth.
No.
Like, so.
And you never met my 4-year-old.
Touche.
Well, listen, we've all done it. Well, maybe not all.
Pixie
but
sticks are the closest one.
There you go. I took a spoonful. Actual spoonful of sugar. I was like, this doesn't taste very good initially. And I started realizing, why recipes existed and so on and so on. But yeah, too much of a good thing.
I agree. I am studying to be a substance abuse counselor too, and one of the things that they taught me in treatment was, the drugs are already inside of you, and you'll never get as high as when your body just naturally releases the right cocktail. You can never get that from drugs, because the drugs are going to release. They're going to release a certain amount of certain something, and that's what the high feels like. But when your body naturally releases it due to a genuine, it's not being spiked by anything, then it, I agree. I've never been higher than when I've just been happy and genuinely content.
I will, you might already be aware, but I tell people that this is the greatest book on the subject of substance abuse that I've ever read. It is the book Addictive Thinking by Abraham Tversky.
I got to write it down. No, I got a lot of those kinds of books, but hang on. Addictive Thinking by Abraham
Tversky, Twerski. And it's accessible. It's not overly heady, but it is exhaustive and extremely helpful. And I find it to be an incredibly helpful resource, not just as maybe like a curriculum to work through if you're running a program, but also extremely helpful to the loved ones that are associated with the person. Addictive Thinking by Abraham Tversky. It helps make sense of a lot of things for people that are confused about addiction, whether that's the person themselves or the people in their life.
Yep. Nice. Thank you, sir. I've found that a lot of those kinds of books too are essential. I mean, sure, to try to help one recover from drug or alcohol abuse, but anybody can get, like, there's a book called The Gifts of Imperfection. I love that book, and it hardly has anything to do with substance abuse, but it's one of the most touted books in, at least where I went to treatment, because it just works and everybody can benefit a lot from it.
Kind of like the toolbox fallacy I share with people sometimes.
What's that?
Just accessible and helpful information to everybody, kind of thing.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Toolbox fallacy.
Hang on, I'm looking up Mr. Abraham's book here.
Oh yeah. Nice, levelist.
Okay, I got it. What's the toolbox one?
Toolbox fallacy is just a philosophical concept or whatever, but it's the concept where a person makes excuses to not do the thing that they say they want to do or they know that they need to do. So I'm going to go fishing, and you're like, oh, great, you're going to go fishing. Well, yeah, I'm going to eventually. Well, do you have a fishing pole? Yeah, I've got a fishing pole. Oh, you got string? Oh yeah, I've got string. You got hooks? Yeah, I've got a hook. Actually, I got a bunch of hooks. Okay, well, you got bait? Oh yeah, I've got plenty of bait. No worries there. And you got the lake where the fish are, right? Yeah, I know exactly where I'm going to be going fishing. Well, what's stopping you from going fishing? Well, I got to have a place where I can put all my fishing pole and my bait and my hooks and my string. So I'm waiting until I get this really cool toolbox before I go and do that fishing thing that I know I want to go do.
Yeah,
so
I got you.
But this person's been doing. Usually, it's the sort of thing that's like he's been saying he's going to go fishing for like 10 years, and he's waiting on finding the right toolbox, and just kicks the ball down the road. That's the toolbox fallacy, and it typically disappoints people because they go, "Oh crap, I have like 5 of those things."
Yeah.
It's extreme, but here's the thing: it's extremely common.
Sure.
There's very, very few people that are so organized in life that they are efficiently accomplishing everything they know they ought to be doing, or even want to be doing, for that matter, which would be a whole other layer. I would say that would be an extremely rare accomplishment. But
for sure, I'd like to find someone who. I mean, I think I know a couple people who at least portray themselves as that. I'd like to see if they really actually get all that done. But I mean, yeah, it's common. It seems like it's a go-to for the psyche. Like, well, I do want to do it, but and then there's the big but.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right on, man. I'm going to check out that book. Thank you.
Yeah, it's super good, and it's really cheap. You can usually get a copy between $1 and $4.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. It's nice.
Yeah. I guess Techie left.
Chong.
So that leaves zero Globers in the chat.
I know I had a toolbox fallacy with working out.
I got to get a bench. I got to get the right weights. No, I want the kettles.
I got it all, dude. Just not the motivation.
Oh, man. The motivation is the toolbox. Yeah, it's the sort of thing. I don't know if it's like this with you with reading, but when I read, I'm like, yeah, I like reading. When I'm not reading, I'm like, yeah, I don't feel like reading. Good grief. It's like once you start doing the thing, so there's different
start getting momentum.
Philosophical understandings about which comes first. Which is it, behavior and then cognition, or is it cognition and then behavior? So does the motivation breed more motivation to do the behavior, or does the behavior breed the motivation? And there are people that have a variety and spectrum of opinions on which comes first. And
if you did, yeah, sorry.
Well, I'm just going to say it. Interestingly enough, it happens to be the ones that put behavior first as the ones that wind up having more effective results, because at least you did something. So anyway, it's
starting is always the hardest part, because once you start, and then you got to have something to work off of. Like, I did it yesterday. Let me go ahead and do it today. I don't want to ruin it,
Yeah. Announcements.
What's up, BG? How's that microphone doing?
I don't know. You tell me, man. You working?
Sounds good. It's a little low.
Absolutely perfect.
It's coming in. It is at like 10% volume as opposed to 100%.
You may have to turn me up. I'm planting some roses right now. I hate
Make that 5%.
Yeah, that sounds like it's going down. Hang on, let me turn it up.
Oh, yeah, well, that's better.
that sound better.
Oh, well, it did there for a second. I just wonder, what's the distance of your microphone from your mouth?
I'm using some Skull Candy headphones while I'm listening.
Okay.
I'm currently planting some rose bushes right now. I hate.
Nice.
Good stuff.
Oh, I'm tired of working, fellas.
That's why I stay on mute most of the time, because I know y'all can't hear me.
Installing all this air conditioning. It ain't fun. But man, yesterday was awesome in this chat.
Yeah, we had a pretty thorough conversation yesterday, didn't we?
Well, yeah, I commend you on the patience and the attention to detail. I wanted to say that to you. I was gonna message you, DM you that, but yeah, no, it was awesome.
Yeah.
It was funny how that dude left too, like a little bit brokenhearted almost.
Yeah.
It's like, dang.
I remember
I guess
that.
I
That's not
understand.
bad. That's
No.
it's better than there's definitely
Then
worse ways.
egotistical, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah. That pride, man. That's that baloney.
Yeah, I'm usually best suited to talk to people that are enthusiastic about being rational. Some people avoid reason and logic like it's going to hurt them. I usually can't make very much progress with those types. Yeehaw. Hey, there's a bunch of people boosting this going around. Boosty boost.
Yeah, it's actually quite cool how many people are supporting the server.
Yeah. What is the 49? Good stuff.
Also shows Discord that they're still earning money with dangerous misinformation. Well, I gotta clean my room. I'll be back.
I got a question. Can YouTube or Twitch or any of the major platforms call misinformation on flat Earth at all?
You're saying can they call flat Earth misinformation? Is that what you're asking?
As in, like a TOS, term of service kind of deal. You know how
As of right now, they just tramp stamp it which is the word that the phrase we use to refer to that little
the information box,
the blurb. Yeah. It's been a little bit of a head scratcher. I've been trying to figure it out myself. I'm sure the answer is they could do whatever they want to do, right?
True.
But why they haven't, that's not a question I think I know the answer to exactly. I do have some speculations, but they would be unpopular ones.
Well, I'm interested to hear, but understood if not.
Yeah. I'll send you a video that basically answers why I think, or I agree. Obviously, his thoughts are not my thoughts. I just agree with. I agree with him. So I'll share the video.
One thing about that tramp stamp that really bugs me, like within the last year or so, they added that the flat Earth theory has been scientifically disproven.
Yeah.
Somebody added that. Yeah.
This is so hard.
and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on Node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the
He's
camera.
the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh. Oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. It might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. It might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Why is it so quiet?
I don't know. I lost my power a few minutes ago, and I came back, and everybody was quiet. I think it was all my fault. I don't know. It said it was going to rain.
Well, I'm back in the attic working, so you do not want me with my mic open.
You said in an attic?
Why are you in the attic?
Installing a electric air conditioner. So that can mute.
Spider on your shoulder.
Not nice.
Dude, I hate spiders. Those and roaches, man. I'm not a fan of those two things.
Stay away from Florida.
Dude, that's where I grew up. So that's why I was telling you. We had them big old freaking roaches, man. Dude, those suck, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, that's what's awesome about up here. You have very little insect infestation up here.
Yeah, oh yeah. There's ants everywhere, but they're not a problem.
No, they don't get in the house. They don't get in the house. No. I think let's say if the population growth like just quadrupled, perhaps, because then you're doing a lot of intrusion into outlying areas. But the fact that we're so far away from that, they usually just burrow underground in the winter instead of lodging in your house.
Mm-hmm. They've got to go deep.
It's amazing how they survive these winters. And the prairie dogs, I don't know how those things survive the winters, the prairie dogs. How the hell do they survive those winters, dude? I don't get it.
I don't either. They must have some major. Well, I mean, the frost line can be anywhere like up to 7 feet, sometimes even deeper. So.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, it's weird.
And I guess they hibernate. Is that what happens? They hibernate like bears? I mean, or are the actors in the tunnels? I mean, what the hell are they doing?
I don't know. It's a pretty long time for them to be doing something, though. And they come out in force. They're just. They must be procreating down there during the winter because they come out like they're. There's just so many of them.
Yeah, depending on on the Air Force Base, dude, it's just loaded with those things.
Mm-hmm.
And what's interesting though, because like when I went to Texas, they're like a third of the size of the ones in Texas. Like the prairie dogs up here is way smaller than the ones in Texas. I didn't realize that there was different sizes in the U.S.
Oh, where did Wrecked Gamer just left? Oh, wow. Wrecked Gamer has his stuff on lock. I'll just have to ping him. Wrecked Gamer.
Hey, what did I miss?
Nothing too much. Just chit chatting.
Oh, okay.
Stop flaunting your silver, Clay. Stop flaunting your silver.
Flaunting? What does that mean?
Flaunting. FLAUNTING. Flaunting.
What does that mean?
It means showing off.
I was joking, man.
I don't get it.
Yeah, he was just saying he was celebrating your silver roll in a roundabout way.
What does the silver roll mean?
Whatever you want it to mean, I guess.
Is there any meaning to it?
Yeah, I think that there's a few role permissions that increase with silver. I think one of those is specifically VC check-in, for instance.
So you have more access and stuff.
Yeah, basically.
Ah, okay. Oh, well, that's cool. Oh, now I understand. The only reason why I asked what I missed is I was actually cleaning my room, so I couldn't know what is going on. Or rather, cleaning the house. And that's why I asked.
Multi-world theory. Where's Sharky? Where is the Sharky? Live in a different world than we do. Also, at Sharky, you need to be in the VC to communicate here. Last warning, Sharky. I was going to play dumb. I love it when people play dumb. How on earth is... Oh, because I'm looking the wrong text channel. Whoops.
Was that the lobby or something?
I said the cognitive dissonance text chat. I was about to re-ban him. Oh man. What is why does the Giga Chad have to have his pants unzipped though? Jim, are you there? Why does Giga Chad have to have his pants unzipped? Can't this Giga Chad also be so Giga Chad that he also has modesty? Does he have to be?
That's what real men look like who don't watch CNN and Fox News.
Yeah, but the pants being unzipped, is modesty not also a quality of Giga Chad?
Oh, you North Dakota masters.
I wasn't born here.
Well, you okay. You resident of North Dakota masters, flat earthers are so particular about your pictures.
Yeah. Well, hey, I'm no graphic designer. Did you see my meme that I made yesterday?
No, I don't think I did.
Actually, it's inappropriate to call it a meme. I'll call it I'll call it an infographic. Memes. It's just in the memes category. Lookout Mountain. There you go. So I made that one, and as you can tell, I did not get a degree in graphic design, but I tried. I put the relevant stuff on there.
It looks good. Now, if you were actually getting paid for that, then it'd be different. But I think you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart, aren't you?
Yeah, and for convenience sake, because I've been talking about Lookout Mountain for a couple of years now, and I'm always like having to like re-look up the information over and over again. So so I finally put together all the information all in one graphic and made it easy on myself.
Have you ever known? You probably have, Gospel. Have you ever noticed people that actually go on debates who support the globe position? You know, that doesn't exist. Are just a little bit strange or weird. I've never gotten a positive vibe watching a globe advocate who actually gets on and debates a flat earther and is actually just kind of like, I hate to use the word normal, but it's like just a normal person that you could go have a beer with or something like that. It's just like they're a little different.
Yeah, have you seen Fight the Flat Earth?
No, I haven't.
Here.
It's called Fight the Flat Earth.
Yeah, here's a GIF. That's one of the Fight the Flat Earth guys.
Who's he?
he's one of the Fight the Flat Earth guys. There's a handful of them, and they there's another image that floats around where they're wearing some kind of leotard type thing, and it stretches over the back of their head, over their forehead, and like giving themselves a wedgie, and it's like this really awkward suspender leotard, just delinquent looking thing. I don't know, delinquent's not the right word. It looks really bad. But yeah, Fight the Flat Earth is an excellent example of the depravity of some of these people.
So is FTFE Fight the Flat Earth on YouTube or someplace?
Yeah, I think they have a YouTube channel. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I watched MC Toon the other night. And it's just like he seems to be about the most normal, but he's still kind of out there, and it's just like But it's funny these people that go on and support the Globe, whether they're paid chills or not. I don't know if they're I'm not privy to their bank account, but they just seem to have this. They seem to have this hatred toward flat earthers, even though we were all Globies at one time, like they are. We just didn't defend it like they did, and they just make stuff up. I mean, they're just like they just make stuff up. You kind of go, are we actually living on the same Earth? It's just like you see this and I see that, and it's like, and you can't convince them of anything else.
Yeah. So, do you find it interesting at all that Cyman Dan has a triskelion on his forehead silhouette of his profile picture for his YouTube channel?
I don't think. What's his first name? You said Dan. What was his first part?
Cyman Dan. I
haven't seen him.
Yeah, Cyman Dan is another one of these anti flat earthers, but he's got the triskelion symbolism on his forehead silhouette there. Not a lot of people really care about that sort of thing, but I notice these symbols.
Yeah, I really haven't. Obviously I was alive and into YouTube because it was the new thing that when it came out, and I was I think we were all really enthralled with it for a while, and then Google bought it out in 2006, and when they did that, it was like okay, and then they came in 2016 and 2017 and said we're going to start. We're going to use algorithms and allow good flat Earth content not to be shown unless you really looked for it. And all these clowns like, not Professor Dave and all that stuff, you go there and that's the first thing these young people see, these 16 and 18 and 22-year-olds that come in here after they watch Not Professor Dave and they think they know everything. And, and they just get destroyed because Not Professor Dave talks down to everybody, even his own people he talks down to, and he's very rude, and he thinks I'm amazed how many grown-up men and women listen to Not Professor Dave or want to be Professor Dave and actually believe what he has to say, what he says. I mean, it just blows me away how many people just people just repeat like a parrot what he says. It's just unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't care. They don't care that he's a 2-time dropout. They just don't care.
With all due respect, Jim, you just gave those idiots more airtime than they deserve. That's just my opinion.
That's weird. In a weird phone call. Alrighty.
So how's the weather 6 miles from the Canadian border today?
Well, what do we got here? We've got 67 degrees. Supposedly on and off rain, but we haven't had any rain yet, which is fine. We need to dry up a little bit because we've had more than enough rain already.
Did you say? Did I hear you say right that you're around the 49th parallel north?
Yep.
I think shows you how anal my life can be sometimes. I think London, England's like 51. Parallel north.
Yeah, it's yeah, they're at a higher latitude, but interestingly enough, latitude alone is not enough to influence your average temperatures. They never ever see temperatures that North Dakota sees.
Oh, you guys in North Dakota and even southern parts of Canada can get really up there.
And the temperature range records in North Dakota are negative 60 Fahrenheit to 120 Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
So, England, I don't know. They might have seen close to the upper end of the high there, but far as I'm aware, they have never seen anywhere close to negative 60 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, I noticed when we moved to Dallas, it's 33-degree latitude, which is the same as Macon, Georgia. And I've been through Macon, Georgia a lot because we used to vacation in Florida. And so, of course, you didn't think about Macon, Georgia when you drove through it because it was Interstate 75 and you didn't think twice about it. You either stopped in Atlanta, which is north, or you drove all the way through Georgia and stopped in Tallahassee or wherever the first stop is there.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going to be 100 tomorrow, so it's interesting.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan. This time last year, it was 100 degrees here around this same time last year. So we're 30-ish degrees cooler.
This will be my wife's and my fourth summer, I think, down here. And it's like, when we got down here, they said it gets so hot in June, July, August, September that people just kind of like stay inside and they drink a lot of beer and they wait till October.
Yeah, almost the same as what happens in the north during the winter.
Yeah. I can see that. Used to be people from Texas would move away, go to California to escape the hot weather, and now they're leaving California to come back to Texas to escape the politics and the 14% state income tax on, if you make quite a bit of money, you got to pay 14% in state income tax.
It turns out fire is hotter than hot weather.
What's that?
It also turns out that fire is hotter than hot weather.
Oh, okay.
I'm being a little facetious, like California being on fire,
Yeah.
That's all. Both literally and figuratively.
I heard yesterday, I thought it was fascinating that in hot weather when the sun's out and heating the pavement or concrete, that concrete's 40 degrees hotter than the grass that surrounds it. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Oh yeah. The grass not only does it diffuse heat, it also diffuses light as part of why you can almost never have mirage over grasslands. It's kind of interesting.
I noticed on the, even Eric Dubay has talked about it. The 40 things that, 40 things, the 10 things that all flat earthers say that now Professor Dave has a 13-minute video on. And I think the second one, he talks about, explain the sunlights, on different parts of the earth. And during the winter in the north, he has the sun going around right at the southern part of Australia at 41 degrees south latitude, in December and January, where obviously the Tropic of Capricorn is the farthest it goes down at 23.44 degrees south latitude. And his video has the sun going around the flat earth at 40 or 41 degrees south latitude. And it's just like, no Globey picks up on that. They just go, okay, and now Professor Dave puts it out. And even though the sun is going around the flat earth at 41 degrees south latitude in the winter in the north, it's actually 23.44 degrees for Capricorn, and nobody cares. It's just like you tell them that, they don't care.
I'm supposed to have a 17-degree noon time, or midday. I won't say noon, I'll say midday sun on the winter solstice. Yeah. And I'm looking forward to this winter, checking that out for sure, because 17 degrees seems really, really low.
I think a long time ago, I went to see the 4 chosen puppets on the mountain there in South Dakota, but I don't think I've ever been to North Dakota. I don't remember. Never been to Fargo, in other words.
Hey, Wrecked Gamer. I posted a comment for you, Wrecked Gamer, accidentally in the wrong text channel. I'll have to post it again. Let's see if I can find this thing. Here it is. I'll just repost it in the live stream voice text because I can't DM it to you, sir. Where's my list? Middle ground, fallacy.
Yeah, I found the FTFE YouTube stuff. Yeah, it's pretty. They love their not Professor Dave.
Overgeneralization. True. It's not effective. Yes. This is a really good logical fallacy that I need to remember the next time. Oftentimes, it's not a concern troll, it's tone policing. So the phrase of tone policing, need to remember that. I'll post in the chat in a second. Tone policing. A corrupt argument from pathos and delivery, the fallacy of judging the validity of an argument primarily by its emotional tone of delivery, ignoring the reality that a valid fact or argument remains valid whether it is offered calmly and deliberately or is shouted in a shrill or even hysterical tone, whether carefully written and published in professional academic language in a respected peer-reviewed journal, or screamed through a bullhorn and peppered with vulgarity. Interesting. Conversely, a highly urgent emotional matter is still urgent even if argued coldly and rationally. This fallacy creates a false dichotomy between reason and emotion, and thus implicitly favors those who are not personally involved or emotionally invested in an argument. Example given, I know you're upset, but I won't discuss it with you until you calm down. Oof, have I heard that before? Or, I'd believe what you wrote were it not for your adolescent overuse of exclamation points throughout the text. Or, alternately, you seem to be taking the death of your spouse way too calmly. You're under arrest for homicide. You have the right to remain silent. Tone policing is frequent in contemporary discourse of power, particularly in response to discourse of protest, and is occasionally used in a sexist way, or it is occasionally used in sexist ways. Examples given: the accusation of being shrill is almost always used against women, never against men. See also the fallacy of the F-bomb. Good one to remember. Tone policing. Focus on the details. Focus on the claims, focus on the facts. Although, to be fair, a certain level of tone policing is beneficial for the sake of the live stream and stuff. So. The two sides fallacy. That's the relevant.
Good example of the tone policing is what people accuse of Quantum Eraser a lot. Yeah. It's the way he's saying it, not what he's saying, what they try to say.
Yes. They tone police him. Yes. Good point. Wow. I posted it before. I post it from time to time. It's a good long list of logical fallacies.
Logical fallacies.
Yeah. Yeah, I just read the 1,000 Flowers fallacy, and I had yeah. When you read through the list, you see a couple in there that teach you some history and stuff, and it's like, oh, interesting. That's what happened. It's a pretty decent list. Some of their examples are not so great, but you can make up your own examples.
Let me see. Oh, it's a huge list, man.
Oh yeah, it's a long list.
It's in black and white. It's very easy to read, though. Wow, here you have some material to study. Huh? Where did you find this? Thanks for posting. It's quite interesting. Wow,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
much content here.
Okay, I'm just curious. Has there two globes in here?
Yeah, he has two accounts.
Oh, okay.
I think he's using one on his PC and one of his phone, maybe.
Okay.
Fully committed, no?
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I drive for DoorDash, and so I use that and that's my phone one, the Glatflow spelled weird, and then Glatflow Anti-Sophist is the other one that's always signed on. Yeah, I have two different accounts. Gospel got it right. I might as well have not said anything. But yeah.
Please stand up. Please stand up.
It's all good.
That's right. Yeah. Technically, I've got 3 accounts, but these 2 are the ones I use. The more you know, yeah.
So does Jacob Rothschild ever talk, or I mean, it is some good information if he doesn't?
He said a couple of things in the past, not too much conversation, though.
Okay. Shame.
It would be nice if he could share his agenda plans with us, get a head start. Wink, wink.
Yeah. Agenda. Wait, who?
Jacob Rothschild.
Hmm.
Do you know who that is?
Absolutely.
You're talking about the person with that screen name?
Yeah. Right?
Oh, never mind. They've got listening past. I feel like they've said something in the past or been in the chat or something. I don't know why I remember interactions. Maybe I'm mixing them up with somebody else or something. I don't know.
How's everybody doing?
I believe our friend Klaus Schwab is the one that speaks. I haven't heard Jacob Rothschild talking.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
You will eat bugs, and you'll be happy.
Yeah, why does he uses the you? Why doesn't he use the we? I don't know. That's the thing. I don't.
That's a good point. But you know what? I'm going to do devil's advocate real quick. Bugs are really good protein, and they're everywhere. And that's all I'm going to say.
Actually, grasshoppers are actually very good for you because they eat grass, and they eat grass, and that's actually quite good. So we eat grasshoppers. That's good. I think it's the other things that. I mean, could I get used to dark chocolate covered grasshoppers? I don't know, but
I could easy.
I think if somebody told me they weren't grasshoppers underneath that 88% dark chocolate, I might go for it.
Well, and here's the deal, though. It's an overpopulation scam, so they're going to make us think that we have to eat bugs when you can just grow your own food and slaughter your own meat, when you need it on your own land. If you want to do that, Earth still provides everything that we need. People just think that they got to live in cities. I got to have a career. Derp, right?
No, thank you on the bugs. I'll have my porterhouse.
I think Klaus Schwab doesn't say I because some animals are more equal than other animals.
That's a good point. More equal. I mean, in his case, in his crony's case, it's not survival of the fittest. It's survival of literally the ugliest people. Sorry.
And you can make the argument it's the survival of those who sell their soul the easiest. I think that Elon Musk and Bill Gates, when they were 5-year-olds, their parents went to whoever owned the world and said, "Here, you can have my sons. As soon as they can go into school, they're all yours. You do what you want with them."
Yeah, there's rumors out there, like Disney bloodline kids, right? Justin Timberlake, Britney Spears. The rumor is that they were all put into
MK Ultra.
Yeah, right.
Monarch, Operation Monarch. Mm-hmm.
Yep. So there's rumors about that, but yeah, I don't know.
It is not a rumor that Theodore Kaczynski was 100%. Well, I say 100%. It is well documented. What do they call it when declassified government information that Theodore Kaczynski, also known as Ted Kaczynski, also known as the Unabomber, was a genius level individual that was submitted into the MK Ultra program, and then he wound up doing the thing allegedly, and he's also allegedly still alive, by the way. That's kind of interesting too. An interview with that guy would be kind of interesting. I don't know how many of you have read his manifesto, but
guess that Charles Manson was the same kind of...
Yeah, that's conspiracy fact, not conspiracy theory, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say that Charles Manson would probably more so have been, if I'm not mistaken, a disciple of Aleister Crowley, but I'll double check that one. I think that he ran with the same circle of people as the Crowley people.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And Crowley. Trevor. Yeah, well, yeah. So Trevor and Crowley. I don't know that name very well. This Trevor guy.
Have you seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
No, I haven't.
There's, I won't spoil it, but let's just say, truth drops or not, the Manson story is woven in there pretty nicely, and it makes for an entertaining pseudo story, if I put that well.
Yeah, I just saw that a couple months ago. It's been on TV 3-4 times now. I just saw it the first time and was like, it's an interesting take on things, and it's kind of a weird movie. But of course, the guy who makes the movie is kind of weird. Produces the movie is kind of weird, but it's an interesting take on that whole 1968 or 69, whenever the Tate murders happened. It's just an interesting look at it.
Yeah, and I agree, and what's super interesting, maybe the most interesting part to me is, how true to form is the depiction. Now, I've got to know that there's a certain percentage, perhaps a large percentage, that isn't true and embellished, but also I got to think that there's some truth in the retelling of that story, I think. At least via that movie, right? Quentin Tarantino would definitely not scrimp on the stuff that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm still developing an opinion about it, I guess.
And that producer sure loves his gore movies. He loves to shoot people up and cut them up and make it as bloody as possible.
Yeah. I've always appreciated his style, though, in doing so. If you're going to do it, try to make it your own. I don't know. Sympathy for the devil, I guess. Which, by the way, I don't have. That was tongue-in-cheek.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's interesting because Hollywood does an incredibly great job at that trope. Sympathizing with the arch villain or whatever the case. It's very very common technique that they employ.
Yeah, the anti-hero, right? Like a Batman character, stuff like that. Well, Batman's supposed to be a good guy.
Yeah, Bad Santa is an example of an anti-hero.
Yeah.
Now, an anti-hero is not the same thing as the villain. So every now and then, I guess sometimes they blend and there's overlap there. Let me think of another example. Dr. Evil. I don't think Dr. Evil is an anti-hero necessarily, but there's overlap because Dr. Evil, you sympathize with him because of the humor, I suppose, but there's also a backstory. But then again, there's movies where they paint the character as a unredeemable, unrelatable evil. Like some of the early, I guess, renditions of the Joker, maybe. But then as time goes on, they want to establish more backstory and they can't help themselves, and they develop a story where they make these characters that used to be viewed as unredeemable sociopaths to relatable, misunderstood people.
Right. Yeah. I think it's because they want to suck you back into the story. It's like, ooh, he's evil, and then I'm bored of him being evil, him or her, and I'm glad that they got destroyed. Where's the next evil one? And then it's like, wait a second, we can develop a lot of human-like traits for this monster, and then people will be like, really? Oh man, the monster's kind of like me.
Yep.
I love you, Hollywood. Thank you for giving me something to relate to.
Like Thanos would be a good example of that.
Right.
Where where it's fairly obvious that this all-powerful guy, instead of creating more arable land and fruitful produce, he has the power to wipe out all these people, but he doesn't have the power to just make some more land and plants and food.
Yeah, for sure. Well, there's no such thing as a perfect story, perfect ending, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. The Thanos one's an interesting part of the global climate change narrative.
Exactly. They're using our beloved fantasy kind of against us to accept that maybe half of us do need to just take a hike, right? You need to heal up the world.
Yeah.
Well, I don't buy it.
Yeah, and it's really interesting when you find out that look at the square footage of Maui. I believe Maui's the big island, if I'm not mistaken. Hawaii. And take the number of people, divide the square feet of the big island by the number of people in the whole world. Like, obviously there's some logistical difficulties, but it is interesting when you point out that as far as square footage goes, it wouldn't be implausible, impractical, but technically everybody could take like a vacation to Hawaii all at the same time, even if only for a couple of minutes. Disregarding the logistical difficulties of that.
Sure, that'd be difficult. I got to take this delivery. I'm still listening, though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You're accumulating some good ones there, Jim. Top tier stuff. I didn't mean to criticize your Giga Chad.
Well, I apologize on the Giga Chat because I forgot I forgot to button my my trousers up before I took that selfie, so I apologize.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I apologize, and I'm sure there was some part of me that was trying to woo the women out there too. So yeah. When you get old, you still want to woo the women,
I can understand that. I've had some relatives demonstrate that. That never really goes away.
Yeah, you're 85. You still want to woo the women,
Yeah. My grandfather on his deathbed was still flirting. Yeah. I hope that's not why they killed him. That'd be pretty wicked. Not that there's really a great reason for murder. Not suggesting that in the slightest. Don't get me wrong there. If I do. No thanks.
Tell you what, if I still lived in northern Indiana or anywhere close where I grew up in Peoria, I'd be over at Benton Harbor, and I would invest in something just so I can prove I would note myself, but just to prove to anybody who ever asks, it's just like, okay, you whatever I want to call you, here. And then they can yell, Tom Coombs, meteorologist, ABC in South Bend, Indiana, Mirage, or they can say refraction, and I'm going to go, nope, I was there, I saw it, it was a beautiful day. Don't tell me I didn't see what I didn't see, what I saw.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
Yeah. That is one place I would definitely. Benton Harbor is right on Lake Michigan, so I looked at it, and they have restaurants and hotels right there on Lake Michigan, and it's a little bit of a tourist attraction, a little bit of a resort area there. Figured if I drove up there, it's 2,400 miles there and back, so that'd be $500 in gas. And then you have, if you got up there, it'd be like, maybe the day wouldn't be that great, so you'd have to stay in a hotel a day or 2 or 3.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got food, and pretty soon it comes to about $1,200-$1,500 just to prove a point.
Yeah. Yeah, it's easier to network. That's why I was trying to find out anybody in northern Georgia or southeastern Tennessee that could go take a trip over to Lookout Mountain with the P900, P1000, and actually take some pictures of Pinnacle Mountain. It can be done. It's been done before. It's just the internet, dead internet theory actualized, because you just can't find what you're looking for these days on the internet. You type in cheeseburger and you get 2 billion results, and then you click, and it's 212. You literally only see 200 results, even though allegedly 2 billion exist. Allegedly, how would you know though? You can't confirm it. There's no key. There's no unlock function to allow for more results to pop up. It's super frustrating, but anyway, when you try to look for photographs from Lookout Mountain of Pinnacle Mountain, which is in Virginia, the Kentucky-Virginia border, I bet you that's probably been pictured hundreds of times. Millions and millions and millions of people have visited Lookout Mountain. It's a pretty decent tourist destination, and it's near Chattanooga and other fun stuff to do in the northwest Georgia, and yeah, you just can't find it.
Yeah, I think when you're on 75, I don't think it's on 24, but when you're on 75, you're driving down that way, and I think it's, they have the brown sign, on the road, rectangular sign that says Lookout Mountain. It's just like not that hard to get to. It's not out of the way.
No. See the 7 states, blah blah blah. I'm just excited about the infographic that now I can aid my conversation, and sometimes I'm hesitant to bring it up because I know the work ahead of me. But anyway.
My wife and I were driving back from Alabama one time. We went from Nashville. My daughter was playing volleyball, and she got done in a volleyball game. My wife and I go, we're going to go to Huntsville, Alabama, and see the space stuff there. It's like, okay, and I can't wait. So the game got over like 9:30, and we took off, and it was like the longest 4 hours of my life because I was wired sleep, and my wife was very tired. But we got there, and the next day we went to, we actually went there, and they have all the 256 kilobyte or whatever it is, that they took to Apollo to the moon. and all that stuff. And I just ate that all up. There's JFK, his big portrait right there, and I just ate that stuff up. And it's just like they built that whole thing around a lie, and it's like, and then what's that?
I went to the Smithsonian Aeronautical Museum in D.C. That was one of the Smithsonian museums that I visited, and you see all the different relics, props, all the different props. And it's like, wow, look at the charring. Look at the charring on the metal of the shuttle.
We were coming back from that trip back to Nashville, Tennessee, and one of our sons-in-laws, 30-year-old son-in-law, very nice guy, but he loves his Jack Daniels. And so we were coming back on the interstate, and we saw a exit for the main Jack Daniels place in Tennessee. Mm-hmm. And we said, well, it can't be that far. If it's off an exit, it can't be that far. So we got off, talking about Lookout Mountains, very close to the interstate. So we got off to go to this Jack Daniels place, and I forget the name of the city or the town, and it was like 45 miles. It was like so much for telling us, that the exit's right off the interstate, but when you get off, it's 45 minutes to an hour to get there.
Yeah,
and we got there, and it was interesting. It was a nice day, and my wife and I aren't, we don't touch Jack Daniels. But we got a nice big bottle for my son-in-law, and he loved it. It was for Christmas, and so it was very interesting. I mean, if you love your booze, you love your whiskey, you go there. Forget the name of the town. I should remember, but it's been 5 or 6 years, 7 years maybe.
Yeah.
Something quick and funny. Yesterday, I took a delivery, McDonald's delivery, big bag of food, to a place called Total Wellness. That was fun.
That checks out.
Sure does. Sure does. America.
There was a spot. I think this was in South Carolina, which kind of also makes sense. A cheeseburger shop next door to a Weight Watchers exercise program shop, whatever.
You gotta love that. You just gotta love it. Only in America too, I think. I'm not sure. Maybe Canada does stuff like that. People up there buy. You know what I mean?
It seems
I think we start that. Yeah.
Yep. Hypocrisy is the status quo, is the phrase I've been saying.
Yep. And now I'm going to pick up a bunch of cupcakes for a lady. What do you want to bet she works at the hospital?
Interesting. I'm not sure. Not sure why that would be the case. Is there a stereotype cupcakes in hospital workers?
The stereotype comes more from my experience than something I would expect people to know en masse. But yeah, because I've worked with a bunch of nurses, and they were busy, running around at the old folks' home. But I will tell you, none of them were healthy.
Yeah, yeah.
But again, I'm fit for my age and such, and they worked way harder, twice as hard as I did. They had to train me on how to work faster and harder and stuff. So whether or not they were, not as healthy as they could be, they worked circles around me for a little bit.
Mm.
The guy who told me to join Discord about 2 months ago, he said, "You gotta." He's in the UK. You gotta join Discord. You gotta join Discord. Nathan Oakley is just great. He's just great. You'll learn so much. And it's just like, okay, but I never get off of here or Instagram, until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And Nathan comes on in 4 hours. At 7 a.m. So he comes on 4 or 5 hours later, and he's just on for 2 hours. And I never get up in time to listen to him. So I joined Discord, listened to Nathan, and I haven't listened to Nathan other than probably 30 minutes. And so it's just interesting how. But this guy in the UK, he does all kinds of memes, and he just started a TikTok with his memes, and he really knows his stuff. But I guess he's shy. He tells me he's shy. I think he has a Discord account. Flat Earth. I think he does. And his first name's Jay, and he just doesn't want to come on to voice stream because he's shy about getting on. He listens on YouTube all the time, and every once in a while he'll hear something that I'm on Discord, and he'll send me a message on Facebook, and he'll say, "Well, that was really funny," or "I learned a lot." And it's like he knows everybody on Discord 24/7 on the voice stream. And,
Hi, Jay.
And so we need to give a shout out to Jay from the UK and get him to come on the Discord voice stream so we can get to know him. I've heard his voice; he's very, very British, and so we just need to give a shout out to Jay from the UK and get him on voice stream because he already has an account. So I don't know if he'd have to go through VC check-in or not. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, except by chance, pretty much everybody does. Every now and then, people get lucky and get unmuted here and then authorized. But
yeah, he's perfect for Discord 24/7 Flat Earth voice stream. I mean, he'd be right up. He contributed. He would contribute quite a bit if he'd want to, talk, discuss.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Social criminals, these people in the space program, nassholes I call them. I have a very low tolerance level for stupid bull. Every one of those items is provably untrue at one level or another, but we believe them because they're pounded into our heads from the time we're children. That's what they do with that kind of stuff. They put it in the heads of kids. They pound it in there because they know kids are too young to be able to mount a sophisticated argument against these kind of ideas. And so kids, and up to a certain age, by the way, kids are going to believe everything a grown-up tells them, everything. So kids never learn to question things. Nobody questions things in this country anymore. Nobody questions things. Why? Americans have been silenced, bought off and silenced by gizmos and toys. And as a result, no one's ever learned to question things. Kids who want to learn to read are going to learn to read. Much more important to teach children to question what they read.
Despite what you might be thinking, these two circles are not equal. I repeat, these two circles are not equal. One is in fact larger than the other. What I need you to do is determine which one that is. So, please raise your hand if you believe the blue circle is larger than the red. All right. Please raise your hand if you believe the red circle is larger than the blue. All right, very good. Now, before I said anything about these two circles, what was your first instinct? Equal, right? Because they look equal. And the reason why they look equal is because, in fact, they are equal. These two circles are identical. Yet I got just about every one of you to raise your hand and say that they're not. So what did we learn? That you can be manipulated like that to believe in something that goes against your natural instincts. Just imagine as a child you're taught that the blue circle is larger than the red. If you say it enough times, you convince yourself that's the truth. If you're told the lie enough times, it becomes part of your reality. And if enough people are taught that lie, that the blue circle is larger than the red, well, now it becomes part of the culture. And if that culture then passes that misinformation along to the next generation, well, now it becomes tradition. Now, The Matrix is a story. It's a story. When told enough times to enough people, it becomes part of that culture. It becomes the tradition. And this story is being told over and over every day.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
They got you by the balls. That's why Carlin's always going to be my favorite. You know, I tried to show my stepdad, my parents, that bit where Carlin goes off on the, you know, it's a big club and you ain't in it. You know, that kind of deal. He's like, oh man, Carlin fell off. Now he's just becoming a mouthpiece for this, that, and the other conspiracy theory. And I'm like, man, you don't get it. He's been trying to do this the whole time with humor, but he knew he was reaching the end, so he was just going to start, you know, laying it out, right? I don't know. Some people just don't want to believe the truth, no matter how it's being presented to them. And to me, it's more than cognitive dissonance. I think it's a shame. It's too bad. They're going to fight it no matter what for the sake of it. They don't. A lot of these folks don't even care if it's the truth. They're just like, you know what? That goes so much against my comfy worldview that I've been used to so much my whole life. I can't bring myself to consider that it could be flawed even 0.5%. And so to me, that's sad. But it's not impossible to reverse at all. Anyway, listen to George Carlin's whole catalog. It's brilliant. He's the best.
Well said, Sir Gladflow.
Thank you, sir. And now I'm going to have to keep talking because you are not Dead Air Dave. So now I have to fill the time. Unless you want to be considered Dead Air Dave, then I could just shut up. But
what is the limit? I don't know. My favorite line from that Carlin piece, I know I'm paraphrasing, I'll try to get it right. Politicians are there to give you the illusion of choice, something like that, right? You don't have a choice. You have owners. And the owners own everything. They own all the big TV stations. They bought the judges a long time ago, blah, blah, blah. Yep, Carlin was the man. And I tend to think what you said there toward the end of his life, he was like, fuck it. I'm going to tell it like it is. People either listen or they don't. Most people didn't.
Yep, exactly. My stepdad, the reason I bring him up is because my stepdad used to love George Carlin. Growing up, we'd watch HBO specials, this and that. And it was really disappointing to see that he couldn't join Carlin on his, I don't know, Carlin probably had a fork in the road choice, and he took the noble option, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, he didn't fall off. He became, he woke so many people up without even trying, even his earlier stuff. It was just so cerebral and funny. It made you think.
Glenn delivered some wings. 40 buffalo wings. There's 20 little chickens that go through all so these people can eat. So, anyway.
Good afternoon, soldiers.
Hello, hello.
Oh,
What's going on, God Rocky?
Not much. Just getting online and saying hello to the soldiers here at the 24/7 Discord channel. Flat Earth.
Are you keeping the Mormons in line in Utah?
Oh boy, that's a pretty tall order there.
I'm not a soldier. I'm a cult follower.
Okay.
Yeah, I was called a cultist this morning. So
Yeah, it was a reference to this morning with that Dr. something dude.
Dr. Phil or what? No.
No, what is it? That guy with the blog.
I'm not sure I know who you're talking about.
Let me scroll up. The name should be relatively.
Talking about Danny Faulkner.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's who it was, Dr. Danny Faulkner. He was here?
Yeah. He's been in and out over the past couple of months.
Huh. How did that go?
Same as always.
I deafened him yesterday, and he's still deafened because basically I don't really see the point. All he does is come here to record sound bites that he uses for his different things, and he's just he's a straw man campaigner, I guess. You know, he wrote a 200-page Flat Earth book with the straw man on the cover and made all sorts of nonsensical claims. And then what he does is when he's questioned about the claims that he makes, he says, well, I'm not saying everyone. He just avoids the point that he's doing misinformation and misrepresenting. He's just, well, I'm not saying that everybody does this or everybody says this. So basically he's admitting to cherry picking in a sanctimonious, backhanded way. It's just really he's just gross. I don't like it at all.
Yeah, I can understand that. That's not.
And he's throwing around big words like cult, not really being very self-aware that he's in one of the largest cults there is.
Right.
But he's a professional astronomer, so it must be a globe gospel. Come on, man.
Astrotheologist, we're calling them these days.
Oh, astrotheologist. Oh, well, at least they're telling somewhat about the truth that it's just theology. I mean, it's not. It's just imagination, right?
Yeah.
Genesis
Of the stars.
Genesis 14:1, verse 15. And God put the moon and the sun at 93 million miles away and 238,000 miles away, and made a solar system with planets, and spun us around an ever-expanding universe. And God saw that it was very good.
Yeah, that's not in Genesis. That's in the book of Second Hesitations.
Oh, come on.
Someone actually published that?
No.
Oh.
I think he just made that up on the spot. But Second Hesitations, on the other hand, now that is a book worth reading.
Really?
No, that's an old-timer Southern joke.
That's the first I've heard of it, to be honest with you.
And God saw that the ever-expanding universe was good, was very good. Yeah, Danny Faulkner was in yesterday morning for an hour or two, and then I wasn't sleeping very well just a few hours ago, 12 hours ago, and I popped into Discord 24/7. There he was again in the middle of the night.
Wow. Does he go by his real name?
Danny 57 is his screen name.
Oh, I see. Well, that's very interesting to think that, astrotheologist. So I guess if that's what they want to be called.
I made that up. It's a facetious term. Sorry.
No, you're fine. It does fit though.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't have a problem with it.
Danny Faulkner's kind of a stalker, isn't he? He's stalking Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah. It's for the purpose of making money.
I guess my neighbor just told me that she heard on the news they announced a heat wave coming our way now.
Oh, yeah.
120 degrees they're predicting.
Well, don't send it our way here in the Midwest. Things are pretty nice right now.
I'll try to hang on to it for you.
Okay, thanks, man. Just go get a tan, right?
Yeah, sure.
Do a little detox from the heat and the sun. Get a little vitamin D.
A little blister.
Hey, you know what? I like that the saying is, or the understanding, I guess, the supposition that how do we prove that vitamin D is coming from the sun? How did we do that?
I don't know. That is weird, but
it's not, and they're not. They shouldn't be saying. Nobody should be saying that it does come from the sun. As far as I understand it, the effect of the ultraviolet light on our skin causes our body to produce vitamin D.
That makes a lot more sense.
Going back to our earlier conversation about us having a lot of the things that we need inside of us already. Now, in this instance, is there a non-sun way to trigger that release, or whatever's going on? I don't know, but it appears that sunlight does this thing that they say.
Right.
Now, the other thing about vitamins, now they have the colloquial name of vitamin, which you kind of pair it with vitamins and minerals. But it's
not. It's a hormone.
But
I don't think vitamins are sort of like, I guess what you're getting at. This is what I'll just butt in for 1 second. Sorry, that vitamins are not. It's just another way for you to say minerals, I guess, in a way, because vitamins.
They're not, though. The opposite of that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, most of the vitamins are actually acids. So I don't know if that's a fact for every single one of the vitamins. I'll find out the name. I forget what, because vitamin D has.
I take vitamin D3 every morning with 500 milligrams of vitamin C, and about every other day I'll take 50 milligrams of zinc, because I've done some research, and apparently those vitamins or minerals are supposed to enhance your immune system. Now, I don't know if it's true or not, but
vitamin D is essential for your immune system. It's not that it enhances it, it's that if your body is not producing vitamin D, your immune system will go to whack. Like it's essential for it.
I see.
Cholecalciferol is the chemical name for vitamin D. I don't know if that means that. Hold on. One of the 5 forms of vitamin D. It is a secosteroid. Vitamin C is an acid. I know that, but
Well, actually, sorry to interrupt you. Vitamin C, the one that we look online and we read ascorbic acid, vitamin C, that's not vitamin C. Vitamin C is actually a complex of multiple different nutrients, and one of vitamin C, when you find it in a fruit and they take it out, it's actually a complex of zinc, vitamin C, and other minerals. It's not only vitamin C.
there's no such thing as ascorbic acid in nature by itself. It's always it's always a complex of a few other nutrients together, and that makes what the real vitamin C.
I've also heard that, in addition to that, I've also heard that the C doesn't mean like it's a vitamin A or B. It's not classified for its letter, like a B12, a B6, these kinds of things. But C for catalyst, because it catalyzes things to happen in the body. That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
Well, that makes me wonder then whether I should continue to take my vitamin C on a daily basis.
Always take it, yeah, especially for the placebo effect.
You should look whole food vitamin C, and they extract it from fruits, and that's much better and absorbs better, and it has the benefit itself.
Yeah, the same thing is true of carrots. If you try to take beta carotene all by itself,
bullshit.
It doesn't do anything for you in the way that carrots have a perfect ratio of the different nutrients that it has, and yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Beta carotenoids are not vitamin A. Vitamin A is retinol, and retinol is a hormone. Also, it comes from animal fats. You cannot get vitamin A from carrots.
Hey man, don't tell the vegans that. They're really adamant.
Too bad. Well, that's actually there's a lot of science on this, and for you to convert carotenoids into vitamin A, it takes a lot of energy in your body, and it takes a long time, and it has to go through your liver. Why do you have to go through all this process if you can just get it from butter or get it from fish oil, liver oil? What is it? Right. Cod liver oil, straight to the mouth, and you don't have to. Your body doesn't have to go through all this process of converting all this stuff.
Yep, because they're fat soluble, right?
Yep, and they absorb better, and they are better.
So the fats thing. I just lost it. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, cod liver oil is definitely one of the best sources for.
Yeah. Cod liver oil and coconut oil are my two favorites.
Oh, that tastes so good.
They have
mixed
flavor.
Together. That's the best. I can't get enough of dry heaving from that.
They have flavored cod liver oil.
They do, yeah. Yeah, it's okay. You could still taste the 10 fish that went into it, but that's all right.
Something that is very important about the whole fish oil, liver oils thing, and oils in general. This is huge. Listen to this. It's not easy to make sure, but you don't want to drink oxidized oils. Fish oil can be good for you when it's in a healthy state, in a non-oxidized state, but when it's oxidized, actually quite the opposite. It's horrible for you.
Yeah. And so is that the same thing as having it fermented? I've had fermented cod liver oil.
Fermented doesn't mean oxidized. Fermented goes through a process of fermentation and has to do with bacteria and stuff, good bacteria. But oxidation means that the molecules are losing electrons, and then when you drink it steals electrons from your own cells.
Yeah, see, anything that's oxidized is pretty much being broken down. Like, your paint oxidizes on your car, it gets dingy looking and then flakes off and just ruins it. Anything you leave outside like that and becomes oxidized, generally speaking,
definitely.
It's not a good thing.
Yeah, definitely. The issue with oils, and I emphasize oils, the issue is that all of your cells are made out of oil, layer. And when you consume oils that are oxidized, it creates a lot of problems. You guys know about the whole 40, 50 years ago when they came with this to replace butter and lard and all this stuff. That's what fucked the health of a lot of people. Or replace it with this vegetable oil that is healthier, zero cholesterol. And all the health of everybody got worse instead of better after that.
But there's nothing worse than margarine. Wow.
Well, the bad part is I grew up on it too.
It was Crisco.
I grew up on all those vegetable fats. and I guess I turned out okay. But I'd love to see what would have happened had I not eaten that growing up.
Would you like another opinion on that?
Sure.
I'm just fucking with you, Glad.
Oh.
bet you turning out okay.
Yeah, okay at best.
I posted a not so nice video in the live stream voice text on that topic for your pleasure, IMO.
Okay.
It's from Mad TV back. I think it's back from the 90s, pretty sure.
Oh man, when they could actually do that I don't think they can do that on TV now.
What, the Olestra thing?
Just saying anal leakage? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either, but man, oh man. I remember watching that when that was brand new, and
yeah.
Yeah,
that Mad TV was crazy because I grew up reading Magazine and Cracked Magazine, and those were filthy. And I was like, "Whoa, they've got a TV show!" Oh,
it was better than Saturday Night Live most of the time.
Yeah, way funnier, way more like just cut to the core of what's funny. And they didn't do. I don't know. I think Saturday Night Live focuses too much on current events and pop culture, but that's just me.
No, it's not just you. Hey, I think that that little joke in that commercial really impacted the industry, though. I think a lot of people went, ooh, I know it's just a joke, but I don't think I'm ever going to be buying, I'm not ever going to be buying that again.
Well, someone that doesn't go, ooh, to anal leakage, what's wrong with it?
It was a public service announcement. It was comedy. It's all of it.
True. Because they made that just like The Onion doesn't just make random stuff up. The Onion and other joke things like that. They take an actual story and then just hyperbolize it. And yeah, the Onion is an excellent one. Just 10%. Yeah. All right. Did those get? No, they're here. We'll give these guys a chance. Hey, alternate, would you like to say hello? Was that a yes or a no? Was that you trying to mute yourself? Obviously, your mic functions. Alternate, you can just simply say hello.
Yeah, we like to welcome people into the server and just introduce ourselves and say hi. Is that okay, alternate?
Being that you proved that your mic works and you're not saying hello.
Guys, check out the video I posted real quick. That Chinese astronaut is somehow magically pulled towards the back wall and hits his head even on the top of the fake station. I just want to know what you guys think.
I didn't even know the Chinese had a space station.
Oh yeah, they have.
Look at that door, flimsy. Look at that door, how flimsy it was. See that? When he lifted it up, it's just a rubber, flimsy, fucking no good piece of shit door.
He could have been pushing himself up with his feet, right? Isn't that what they'd probably attribute his movement to?
Yeah, but why?
To get out of the way of the door? Yeah, I mean, as far out as that door comes, you have to get out of the way of the door for it to shut. So it definitely looks awkward, but
And for me, it reminds me a bit of that moment when you're in a parabolic flight and that.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Look at the guy in the background. He pins his hands against the walls to make sure that he doesn't move, or against that girl. See, he stretches out both of his arms.
Right.
Pins himself.
They're all going to. If you look to on the two guys, thank you for pointing it out. They're all going to the left side at that moment when he's going back.
Yeah, that's a vomit comet situation where the plane is probably in a dive or something, and then it's either pulling out of it or doing some kind of a little bit of a turn maneuver, and you can see how it shifts them over.
Maybe so. And away, would you please say hello?
Hey, Gospel, I miss you.
Why do you have to say that every time?
I know it really just gets that brainstem going, you know.
Oh no, not this guy.
Not exactly. It's just odd. Odd behavior.
Brother, how you been?
Sydney, I told you that flat globe.
How you doing, drinker?
Everything's good. I'm actually drinking some tea as we speak, dude. It's really good. The fluoride content is intentionally high, but I got like microtoxin recycling protocols going on, so no need to worry about it.
Okay. I'm glad that's working out for you.
Yeah, and Earth still takes the shape of its container. Don't worry about that.
Does Pete take the shape of its container also? Never mind. Act like I didn't say that.
The Earth does for sure.
We could go back to anal leakage if y'all want to. How does it work on a globe?
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate you.
Wait, does that account for curvature? Or?
I was posting a Mad TV video.
I guess it depends on where it goes.
I mean, if it takes the shape of its container, dude, it's going to conform to the surfaces of it. So, I mean, that's very clear.
You're confusing me because the shape of the surface of the Earth is obviously flat, and the container above us, if you're saying what you're saying, is obviously flat then too? Yeah.
No, he's talked about how the dirt ultimately will settle into a level position over time. He's just saying the same thing in different ways.
Right. Well,
no, I'm not denying the container above us. Like, I get that. I totally agree. But I think people neglect the container below us. I think that's a big problem in the flat Earth community.
I've never heard anybody deny there's a container below us. I think that we all understand that it comes down, meets the surface, and probably continues on down around us. I mean, whether or not it does, it makes sense that it would, and you're probably right. Once it's formed, it goes around the bottom of us, then the dirt of the Earth would settle into the shape of the container. I think that is very much common sense.
Of
that's
course.
Provided that's provided it's there.
Well, you can scale it down too. It's like you do this all over the place. You know, you put Earth into a glass.
Right.
It's going to conform to the surfaces of the glass, of the container, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you can't make this up. I mean, this phenomenon is taking place. Like, I just don't get people.
Well, it very well could be. You know, I guess if we're contained, then 100% containment makes more sense than not.
I mean, maybe it turns to like rock and stuff, and it does go solid, right? But I mean, we know at the surface the Earth isn't solid, so I mean, it can get confusing quick, you know.
The surface is not solid.
Not at the surface. We know soil kind of under pressure, right? Under pressure, earth will change shape. You know, so you'll see your footsteps, you know, tire impressions, right? That's a big one.
Well, the soil is not infinitely compressible.
Not infinitely, no, but if you compress the soil enough and long enough, it would probably turn to a solid substance. And then there's probably a limit. The limit due to the available pressure that is on it, it's only going to get so hard. And now if there was an infinite amount of pressure on it, who knows how hard it would get. It's like putting something in a steel cylinder, throwing some dirt in it, and put a 20-ton press over the top of it, and press it, and then come in every day and hit it again one more time, and press it, or maybe 100 tons on a cylinder of dirt. Maybe after a year or two, it'd be a rock. I don't know.
Well, we know that most life is at the surface. Even if it's underneath the surface, it only goes down but so far. I mean, how far down does life go? I mean, you got to look this stuff up, I guess.
Well, if life lives on the bottom of the ocean, it goes down a mile. Or whatever it is, Mariana Trench. I don't know how deep it is, but...
Yeah, about 8-9 miles.
Is it? Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's very close to the borehole depth.
Yeah,
but I mean, if you're at the bottom of the ocean, you're still, when you come to the ground, you're still at the surface of the earth. So, I mean, it's kind of a red herring.
You're not at the surface of the earth when you're in Mariana Trenches. You're deep below seawater.
Okay, but you're standing on the earth when you hit bottom, right? So therefore, you're at the surface of the earth when you're at the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, so if you dive that deep, you think you will be able to be standing?
No, obviously not. It would crush a human being.
You need a special suit, a heavy suit, heavy diving suit.
I don't even think they make one that could fight that kind of pressure.
Yeah.
I don't even.
It doesn't exist. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
I mean, I thought they were sending robots down there or whatever.
Robots are a totally different story.
I don't know. They are not.
Yeah. Robots don't breathe.
I mean, if you're at the top of a mountain, right? I mean, that's literally what's going on. You're at the top of a mountain. Remove the water. Just walk down the mountain, right? And you come to the bottom of the Mariana Trench. You're still at the surface of the earth.
Yeah, correct. If you remove the water, then you're
not at the surface of the water.
On the surface.
Right? I get that.
Yeah, that will be the surface of the earth. Yeah, that hole. It's like a valley.
Or a deep ditch. Trench.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen that that heavy water they found down there, that bubble of water that was so hard they just bounced off of it with a sub? You ever heard that?
Yeah, I saw underwater lakes. Yeah.
It was so dense they couldn't go through it now or enter into it. And maybe that's, if we have a Kármán line above, we probably have a Kármán line below, as above as below. Maybe that's what the Mariana Trench is, the Kármán line, and also the borehole when they got stopped and couldn't go any further. It was due to some kind of weird meniscus, not meniscus, some substance that was like peanut butter, I guess they said, kind of. And it just clogged up the bits and wouldn't pump up couldn't drill through it. It just was, and it wasn't very hot. They said it was like about 400 or 500 degrees, which is not that hot. So obviously they hadn't ran into any like thermal vents or magma or anything like that. I don't think magma goes that far down. I think it's for volcanoes and whatnot. I don't think that magma goes very deep into the earth.
I don't think magma is to be found anywhere except exotic remote places where you have volcanic activity.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
If you drill down, you can find it there. But any other places, you won't be able to reach any magma.
Right.
If you drill. Yeah.
I agree. That's probably true, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I heard someone say that the earth was mined. The entire earth was mined by the ancient, possibly the antediluvian period.
Yeah.
And every cubic centimeter has been turned upside down.
Yeah. And so a lot of people hypothesized that the volcanoes are deep hole bores that were filled with organic material when they filled them in or whatever, and then after a while it started to turn into mulch and heat up, and when those organic materials start to decay, they cause a lot of heat, and when they're under that much pressure, it just gets hotter and hotter. A lot of people want to hypothesize that that's what volcanoes are, is where there's some ancient mining situation where the mine got filled with organic material. At least some cause it to get down there and start to decay and ferment and get really super hot, and then plus being under pressure, it just made it exponentially hotter and hotter.
It's like an unfalsifiable claim.
Yeah.
You can't recreate those conditions in order to prove that claim. So
no, we can't.
One of those speculations that doesn't go very far.
Yeah, I agree. But in my mind, it does make, at least it seems that maybe there's a slight possibility that could be the case, in my mind. If the entire Earth was mined, which I think it probably was at one time, maybe not every single square inch, but a lot of it seems to have been overturned and dredged and
there are recorded some sort of magnetic anomalies near these volcanoes, and I would speculate that in these areas there is some sort of electromagnetic induction phenomena deep down in the ground. And this electromagnetic induction make like metal deposit heat up and create this sort of lava, magma. At my workplace, I do have two stations which heat up the metals using electromagnetic induction. And when I hold like aluminum can, like from the energy drink in my hand, and I am next to these two machines when they are running, I feel that aluminum can like
warming up,
vibrating in between my fingers. When I hold it very slightly, I feel like there is a current going through it. I feel it vibrating. It's very weird. It doesn't electrocute you, or you don't feel it warming it up or anything. But
Well,
it's
enough
not
vibration
recommended.
would cause it to warm up if you vibrated long enough. Just the friction from the
that
vibration
coil
cause it to warm.
that coil is pretty big because they introduce a pipe in it, and they use this method to harden the metal pipe, which afterwards it gets machined. And obviously my metal can is not inside. If I will put it inside that coil, it will melt like in an instant, in the blink of an eye, But when you are like 1 or 2 meters away from it, that electromagnetic induction current propagates quite long distance. It doesn't have that power to melt it or heat it but it will make it slightly vibrate. Yeah, and you will feel when you hold it hard in your hand, you can't feel it. But when you hold it slightly between 2 fingers, then you feel like it's vibrating. So yeah, and this is
I wonder what that's doing to your brain, Begat. Is it vibrating your brain, turning it?
Yeah, it vibrates everything around it. Yeah. So we have many metals inside us, and even water has magnetic properties. So yeah, of course, it affects everything. But it wouldn't be like a microwave or any this bad radiation. Yeah, I just got an idea now. I could take some aluminum foil kitchen and hang it onto something next to the machine and see when the coil is on if it shows any sort of behavior, motion or something. That will be interesting to test.
We have a new member named Jesse Gordon. Hello, Jesse. How are you?
Hello, sir. I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing?
You got some kind of background noise. Other than that, I heard you. Say something else.
That was someone else.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Jesse. Welcome.
Thank you.
Got any questions for us?
No, sir. Just stopping in to see what's happening.
So, what do you think about
the Earth is? Go ahead, Gibby.
Yeah, what do you think about the shape of the world you live in?
I think it's a fascinating topic. that's interestingly difficult to measure. Does that make sense?
Well, that's not really that true.
Well, hang on now. He's got a surveying tool in his PFP, so he might know a thing or two. He might not.
Oh, he's a surveyor?
I don't know. Just check his picture there.
Because I'm all about surveying.
Oh, so you have a theodolite?
Yeah, I have theodolite.
Yeah. So you use something like a plumb tool with it to calibrate it?
It does level out. That looks like one that you get it close and it automatically levels itself. Is that true?
Yeah.
The one in my avatar actually is a Pentax ETH120F, which does not have a compensator in it, so you have to level it.
But I also when you're centering it, then on your survey stake, you'll run a plumb bob down to the nail, and then you'll level it from there.
Well, it actually has a little bubble level on it,
right?
On the rotating part.
Bubble.
Yeah, it's a round bubble. You center it in the middle.
Mm.
Well, it also has a straight bubble on the rotating part, so you level it out, and then you rotate it 180 degrees, and you see if the bubble moves. If the bubble doesn't move, then you're presumably level. And I also check them against a water tube that I string up.
So the water bubble is a very precise method for leveling stuff.
Yeah, a water tube is. The water level bubble is not as accurate as you would think. It's hard to get it because it's hard to get that bubble perfectly centered. And so with it being like 1,000th of an inch one way or the other from being centered, you can't see it with your eye. But at 1,000 yards distance, it would probably affect your elevation that you're shooting your transit with. It would affect it off a little bit.
Well,
it's not perfectly level.
This is about the acceptable tolerances.
Isn't there a guy, sorry for real quick, because I forgot, isn't there like a YouTube channel, a guy who uses this device for measuring the non-existent curvature? Like, I think, wait, I'm trying to find that channel.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to start at the beach in Washington, the state of Washington or Oregon, and then just walk down the beach or even just down Highway 1, it doesn't matter, and start shooting elevations at 100 yards at a time, and then reference it back to the very first place you started, do your math, so you know exactly how many inches above or below the very first spot you started from, which is very easy to do. And then just keep on going, do 100 yards at a time, till you go all the way down the coast, and then you'd know exactly how many inches, feet, miles, whatever you were, you would know exactly how far above or below your starting point you were. There would be no way to screw that up as long as you did if you had someone there to double check your math, verify your math, so you're minusing or adding the proper amount of inches and tenths of inches and whatever you are above or below the last shot you took. As long as you did the math and took your time, there'd be no way you would be out one time by the time you went 1,000 miles down the coast. You would know exactly how many feet above or below your starting point you were. That would put this issue to rest.
Are you in Washington?
No, I'm not. I'm in Utah, but
I'm in Washington.
Oh, are you? Don't you agree with me about what I just said?
Jesse.
Yes.
Yeah. I couldn't see how you couldn't. Because
no, I was answering. Two people said my name. I'm saying I'm here.
I just want to say this Jay Tolan channel that was posted in the live stream text. This guy is using one of the devices that you have in your profile picture for measuring the Earth.
Anyway, did you hear what I said about going down the Highway 1 or whatever, down the coast and shooting 100 yards at a time? By the time you got 1,000 miles away, you would know exactly how far above you were from the first place you started, as long as you reference it back, did the math, figured out exactly how many feet and inches or whatever it was you were above or below your starting point. You could do that, right? Very accurately. You agree with that?
If light traveled exactly straight, you could.
At 100 yards at a time, light is not going to bend enough to make any difference.
Yeah.
Not at all. You can't bring that argument into it. Refraction would play no part in it whatsoever.
Yeah, light refraction takes place when light is changing the mediums of propagation. So you need two different mediums, and there is something about air turbulences with small pockets of different temperature and density. And that is not actually changing the medium. It's actually temperature variations in the air.
Yeah,
but even those are negligible on short distances. So you can use a theodolite to make 100 yards measurements at a time, but it wouldn't be very precise when you're trying to measure 10 miles distance with a theodolite.
No, I'm talking 100 yards.
In one shot. Yeah.
It would be very accurate. Anyway.
Yeah.
Do you have any evidence whatsoever, my friend, that light actually bends due to refraction? Can you show me an observation, or can you prove to me that takes place in the air at short distances or even a mile? Can you produce any observation or some sort of laser test or any test at all that you can come up with that actually shows light to bend? Can you show me that? Because if you can't, then we're not going to go with it. We're not going to go at all with any refraction causing any significant difference and affecting the results of the test to be possible that the horizon is rising up like a half a mile or 600 feet or whatever it is. You need to show me this observation or this refraction. You need to show me the light doing that, because as far as I know, it does not do it. If it does, it's so very little, it wouldn't make a bit of difference in your test or your observation. So please show me that you can prove that refraction actually happens, sir.
Okay, in other words, well, are you familiar with density gradient refraction?
Yes, I am. Show it to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to hear about it. I want to see it.
I want to hear which one it's extending horizon. Which type of horizon? Which type of refraction?
Yeah, it's a good question, Sasha. One at a time.
Because that's happening. Yeah. I know. I want to know which one is, because when it's miraging, it's upside down. With that. When it's sinking, it's blah blah blah. When it's what is that?
Blooming.
Yeah, what is doing a black swan example when it's extending? How we call that?
So I take it you can't show me that.
How we call that refraction when a horizon extends 10 times or 20 times more?
No,
it must be written in every scientific book, because it's happening.
No, I can show it. I try really hard to not talk over people, and because I like the kind of discussions where we can really learn from each other.
Okay, great. Can I repeat my question? Which type of refraction extending horizon?
Which kind of refraction extending horizon?
Yeah.
Yeah, like which kind of refraction actually facilitate you to see further than you should be able to see?
Oh, right. Density gradient refraction.
Okay,
density gradient.
Can you post me now that density gradient refraction, and then it's saying density gradient refraction extending horizon. John Smith, 1977. Then I don't know whoever Einstein, whatever name, but you will say now we will read it that from the source where you find it out. Okay.
Okay, well, please understand that I don't know everything. Matter of fact, I know hardly anything. I'm just trying to learn, so I'll share what I'm going on, and then you can see if it makes sense, or you can say, you know what, Jesse, this just doesn't make sense. Okay, does that work?
Great. Yeah.
Yeah,
good.
but
is that the answer of my question? You said that gradient refraction it's extending horizon. Is that true?
Yes.
That means that means that you get that information. You didn't make up yourself.
Correct. Let me find a video for you.
So,
why video?
one question about
why not book or something very because.
Honestly, we're going to need a citation for that claim.
Yeah, Jesse. Jesse, can you show a demonstration where the further you look at the horizon, when you're at the ocean, the further you look, the lower density is far away from you? Is that how it works?
No.
But how?
Here, just let me find. I'm looking for a video I've seen, and then I'll post it, and then I'll have something to explain.
Yeah, go ahead, post it, and you can. If you saw the video, you can already explain it.
This is the light bending in a fish tank with the sugar density gradient, which is obviously not air, but it illustrates, There,
that fish tank illustrates that light.
Because I asked.
So there's sugar at the horizon.
That's great. Are you saying that is the answer of my question? I asked you which type of refraction extending horizon. That means on the air, and you show me something in container, some light, and you said density gradient refraction doing that. And I asked you, okay, great. Now tell me from which person you got that source, that horizon, it's extended because of gradient density refraction, whatever.
With sugar, too. You got to add sugar in there now.
Yeah, but the problem is that, wait, the water in that fish tank has sugar and salt, and it's a mixture there, and it's pretty much uniform in all the fish tank.
No.
So from one end to the other, you do not have a sugar density gradient. Because the sugar is dissolved in the water, and the gradient is from the bottom to the top of the water.
I gotta say one more thing real quick, and I'll shut up.
Sure, go ahead.
Listen, diabetics beware of the horizon. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah. Because
it's a good thing it's not geometric, right?
Yeah.
I want to know only what is where is horizon in that video?
The horizon is not shown in that video, but
okay. Can I show you some other video about, let's say, how it's raining in Croatia, meteorological, which month it's raining in Croatia?
Well, I didn't.
And then we will discuss why that has connection with the horizon. Can I post you video about raining in Croatia, and then we will discuss horizon?
Just post a video in relation to the price of rice in China.
I like that the sugar water needs to be contained because it still won't behave like.
Look at this logic. I'm going on the beach. Let's say that Black Swan example. I'm going there, and I see horizon 10 times further. And in that moment, I cannot think about distance, about horizon. In that moment, I need to think about sugar and that container and that video. And then I realized, oh my God, I watched that video. That means that horizon, it's I don't know what it's doing.
Yeah, one moment, Sasha. Jesse, you gave us the example with the fish tank where a laser light, you can see it like bending downwards when it's going through that water in the fish tank. Now, can you show me any such phenomena going on when you shoot a laser beam through air that and when you have mist, fog, can you show me that laser curving downwards?
No, he cannot. No one's been able to. It's just it's a joke, is what it is.
Yeah,
a joke.
the funny thing, I want to tell you about reality, because when you have a laser refracting in the air which we breathe, when you observe this phenomena at large scale, you shoot a laser beam parallel with the ground, and when you are like 5 miles, 10 miles far away from the laser source, you will see that laser beam, it will be curving upwards towards the sky, pretty much opposite to what happens in the fish tank. So,
can I ask you a question, Get?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's say that we want to study elevation, and let's say that we want to realize how people measuring mountains in Romania.
Yeah. Okay.
And how many mountains you have? At least you have 20 mountains in. It must be.
Yeah, we have thousands of them, but yeah. Okay, let's go.
Not only mountains, topography. Something is 200 meters, something is 1,000 meters. How we know that all that numbers? In Romania, I'm now specifically about Romania.
Well, for a man to count all the mountains in Romania, it will be very hard because there are thousands of them. And hills, valleys,
I want to know how in Romania, how Romanian people realized how much is big one mountain, whatever, all of them. What you in Romania used for measuring mountains?
Well, they used this sea level in regards to sea level, yeah.
Okay, let's say Polonia, because Romania has the sea. Polonia has not the sea. Which sea Polonia taking for the mountains?
Well, Poland, they also have sea.
Poland has sea. Yeah. Let's take Austria. Austria has a lot
they
of
don't have. Yeah, and they don't have a sea. Yeah.
Okay.
So
does they use
it will be very hard for them. Yeah.
But they measured. They have we have Mont Blanc in or whatever there in Swiss. We have like 3,000-4,000 meters mountains.
Yeah, they have above 3,000 meters. Yeah.
My question is, which sea level we use for measuring mountains in Switzerland or Austria?
I would assume the Mediterranean Sea level. So it's pretty far away from them,
Yeah, but from Adriatic Sea to Switzerland, let's say it's 200 kilometers. There must be curvature between them.
Of course.
But how can they use the sea level because it's curvature between them?
Well, that's a hard one, obviously.
Can I chime in for a second?
Sure.
Yeah, I don't want to cut a conversation off unless you guys, it's okay with you. I know Matthew is, I know Jesse's working to take over Matthew's spot, but Matthew actually did a laser and put it into a plastic, and of course it curved. It went into a different medium. But Jesse, we always talk about lasers over water or over land always staying in a straight line. So do you, and I'm going to try to say this nicely, how stupid do you think that we are here on Discord 24/7 for you to come in here and put a laser underwater that stays underwater the whole time and think that proves anything above the water in air that is just one medium? I don't understand. I've only been, I've only been a flat earther for 8 months.
Wait.
You forgot the sugar.
Don't assume that Jesse thinks that we are stupid. You made this assumption, and I suggest you don't make it.
But Jim put it very well. That I like it how he put it. That even with that, he said, "I will say nicely," and he said, "Do you?" I will repeat the same words what he said.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. To clarify this, I want to ask Jesse something. So, Jesse, how long you came across flat Earth knowledge and across us, this server?
I just came across this server a few days ago. I was first introduced to Flat Earth in 2018.
Okay. Yeah. So, and since 2018, how much have you researched about it?
Well, I don't know. A fair amount. Of course, my real life friend who says, "Hey, Jesse, you should check into this." At the time, he was all, and he liked Mark Sargent really good, so he says, "Here, watch these." So I watched a lot of those. And then I watched a lot of other stuff, and then I started doing like measurements and observations and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. And your position is the position of a person who is skeptical or willing to find the truth about this? Are you intellectually honest, interested to find which version, which view of the world is actually true?
Yes.
Yeah, good. So that's a good thing to know, because we have a species of people coming in here. We call them anti-flat earthers, and these people are people who already took a default position,
May I
fighting.
guess?
Sorry?
May I take a guess?
Yes, sure. Go ahead.
Bored, belligerent globies?
No.
Probably, yeah. But
no, anti-flat
More of their lives.
What is that?
Just want to fuck around, basically.
Yeah.
Practically, whatever you say, it will be all the time opposite, even double speaking, even whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever you say.
Yeah, what I want to say about our small community here is that flat earthers, it is true, we are very extremist people, and that means that we will not go with blind belief systems. We will go with anything that we can empirically prove, empirically measure, and scientifically demonstrate with experiment and test and observations. So, because science is not a belief system. Like the word belief for science is blasphemous, like blasphemy for a religion. So, yeah, anything that anybody tries to present us, they come up with very nice stories to explain how you don't need to learn science or to know science to actually be a scientist. That sounds crazy already.
And can you,
You agree?
one quick question, Jesse?
Yeah.
Can you maybe explain why you think it would have been a great idea to send an experiment which cannot be applied on reality that we both experience?
You mean the laser in the water?
And the sugar water, yes.
Oh, I'd love to. Yeah, I was actually making a point, and that was the foundation for my point, and then I never was allowed to continue.
So you got 1 second before you go on. So you're gonna show me a place on Earth where we're gonna have sugar water naturally occurring, and and on the other hand, you need to explain me what it has to do with laser measurements over the water, which do not include shooting laser through the water. Thank you.
You said that really well. Thank you.
So the laser in the fish tank was simply something that a visual demonstration that any of us can do to see a density gradient in action, curving light. And
then now let's put that on the earth in reality.
Jesse, have you ever done scuba diving?
No.
No. Have you ever seen documentaries where it was about scuba divers and they filmed underwater?
I'm not sure. A friend of mine, though, is a scuba diver, and he said that when there's like fresh water coming from like a creek out into the salt water, it kind of floats on top of the salt water, and like you can swim down there, and there's like these two layers, and then there's this mixture when they're mixing, and it gets kind of turbulent and stuff.
Okay, now I propose you one very simple test, which you can do. Go to any large body of water, a big lake or sea or even ocean.
Wait,
I haven't finished.
No, I know. Finished. No, I know, but because you want to tell him something. But I want to. Yeah, I know that. Give me only.
You cut out, Sasha. Mic check.
Yeah, we hear you, man.
Yeah.
Someone
so
muted him.
I will continue. Okay, Jesse. Now, when you will dive underwater, yeah, and you take a flashlight and you shine it towards where the horizon must be, how far away do you think you will be able to see?
So I'm underwater, and I am shining a. Which horizon? Like the seafloor horizon or the underside of the water?
Yeah. You see, you dive underwater in the ocean, yeah, and your feet are touching the bed sea level, the ground beneath the water. So you standing on the bottom of the ocean there, and you have all water around you, and you shine a flashlight forward, yeah, to the way you are looking, and how far away do you think your horizon will be? It will be 10 meters, 100 meters far away, 1 mile, 10 miles, 20 miles, 100 miles? How far away do you think you can see?
I don't know. I've never tried it. I suppose it would depend on how much dirt was floating around in the water.
So when there is dirt floating around in the water, what does that mean? That you see further or much less?
Less.
Less. Okay, so you will see like 50 centimeters far away from your eyeballs. Anything going beyond 50 centimeters from your eyeballs, you won't be able to distinguish anymore what is there.
Right. Unless it was, right.
Yeah.
Although a super bright light, you might be able to see farther.
So now, you see, because according to the example which you gave us, that a laser is bending, yeah, when it's shooting through sugar water, yeah, it's curving downwards, yeah. Light is curving with the Earth's curvature. So you should be able to see the other side of the shore of the ocean, you know, because it should curve. Yeah.
You hadn't specified that there was a sugar density or any density gradient in the ocean that I was at the bottom of. If there was a density gradient,
there is salt water, and it's pretty much the same. Yeah.
But no, the salt water's mixed up pretty good. The fish tank experiment is done very carefully, where you put fresh water in, and then you dump the sugar in, and it's a thick layer on the bottom, and then you let it dissolve slowly, and you don't stir it. And because the sugar is heavier than the water, it stays mostly down near the bottom, and it kind of diffuses up, and it makes a gradient. But the water's much more dense due to the sugar down lower. If you were to reach your hand in and stir up that tank, then it would suddenly go straight.
Listen, in that tank where they put sugar in the fish tank, they have stirred it. Yeah, that's what
they did not stir it.
Yeah, they did. They stir it, and even if you stir it or you don't, the sugar in time will dissolve. And it will uniformly, have a gradient. Most of the sugar will be at the bottom, and also at the top there will be sugar water, sweet water, but not as sweet as on the bottom. But stirring it, you help the sugar dissolve much faster. That's the only thing you do.
Can I now? Because
yes,
I will give you again my 5 seconds. Jesse, this is question. What do you think? Why get think that Earth is flat?
Say that again.
What do you think that person? What you get? What do you think? Why he's thinking that Earth is flat? What can you say? Because of that? Because of this? Because of blah blah blah.
I'm not understanding you too well. I'm sorry.
Okay, Gatsby thinks that Earth is flat. What do you think? Why he's thinking like that?
What makes me think that?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I don't know. I guess I never asked. Wait.
Are you curious?
Can you try guess? One guess.
Well, I mean, it could be a lot of different things. I really don't have a guess, I guess.
You see, as you are a land surveyor.
Oh, I need to correct. I'm not. Yeah, I am not a land surveyor. I'm not licensed, and I've not been trained. But own the equipment and I know how to use it.
Oh, okay. Well, if you learn how to use it,
Gabriel, can you tell us now why you think that Earth is flat?
yes, of course, I will tell him.
Yeah.
So, you are a person who's dealing with taking measurements. You are using measurement instruments. And the funny thing is, I'm also doing the same thing. I work in CNC machine milling and turning, and I use precision measuring instruments, quite many of them, even interferometers or any sort of linear encoder that you can think of. I have already used, even piezoelectric, which are used to measure in picometers. And that's like 1000 below nanometer. And to have an idea, a gold atom has 144 nanometers in diameter. So I have dealt with very precise measuring instruments personally. I'm not a scientist, I'm not an expert, yeah, but I'm a worker which I make use of these instruments. And I know very well how linear encoders function, work, yeah. Now, I have seen the Airbus company. They have built a giant 3D printer, and they need to 3D print large structures of carbon fiber. And these guys need to, these carbon fiber structures are for the structural resistance of the airplanes, the giant airplanes, the biggest airplane, A380, or yeah, if you ever heard about that giant airplane made by Airbus, commercial airplane.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so, and they are using linear encoders. A linear encoder is like a band strip, yeah, which has gradations every nanometer. They are very, very thin lines, every nanometer apart. Those band strips are laser engraved, and when you look at them, they look like a silver or white color, but it looks like they have, when you look at the CD, you can see the light like rainbows in it because it refracts light because of those tiny laser engravings. So now they have a laser sensor moving along this band strip, and it's like 2 millimeters or 10 millimeters apart from the band strip, and the laser diode shoots a laser beam into the strip, yeah, and it comes back into a laser sensor reader and takes a reading, yeah. It
counts, yeah.
It counts every line, every step, every nanometer it travels. you have a digital feedback signal from it. Now, in this measuring tool, you cannot talk about light refraction or laser refraction because the distance which the laser is being shot to the band strip and is coming back to the sensor is only 10 millimeters, and that is a very controlled medium. Like the lens is in direct contact with the band strip, yeah, and in between the lens and the laser diode, that chamber is sealed. And the temperature of this whole mechanism is also controlled, is kept constant, and this is the instruments they use in these machines. Now, this linear encoder is 200 meters long, and when you perform a 200 meters measurement, you send this machine to move 200 meters far away. It's coming back, and then you send it back in the same location. You will be sending it back in the same location with a precision of 65 nanometers margin of error. But the 65 nanometers tolerance is taking place at the highest speed of motion. So that's when you get the maximum error, like 65 nanometers. That means 32 nanometers plus minus, you know. But if the machine is moving in a regime of calibration, it's moving at a very slow speed, yeah, all that distance, it's coming back, and then you do it again, it will not lose one single nanometer. It will count all of them, and it will move precisely 200 meters from the start point. Now, this is how accurate Airbus is taking measurements, and guess what? They are using two plumb tools at both ends of this linear encoder. They have one on the ground, on the floor, and one at the top, because this printing head is like 4 meters tall, 3 or 4 meters tall. It's a giant machine inside a big building, like 200 meters long, and I don't know, 40, 60 wide, you know. And when this machine is moving, yeah, across the printing surface area, the machine has to be always precisely perpendicular to the printing surface. So the bottom cannot move 1 nanometer forward, and the top to stay still, it will be tilted in that moment. And it will not be able to lay down correctly those carbon fibers. They are nanometric carbon fibers, you know, or micron carbon fibers. They weave them together, you know, and then they have to also lay a layer of resin on it.
Like, are they using like a chopper?
No.
First, they weave the carbon fiber, and then the machine is laying a resin, yeah, for hardening.
So it can glue it to it.
Yeah, yeah. So they will make a carbon fiber component.
What is this? What is this? All this story about what you do for work. How is this doing? What is this doing for us and proving the flat Earth? Can you please explain that to me?
Yes, they use these two plumb tools at the both ends of the machine, and they take them as perfectly parallel lines.
Okay.
And they have measured the distance between the plumb tools at the bottom and at the top. And they, with nanometer precision, they found that they are perfectly parallel. And according to these, they form a, like, not square, rectangle, a perfect giant rectangle, yeah, where this printing head is moving. And when the bottom of the printing head is moving 1 nanometer, also the top has to move 1 nanometer.
Yeah, I know. Or the line.
And now on a globe, your down vector is divergent from the center of the ball. And you cannot have two locations on Earth, yeah, two down vectors which are parallel, because that would be like saying you can have a sphere with two parallel radiuses. You get me?
Yeah, I do. I know exactly what you're talking about.
How about Jesse?
I'm trying to follow. I think you're saying they've got this gantry that moves with a precision linear encoder that's accurate to within, you said what, 40 nanometers?
1 nanometer precision, yeah.
Oh, it's accurate to 1 nanometer?
Yeah.
Okay. What wavelength of light do they use in that?
It's a laser. I think in the 430 nanometer wavelength, but this laser is not being shot 200 meters far away.
Right. So
the laser, listen. Now, do you have any rulers in your house?
Yeah, I got a 12-incher and a 36-incher right here.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, good. Now, you see the line gradations, yeah, on it with your eyes.
Yeah. This might help. I actually have done CNC machine work myself, and I have a lathe and a mill that's just manual that I use all the time.
Okay.
And I've worked with CNC robotics, and I've actually designed PID controllers for optical encoder feedback, DC motors and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I know what a linear scale is like, and how the little quadrature encoders, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. It's a optical linear encoder. So you have a device traveling along that ruler, and that device is taking measurements from the ruler. It reads every line, yeah, that it moves across. So the laser is not traveling 200 meters distance. The laser is only shooting, from the laser diode to the band street, to the ruler, and this device is always like 10 millimeters far away from the ruler, because this device is moving across the ruler.
Yeah, I've seen plasma optical scales.
The ruler is 200 meters long. but this laser and sensor is moving along this ruler, and the laser diode is always at 10 millimeters far away from the ruler. You get me? So, like these refraction things, it's irrelevant to invoke them because they never change. And also the temperature of this of all this enclosure is controlled, is constant, is kept constant. So it doesn't change.
Okay, so
What he's getting at, Jesse, is
we're way out of the weeds, man.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to put an end. I'm going to stop it right here. I'm going to nip it in the bud. What he's saying is this machine at these distances, at like 200 feet or whatever, 250 feet, they're made to design airplane wings and stuff like that. That they have a plumb line on each end, and if the plumb line was coming off of a ball, I mean, these things are so delicate that they center themselves on the floor, on the ground, through sensors that send a plumb bob up on each end. And if it were on a ball, this machine is sensitive enough that it would definitely take that plumb bob and it would be tipping away a little bit at the top if it were on a ball, because plumb is relative to the center of the core. And that's what they said. That's what they try to tell us. And so if you're going to go plumb off of a curved surface, then this plumb bob, each one would be tipped out at the top a little bit. And when this machine measures from tip to tip and bottom to bottom on these plumb bobs, there's never any difference. It's identical. So what he's saying is this machine basically proves that the distance that this thing is capable of operating under shows that it's a flat surface, period. And so, and the machine's delicately enough censored that it would know if it was not plumb off the
those plumb bobs are found to be perfectly parallel when, if we were living on a ball, they were supposed to be at an angle.
Yeah, I just got
a very small angle, but we should be able to measure what that angle is. And thanks to math and trigonometry, we can very easily find what that angle should be, because at a 100 meters distance, we are talking about 7.8 millimeters arc curvature.
Say that again.
7 millimeters. Will the floor, the poured slab that that's sitting on, be level?
So, according, they give us
the floor. The machine's on a slab. The machine's on a poured slab, and it is probably poured to a very flat, perfectly flat plane.
Yes.
It wouldn't take any consideration the earth curvature, because the floor is level. Even though it's on a curve, it might be, it's not on a curve, but the floor is level. That's where you're getting your measurements from. You're going from the floor to the top.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't prove or disprove anything if the floor was perfectly level and at grade, and it's a concrete floor or some type of surface that's very
it's super flat. Yeah,
but that's not how plumb bobs work, though. You hang those from the top. They hang down.
Yeah, you hang them from the top. Correct. Yeah.
And so, if it were a ball and gravity is pulling you to the center of the core, then that plumb bob, you drop that one down at the bottom, it would be tilted on a flat surface.
Yeah. There should be an angle between them.
Anyway, so I think we need to move on, if we could, to some more different questions. Please. So Jesse, I just wanted to say just a couple of quick things to you, bro. You brought that tank thing in here. I just want to. Do you have any idea how many times we've been shown that exact same photo in just the last month?
Almost
Rapture.
every day.
At least 10 times, and you can multiply that by even more, month by month by month by month for over the last 2-3 years. So we've seen that photo and that argument probably a few hundred times at least. And so it gets very redundant when we get people that bring in ridiculous arguments that are not analogous to reality, especially that one. The earth, nowhere on earth are you going to find sugar water. Nowhere on earth are you going to find sugar water specifically set up in a tank and a laser light. Not even the light is natural. You're using synthetic light. You're using unnatural water with sugar added to it. You're using things that are specifically designed to cause the most effect possible. They chose the laser beam that would bend the most through that environment. And so it gets really redundant for us, sir, that you try to do a little bit better research, because it has no bearing whatsoever on the curvature of the earth. You could not find even, just because that light bends through that sugar water, you can in no way compare that to reality. No way, not even one facet of it. Not the light. The light is fake. The water density and the sugar in it is set up. It's fake. You won't find that anywhere on Earth. Anywhere. And you won't be shooting a laser light through the water to find curvature or detect any curvature of the Earth, or the fact that light bends through the air. You wouldn't be sending it through water with sugar in it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so ridiculous, my friend, that it's very redundantly and annoying. It's really
the worst part of all is that it's irrelevant, because it wouldn't be a measurement of curvature.
That's what I just got done telling him, that none of it applies to nature. Not the light, not the water, nothing. You can compare any part of it to anything in reality.
Yeah, but not for that reason, though, Godrock. And for a more important reason than that, the reason why it's irrelevant is because of what it's simply not, which is a measurement of curvature. See, if you had a measurement of curvature, that would be relevant, but dicking around with random other things is irrelevant.
You're right. That is. That is not. There's a measure. No one's trying to detect curvature with that experiment. You're right. And that's what we asked for. We asked for light, showing us light bending over the water in as far as a test that shows the curvature of the Earth. Now, when you bring out something like that, sir, you've got to be smarter than that, please. Please do better than that. Because that's why people get triggered in here, and that's why we get real annoyed, and then pretty soon we start being ignorant back. I mean, it's like slapping us in the face. It's like saying, look, I'm going to show these stupid motherfuckers this water thing with sugar in it, and show them the light